now for Rangers Extra Innings here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We're going to start the G-Bag Nation proper coming up at 5 o'clock. But, Rangers could not get out of trouble. A number of bad innings today. They lose to Arizona 12-7 as a pre- and post-game show host Mike Peasley joins us from the stadium to discuss matters further. And a good afternoon, Mike. How the heck are you?
Hey, doing all right. How are you guys today?
We are doing good, thank you. You know, I know we got bullpen anxiety with Sporzy and Leclerc. Could this disaster get us some changes in the near or immediate future? How do you think the team reacts to it happening again?
Yeah, especially when it comes to Jose Leclerc, something has to be done. Whether it's a mysterious injury that puts him on the IL, or even if they just want to push him back into the lowest leverage situations possible to try to get him corrected. But in no case right now can you bring him into a tight ball game like it was today. And he came in with inherited runners, and I was just like, you can't do this. Didn't we learn our lesson the last time that happened in Cincinnati? He has now inherited 7 runners this year. He's allowed 5 of those 7 runners to score. And today, 8 straight pitches. He couldn't find home plate with a compass. He needed a compass to find home plate today. It was that bad. I mean, some of those pitches were not even close. He's broken right now. He is broken, and it's up to Mike Maddox, Bruce Bochy to try to fix him.
Hey, Mike, though, but haven't we seen through the season, at least the early part of this season, that Bochy is willing to put guys back out there? I mean, and again, was this the opportunity that we've seen from what happened in Cincinnati? It's like, okay, here's your opportunity. But we've seen some where he's taken guys that maybe had a rough outing or a rough inning or a rough couple of batters, and then the next night put them back out there and you have some success.
Yeah, but he hasn't really done that, Brian, with Jose Leclerc. We hadn't seen Jose Leclerc pitch in quite a few days. And, Jonathan Hernandez would have been a likely guy in that spot today, but Jonathan Hernandez pitched an inning yesterday, and they wanted to stay away from him. And you just look at, some of the other right-handers that they have down there in that bullpen. There's, Spores, they tried to extend him through that second inning, and that did not work today. You look at some of the other right-handers. Who do you trust? Is it? Yeah. It's not. I don't think you can trust Ian Kennedy right now. Dane Dunning is your long man, and you're kind of saving him right now to potentially make a spot start. There's just not a lot of other right-handed options out there. And Yuri Rodriguez, he'd only pitched in 1 game so far, so he wasn't an option. So his hands were kind of tied today in terms of bringing in Jose Leclerc. But if you're going to bring him in, it's got to be fresh in an inning. And right now, whether it is low leverage situations or if it's an IL stint, you can't throw Jose Leclerc out there right now. He just can't find the plate. He just cannot find the plate. Cannot throw strikes.
Yeah, Pease, I mean, you alluded to it. Who do you trust most coming out of the pen right now? And is there anybody that you'd like to see them maybe bring up, whether it's Joe Barlow, who we got to see last year at times as well? I mean, what other options do you think they really have right now?
Yeah, that's the problem, guys, is that there aren't a lot of great options that are just ready to come up here from AAA. Yuri Rodriguez, done a nice job down at AAA. I think his ERA was under 2 down there. And he's done okay in his 2 relief outings here, but it's just I don't know if there's anything internally right now that is going to make things okay for this bullpen. What the Rangers have done a good job so far this year is just blowing everybody out, is that they haven't had a lot of close games. I think the Rangers have played the fewest amount of 1-run games in baseball this year. I think they've only played 4. They're 1-3 in 1-run games. But when you get into those tight situations like it was in the 7th inning today with a 1-run lead, trying to protect a 1-run lead, it really magnifies the issues that this team has right now in the bullpen.
It's Mike Peasley here with you. Rangers extra innings. How about that? Josh Young, though, 2 bomb skis today. Can he keep this up?
I love the kid. I mean, just talking with him in the clubhouse today, he was so matter-of-fact about it, and he was just downplaying it. He said, well, when winning Rookie of the Month, he's like, well, it was just 1 month. I've got bigger fish to fry. And then he comes out and has a 2-homer day here today, and the kid gets it. He is such a likable person, is such a hardworking person. He's very humble, and all of the success that he has had, it's great because here's the day where he can say, "Hey, look at me, I won this award." Instead, he was like, I've been sliding here in the last 5 games or so. I'd only got a couple of hits. I'm swinging and missing a lot. I'm striking out. He strikes out his first at bat, and then his next 2 bats, he clubs 2 long home runs. The kid is a workhorse, and I don't think his defense gets talked about enough. In the month of April, he had 70 total chances over there at third, only committed to 2 errors. So the proverbial arrow for Josh Young continues to be on the rise. Not only was he the American League Rookie of the Month, but certainly, guys, if this keeps up, he's probably going to be the American League Rookie of the Year.
Mike, this team is the fact that they continue to come back. When things kind of look a little bit bleak, but they continue to battle back. That's something they have to feel good about.
Oh, absolutely, Brian. Yesterday they're down 4-1 early against Zach Gallen, one of the best pitchers in baseball. They come back and win that game. Today they're down 6-2, and they put up a 5 spot in the 5th inning. This offense is just relentless. Up and down the lineup, there's just really no weak spot. And now you get Leody Taveras going, who had a big game today, got his first home run, had 3 hits as well. Even you got some offense from Sandy Leon, and whenever you get any kind of offense, from your backup catcher like that, who had a double as part of that 5-run 5th inning, that adds to it as well. But so many guys are swinging the bat extremely well. Ezekiel Duran, he went 1 for 4, but he continues to hit rockets all over the place. Jonah Heim, he homered as well. Adolis Garcia, you go up and down the lineup right now. This is I'm kind of stunned at how deep this lineup is, because coming into the season, you felt pretty good about the top 4, and then you wonder what's going to happen at the bottom 5. Well, Josh Young solidified that number 5 spot, and Jonah Heim has really solidified the 6th spot, and now Duran has solidified the 7th spot. And, oh, by the way, Corey Seager is getting closer and closer to returning. Before the game today, he was doing even more work, taking ground balls. And Bruce Bochy was asked about it. He's like, well, I don't have a real timetable for him, like maybe after the weekend. But he did say, there's the potential maybe 7 to 10 days, and Corey Seager could be returning to a lineup. Whether that's a rehab stint or with the Rangers remains to be seen. But you add Corey Seager to this lineup as well. Wow.
Thank you, Mike. Tremendous job once again. You're a hell of an addition to our lineup, and we can't thank you enough, buddy. Have yourself a great afternoon, and we'll catch up with you soon.
You guys too. Have a great show. Always great talking baseball with you.
Thank you, sir. It's time now for the top stories of the day. We'll get the G-Bag Nation started properly, including, hey, there's a voice for the pre and post past. Reaction to a legendary Stars game that ended in a loss, and why Micah is nowhere to be found in Frisco. That's next to the Nation.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford. It's 35 minutes of commercial-free Fan and the Expressway. Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20. KNC middays at 12:20. And afternoons with G-Bag at 5:20. Right here on 105.
me, and that's why soda has established itself as the best in the business with more than 7,400 Google reviews with an average score of 4.9 stars out of 5. Reviews like this one from Greg. Avery was encouraging even with a 1-week setback. She kept adjusting my eating plan to maximize the benefit to my weight loss. Me, Greg, and thousands of others, our journey started at sodaweightloss.com, and you can also go right to one of their beautiful 8 Metroplex locations or call 1-800-555-6521. That's Soda. Wait for it. State of the arts.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the
That's right. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are off and running. Jennifer at your service. Thanks for enjoying Rangers baseball. Unfortunately, did not get the dub. Big news on Micah Parsons coming up here in just a minute. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo, of course, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video across multiple streaming platforms online. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Stars are fine. This is what happens. They're still the better team. They start games slow. They start series slow, and then they figure it out. Wolchuk, I'm not worried, although I am annoyed.
Yeah, bleep Yanni Gord. He's a real pain in my gourd.
Amen.
I'll tell you
Amen.
that.
Spittle told you he was going to be.
Yeah, Spittle did. He called out Yanni Gord, Spitzy the Hockey Hawk, but they wasted one of the greatest postseason performances in not just Dallas Stars history, DFW sports history.
It's like Wilt Chamberlain going for 100 and his team loses.
Oh my gosh, 4 goals for Pavs when he comes back. It was amazing. And then Otter, give him credit. You know, you give up 4 goals in the first period that hadn't been done all year long.
Yeah.
He comes back and makes 29 consecutive saves. You have all the momentum in the third period and in overtime. And unfortunately, here's Yanni Gord.
Yeah, but this Kraken team's different now. This Kraken team's different. They're going to come after you. You know, they're going to hit you.
You could tell the speed difference from Minnesota, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're going to hit you. They've got speed. They've got depth. All those things that we were kind of talking about with them. But, yeah, the 4 goals. And it's the thing with the Kraken is it's early. You have to catch it. You know, they're great in the first. They're great in the second. And, you know, you got to find a way now to not allow them to get up on you like that. The game started off well.
Right.
And then things just kind of just unraveled. I've never seen Otter look as just, you know, perplexed as he did playing last night.
For those 52 seconds?
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
It was a 52 seconds of terror. Yeah. You sound a little concerned, Brian. I think you need to pick up a newspaper, to be honest with you, and take a look at what happened in the bubble and take a look at what happened against Minnesota and draw some Stars crotch first confidence from that.
I want to have some crotch first confidence.
Yeah.
He said newspaper, by the way.
Or you can Google it.
He knows my age. He knows my age.
I'll be blown away if you don't start every day with the newspaper, Broaddus. You about to break that news toast right now?
Get the ink on my fingers, boys. That's what I'm talking about.
You walk out like Tony Soprano in your robe and get on the newspaper.
Right out to the
have
driveway.
A bad T-shirt on underneath. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
He still pays a paper boy. He has a milkman and everything.
Hey, you know what, Lucius? You got me right.
I got you, dog.
You got me.
Crusty gonna crusty.
Well, there's nothing you can deny about the fact that this team has done this consistently. They've changed coaches. They've changed styles. They brought in a new young star in Robertson, and they cannot start hot. But I feel like we've seen this happen enough, though, that it's not time. Really, all they have to do, get the dub at home. You know, desperate team theory is going to hold.
Desperate team theory.
That is going to hold.
Like it.
And then you go up there and get a split. Light work. Come on back 2-2, and we'll see what happens in
I
game
like
5.
it. Light work. Yeah. No worry.
You
no
said
concern.
Seattle light work, didn't we?
You brought up Robo, though.
Yeah.
They need some help here. Like, Robertson was neutralized for the most part against Minnesota. You've got the scouting report out there. Seattle's doing a lot of the same stuff. Robo's got to figure this out. Rope hints you need more from him. Some of the Stars' best players, I mean, you had 4 different goal scorers yesterday for Seattle, right? I mean, they did show off their depth. The Stars need more help than just Pavs, and in the previous series, Sagan did a lot of the damage.
How about Pavs up there, though? He was looking like dang Ted Williams, just swatting those out of the air. He's hitting 400 last night.
The hand-eye coordination of this guy is borderline unlike anything I've ever seen before. That was legendary stuff, dude. And just the insanity of the entire game feels like you've got a series worth of insanity in one single game. That was electric, dude.
We could be destined for a 7-gamer here.
2-1-4. We controlled the last half of that game so well, just for a lucky drop and 180 random shot to go in. I'm very confident in how we handled the second half of that game. I think a lot of Stars fans out there are feeling that way and trying to draw as much confidence and be as calm as possible. We'll talk more about that, of course, today, tomorrow, and all series long. Micah Parsons is skipping Cowboys offseason workout program. Yeah, he's bulking up for some more time at defensive end, apparently, boys. Listed at 245, says he's currently 252, and he's looking to put on some more weight. The offseason program started April 17th, Brian. What do you think of this? How's the team taking it?
Yeah, I think to me, you don't worry about Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is, he's going to work out. He's going to do everything he has to do. He's not going to be on the Luka Doncic program where he's, out there,
beer and cigarettes.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Smoking them up.
Come on.
Well, I'm just saying.
Ashtrays and bread.
He's going to find bread. Another basket.
I feel like the bread and oil's got to be a staple in the Doncic.
Is it not delicious?
You think so?
Dang right it's delicious.
Oh, hell
but
yeah, it's
Micah
delicious.
Parsons
What are you
knows
talking
it's
about
delicious.
over there? It's it's delicious. Every time they
you're
put
crapping on my guy here. Come on.
Well, but Micah's not going to be that guy.
No,
Micah is going to be ready to go.
He knows how good the bread and the oil is. He's got respect for it, but he also respects the game and his body so much.
You want the
more.
healthy weight. We don't just want the carb weight.
You don't want a charcuterie board for breakfast every day, which is what I imagine Luka's doing.
Yeah, he's kind of on
ice
that
cream.
program.
That's a good way to start the day. There,
That
you
is-
give me Tony
man,
Soprano
man,
style
I'm
right out of the
thinking,
Ziploc
where's the
bag.
gabagool, huh?
Let me get that gabagool,
Two
baby.
references. Let's go.
Parsons is working out in Austin to bulk up for the 2023 season.
He knows what he was up against with some of these tackles and stuff like that, having to play the run, people running the ball at him. He knows he has to be able to.
Well, what's wrong with our protein and trainers up here in North Texas?
Oh, nothing wrong with our protein and trainers.
Yeah,
nothing.
He says he is going to be at OTAs starting May 22nd.
He might be hanging out down there at Stubbs Barbecue in Austin.
Yeah, they got a lot of good barbecue. A lot of good taco joints.
Yeah.
Some good eating there.
I need to get him all you can eat Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We need to go 3 out of the 7 days. Cousins barbecue, all you can meet. Me and Micah Parsons. The M in Micah stands for meat.
Honestly,
we know that.
This would be great. We can do a video of it. Who can put down the most meat? And we know Micah's about this because I think when Blue Goose was closing and they were doing something for free, Micah was like, "I'm about it." He tweeted it out. I know where I'm having dinner tonight.
Did he say he can put down the most meat? Is that what he said?
I think he said that verbatim, Lucius. That's a direct quote.
Lucius is listening. I'm telling you, he is listening. Yeah.
Now,
he's a carnivore, man.
Brian, have you checked with the Cowboys? Are they totally okay with this? Is there any chance they won't be okay?
I haven't. I need to ask. This is really the first I've kind of heard of it, so I'll ask.
Yeah,
him.
where did full-time defensive end come from? And it makes Overshone being selected make a lot more sense.
It does, and I would guess this comes from Dan Quinn. I mean, I remember firsthand. It's Golston, right?
Chauncey
Golston.
He's going to play the 3.
No, I know, but
we talked to him in the locker room.
Right.
Yeah.
He told us how this time last offseason, or right after the season ended, not this past season, but the one before, he said that Dan Quinn came up to him and told him exactly, hey, we want you to bulk up because we're kicking you inside. So my guess is this is Dan Quinn and the defensive staff deciding this is what we want to do with you, Micah. And maybe Micah said, okay, I'll do that. But you're going to grant me an extra, 2 weeks off or something.
Do you lose a little bit of what makes Micah so special? Like, obviously, I think that's what does set him apart, is him as an edge rusher. But when now he would be a full-time end, you lose a little bit of that chess piece that you can move around. You don't know where he's coming from. And maybe
where
Dan
does
Quinn,
he cause the most damage?
Off the edge. That's
that,
where he played the most snaps. So I understand why they're doing it.
Oh, no, I understand, too. I just wouldn't worry about the linebacker stuff anymore if that's the case.
See, to me, and that was my initial thought, Walchuk, but I think with Micah, all it tells me is he's more of, it's not that he's not a chess piece. It's not like, hey, you're going to be on the right side and everybody's going to know you're there and the whole game, that's where you're at. I just think he's just, he is a north and south player.
Right.
He is getting after the quarterback, so maybe it's coming from the A gap, maybe he's standing up and he's blitzing and he's doing those different things, but he is getting after the quarterback 9 times out of 10, and I think that's smart.
But the bigger story is bulking up and being a full-time defensive end more than not being here.
Ask about that,
because he was dealing with a lot of wear and tear at the end of the year, a lot of nagging injuries, and hopefully this helps him be better suited for that position.
He's going to be at the Collective in Austin, a members-only facility, which is like a chic, rich people gym.
Oh, you said members
Good
only.
for Micah. Good for Micah.
You guys never experienced the members-only jackets. You never had that, did you?
Oh, man, I got 2.
Tail end of it.
Yeah, I can't fit it anymore. My old lady wears it, but yeah. And I got those from my uncle. I didn't buy them. I got it from my uncle.
Is that the same uncle that had the jumpsuit, maybe? The belt, the belt at the waist jumpsuit?
Yeah, he got all them joints, the Z Cavaricis and all of that.
I'm Googling that
By the way,
now.
shout out the
I'm going to give you my members only, boy, because I think about you like that.
You could use it in the club. You could use it in the club.
These things right here used to be hot. These are vintage right here, boy.
We'll close the deal for you. Micah Parsons did tweet about it. He said, LOL, people here are thinking I'm going from 246 to 270. If you've seen any of my videos, I'm still very slim and I'm putting on good weight. I'm standing at 252 currently.
Am I impressive.
I will not surpass 255 at any time in my career. This is just me putting on more muscle to carry the load.
There you go, baby.
Great point by one of our Tolos, Trey Evans, who just hit us up on Twitter. No, this is a rare, really, really good point here, Lucius.
A rare one?
Yeah. When it comes to the money that you can get being a defensive end versus a linebacker.
That's a good point.
And maybe this is also something where
I owe you an apology, Trey.
you talk with the agent.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, I can cash in as an edge more so than I could as an off-ball linebacker.
Yeah, they're going to try that thing on you where they're going to say, no, you're a linebacker.
What thing are they trying on him?
The franchise tag thing.
Right.
Yeah, where are they?
The old F tag.
Yeah, they'll get you with
Excuse
it.
me?
Yep.
Well, the Rangers have once again played 2 games since we last discussed sporting with you. Winners last night. Should we just focus on that? They got to the ace, Zach Gallen, 6-4, got him for 3 runs in 7 innings as Ezekiel Duran assaulted the game.
There you go.
And he and Young, who had 2 bomb skis today, plus Jonah Heim, who went yard early, I think, in the 2nd inning, giving the team, I think, the ability to dream big, maybe ahead of schedule or earlier than we'd thought. That's 3 really good young players that this team has now.
What the offense is doing, what you mentioned, Ezekiel Duran, who does have that kind of electrifying power. Jonah Heim, who's turning into one of the best catchers in all of Major League Baseball, not only defensively, but offensively now. Josh Young.
They're all two-way guys.
They are. And the switch hitter, Robbie Grossman, who didn't play today, but he's also been hitting the ball really well. You don't even have, arguably, now Marcus Semien is probably there with Seager, but maybe 2 of your top 4 offensive players. Seager's their best one, but Mitch Garver, I mean, you haven't had him either. So it's very exciting to think about offensively. They're never out of a game. They've really just got to get this bullpen figured out.
They will.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I trust in Chris Young.
The deadline, they'll make moves.
I hope.
I
can't watch this anymore when they come back a couple of different times.
I can't take it anymore.
No, I can't. The clerk comes in and you know damn well what's going to happen.
For sure.
Oh, that's his 4th or 8th straight ball, and you're like going, okay, who didn't? You know, I'm driving down the damn highway. I know what's about to happen.
What happened to this Slombio, that pitch that nobody could hit that he had?
Sorry.
It's sloppy-o now. I mean, what he the how
big
bad he's
sloppy
missing,
meatball.
bro.
It's like his waist pitch is like Heim has to make an incredible stop. Well, you don't want to give him one to hit, and like Heim has to like make a Gold Glove play.
Heim's got a catch radius, man. I mean,
does.
if Schoonmaker
He does,
doesn't work, I might dial up the old Heimster.
He's got the size.
He does.
6'4".
Yeah, he's a prototype.
Yeah, I do believe in Chris Young, but this is getting to a point where now you could just have to say, as soon as an opportunity to improve this bullpen comes down the pike is there. But you heard Peasley there in the crosstalk. They don't have any young bullpen options. This is going to have to be like Angel Acuna or whatever in Double-A getting traded for bullpen help. This is going to be taking legit prospects from the minor leagues and finding accomplished veteran bullpen pieces. You probably need 2. I'd probably get 3.
Yeah, CY's going to have to get on the horn with his old buddies in Kansas City and get Aroldis Chapman up in here.
One game in the association tonight. Celtics going to host the 76ers, hoping to get even at 1-1. Philly getting Embiid back. He is going to play with the injured knee.
Did the old heads have the Lakers last night?
The old heads did have the Lakers
I also
last night.
did take the Lakers for game one,
Whoa,
sir.
whoa,
He did.
You
He did
can
for
go back
game one.
to BetQL
Now-
on Sunday. All right, 3-7. By the way, check out.
But
me
we
and
have a
Eric.
show bet.
But we
We have
have
a
a
show
show
bet.
bet, 100%.
I took Dubs
Big
in 7,
picture,
okay?
big
Don't
picture.
get too excited.
Ultimately, yes. Like that's a victory for you guys last
It
night.
is.
It's a small,
That's what I'm talking
I
about.
made
small
some
battle
points on the
win.
Lakers.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice stuff, Brian.
Small battle win for the
Basketball.
Bully Bully.
Golden
Basketball
State
experts
is
over here.
Golden State is washed up. Anthony Davis is unbelievable.
Yeah, I
He's
remember
healthy.
you saying
Okay,
that
I will
last
agree
year,
with
too.
that second
I did say
point.
that last year.
That second point was a good point.
say
Yeah,
that.
But
that
AD
Anthony
really
Davis
is good.
Yeah.
Holy Anthony
They
Davis.
woke up like the Undertaker last year, and they're trying to do it again. I just don't think the same magic is there.
When we go around the rim here in about an hour, I got some good news for you Laker guys. The
I was
ones that are
reminded-
pulling for you. I got added fuel to the LeBron fire that might take him over. Listen,
our fuel?
I'm just giving the facts.
I want Golden State
I
fuel.
can't conjure up this fuel. The fuel's there. I don't
Gosh.
dictate what
No, you
fuel's
do
sitting in
dictate
front of me.
it. I want you
I
to bring
want
the
Warriors
positivity.
fuel. I want Warriors fuel. All I'm
side-eyeing
getting is
me now.
LeBron
I
and
can't-
AD and Laker fuel.
All righty.
Side are you on?
I was reminded just a
I'm on the
minute
side
ago.
of not having to chug a 30-year-old Coca-Cola, which is on the line right now in this bet payoff.
Let me
Is that
say
what we're doing?
Well,
you might have
that's just
real
an
coke
option.
in it, bro. 30 years, you might have the real deal.
Say hello to my
None
little
of the
friend.
syrup?
Yeah.
The first time I'll actually drink real soda.
Let's go. What you drinking and what you thinking?
I was told about the Parsons stuff. It's voluntary.
Yeah.
It's voluntary workouts right now. So him being away, all voluntary
Oh,
stuff.
yeah, of course.
So
Absolutely.
we're all good.
He's earned
I
that
just-
right.
All good.
Okay.
All
Yeah.
good. All
Nice.
good. All good.
Okay, we're all fine then.
Yeah.
He's bulking up, he's getting stronger.
Yeah, we know the guy. You know, if there was, I mean, Broadus mentioned another player in the Metroplex who, like, when he gets out of sight, you go, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. He's going to start to swell up a
Can't
little
say
bit.
the guy.
Roy Topley?
Swiping him.
Right.
Exactly, Lucius.
Where are we meeting, Roy?
Let's get out of here. When we come back, 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Time to hit the expressway. And LA Live is lurking at about 5:40 right here in the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. I want to talk D&M Leasing, though, because they won big awards this year for exceeding customer expectations across the board. If you're looking to start a new car lease, D&M offers the best leasing experience in the Conference Finals coming up right around the corner. Bourbon and Brews Party on Friday, as well as look at this, Kentucky Derby is coming up. Canelo versus Ryder, and so much more all week long. The UEFA Champions League semifinals. It's all going down at one of the 10 Twin Peaks locations here in North Texas. Yeah, that's right. We got 10 now thanks to the new one up there next to the Speedway across the highway from Buc-ee's in North Lake. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
This week at Macy's, find great deals just in time for Mother's Day, like fragrance gift sets from her favorite brands and new bags from Coach and Michael Kors. Plus, get contact-free curbside pickup or pickup in-store today at Macy's.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. We've had Rangers baseball on the majority of the day, so we've just been on here for about 30 minutes or so. Thanks for making us part of your afternoon. Segment is it's brought to you by Soda. That is state of the art. And we're going to take a look at everything that's been developing throughout the broadcast day, get you up to date on everything. Woolchuck has your NFL news of the day coming up in about 5 minutes. And then LA Live with Lucius coming up at 5:40. Okay, looking at these headlines, guys, now there's a number of bigger stories going on. And Aaron Rodgers with the Jets. We'll get this stuff with Woolchuck coming up here in about 5 minutes. Holland nets the Premier League single-season record 35th goal. That's for a debut season. He had 35 goals and tallied one against West Ham today. Churchill Downs is investigating the death of 4 horses. With the Kentucky Derby coming up, horse racing is going to be a bigger piece of the news, and it's getting some focus there. And then you have Patrick Mahomes' brother Jackson charged with the sexual battery he's being accused of. So that's amongst the top bigger national picture stories today throughout the sports world. If you're looking for that, I think the biggest thing right now in this Dallas Mavericks conversation is aren't they desperate enough for two-way players to be in maybe on the NBA's public enemy number 1 when free agency kicks off in, I think it's about 2 months from now, right around the 1st of July. Sports books are saying the Mavs are the top choice to add Dillon Brooks. I love listening to the KNC Masterpiece and Mike Bassick talk about this. I think the Mavs really need hard-nosed two-way players, and Brooks isn't a great passer, and he's got bad shot selection. Mm-hmm. Oh, boy, does he have bad shot selection. And, I think maybe he started feeling himself a little bit too much because as his points per game have risen over the last 4 years, his three-point shooting has dropped precipitously. And now he's in the territory you don't want the guy shooting threes if you're making 32 or 30%. Can he be where he was earlier in his career around 35? And in order to get that player, the shot selection has to come down. I don't know if he's willing to do that. But I do know the Mavs are freaking desperate. And when a player's value comes down near zero, a lot of people will make you scared. Like, oh, you can't bring in this guy. Like Kyrie Irving's value was 0. He was amazing. Porzingis' value was 0, right? All you could get was Dinwiddie, who another player whose value had become 0. Nobody liked him and he didn't produce in Washington. Right, so Spencer Dinwiddie was available. He turned out to be great. Porzingis is actually kind of a win for Washington, even though he doesn't make them a playoff team. They're like, oh, this is great. And they were able to get Porzingis, who's turned out to be a positive for them because his value hit 0. Draymond Green's was hitting 0. And if we could have jumped in and traded for him right there, now maybe you have a guy who's back to leading a team, an aging team, defensively onto another playoff run. So I just think there's unique opportunities, and the Mavs' needs are so big. I'm going to have an eye on this Dillon Brooks story in a significant way over the next couple of months. At 27 years old, this is a time he's got to mature, and there's no doubt about it. He made a mess. But that team was going to lose to the Lakers anyway, And he's a player that was part of a winning formula when John Morant was missing games all year long. 2 seed in the NBA, in the West, a very deep West. So what are you guys' thoughts on Dillon Brooks there? Am I getting any points made in your minds?
I mean, I'm anti Dillon Brooks, but you do have a convincing argument there. If the dollar figures are low enough and the years are not plural, we're talking. I mean, 1 year buying extremely low on him, then it's probably you could probably make it to where it's such a low risk situation financially and contractually that maybe you decide it's worth it. And it just speaks to the only way I'd even consider it, it really just speaks to how desperate the Mavericks actually are right now, because he's really not somebody I want to mess with at all. I don't think there's a self-awareness situation. Like, he doesn't have the requisite self-awareness, I would say, to handle it. Now, maybe I could be proven wrong, but from what we've seen, and again, he does the talk and then he doesn't back it up on the court. It's all respect lost. It's like you thought you were somebody. You don't even know who yourself is. You thought you were the guy that gets on the mic and then it fuels you and you go play well. No, you had yourself all backwards.
Not only did he play bad, but he embarrassed the team and he kind of got humiliated.
Yeah,
he got dunked on, literally and figuratively.
His bad plays are blooper level, dude. Yeah. Like they're Shaq'd in a fool kind of plays. You're like, what are you doing?
Do you think that maybe they're just moving on from him because they don't want to face really that they collapsed as a team? That he's the scapegoat.
He's the fall guy?
Yeah, he's the fall guy. Or as Lucius likes to say, because of conspiracy theories, he's the patsy. He's the patsy here.
I think
to me,
he earned it.
This is where I feel like that maybe they sacrificed him, and we're all talking badly about him instead of the collapse of the Memphis Grizzlies as a team. And maybe he's better than, this venom that we're spewing in his direction.
I do think that right now it's like the worst, the bottom of the barrel that it's ever been for Dillon Brooks. And people are kind of overlooking he has had good moments in the regular season, and he has had good moments for Memphis, specifically to your point, Gavin, when Ja hasn't played. Like, is he a god-awful, terrible player? No. Is he worth $25 million a year? Hell no. But now he's looking at how many offers does he even have? Is he borderline out of the NBA?
Well,
and if you can sign him for peanuts, I think he's worth bringing in for 1 year because he's giving you a better defensive player and some solid rebounding. Is he great on either ends of the floor? I don't think so.
He can dribble.
Yes.
He can pass.
But he's a solid role player.
The Mavs have had way too many guys that can't play both ends of the court, have a very limited skill set. I would imagine they want to break out of that. If you're looking at the playoffs right now, it's teams with a bunch of 6'5" guys that can dribble, pass, and shoot. And defend.
Yeah, if he's a cheap 1 year deal, I would try it out because they don't have options.
You know what you have in your players. Yeah. You know what you have in your guys already. You can't sit there and tell me that that the Mavs have to feel good about the guys they currently have.
Well, it is an interesting conversation. We'll track it for you. Micah Parsons skipping Cowboys offseason workout program. That's amongst the developing news stories. Calvin Watkins posted the story 17 minutes ago, but Broadus is saying that it's not a big concern.
No, not a concern at all, man. My guys involuntary. They're in voluntary situations right now, so it's all good over there.
Will Bally's Sports Southwest exist next season? TV experts say the sky is falling. And that's amongst your national and local stories here that are gaining attention. Let's have Wolchuk give us the NFL news of the day here.
Find you someone that loves you as much as Aaron Rodgers loves Randall Cobb, as Randall Cobb has agreed to a 1 year deal to reunite with former Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers with the Jets. I don't know how much Randall Cobb has left in the tank. 32 years old. He was very good for a year with the Cowboys. But either way, he's still making money in the NFL because Aaron Rodgers is saying, you better go sign my bestie. And the Jets did just that.
The only surprise is that it took this long. I thought that was going to be like back-to-back Schefter tweets. Rodgers is officially a Jet. Randall Cobb, also officially a Jet.
Still getting 12.5 yards a catch. I mean, this is a fairly productive season. 34 catches, 417. And he's only 32 years old. I'm surprised.
There's a trust factor there between those two. There really, really is.
Some guys just age well, I think he's that guy. He's not been as good as he was with the Cowboys that year.
Yeah, I think if you ask Packer fans, they'll probably tell you that they're glad that whole thing moved on.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Yeah,
sometimes things get stale.
Yeah. I'm talking about Rodgers, of course. I mean that's kind of a difficult, but the whole thing with Cobb, usually the Packers don't make mistakes like that with players that. But that's trying to, again, that's everything we talked about.
Well, heck, they got rid of him 5 years ago.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like everything they ever try to do for him, my guys are saying, hey, there's nothing we can do that makes his quarterback like us.
Yeah.
You know?
We brought in Randall Cobb, who gave us
exactly.
65 catches over 2 seasons to try to make him happy.
Big day in free agency. A lot of players getting signed, including backup quarterbacks. The Niners have added another quarterback. They signed former Cincinnati Bengal backup Brandon Allen, Arkansas Razorback, according to Mike Garafolo and Tom Pelissero. So they've got another veteran quarterback. The Bengals countered after they lose Brandon Allen. They signed Trevor Siemian to be the new backup for Joe Burrow. They're smoking on that Joe Burrow.
Did Trevor Siemian beat the Cowboys in a game one time?
He did.
Didn't he? With the Denver Broncos?
Probably 2015.
Yes, he did.
Was that game that Zeke rushed for like -3?
Yeah, it was when you had lightning
storm.
And we had like an hour delay in middle. Yeah, that was one of the worst Cowboy games you could have witnessed. That was absolutely terrible. The Bills are signing former Texas Longhorn and Seattle Seahawk Poona Ford to a 1-year deal. I think a lot of Cowboy fans.
My guy from Cincinnati back in the day.
Absolutely. Poona's good, man. Poona can play.
Poona Matata.
The Ravens are signing former Raiders corner Rocky Sin to a 1-year, $6 million deal.
Man, I thought he
best
was
name in
better.
football right
Rocky
there.
Sin, I thought he was going to be better.
Yeah, former Colt as well. And he actually had a decent year last year. But you're right. I mean, he struggled early on in his career.
Yeah, I messed that. Temple, right? Rocky Sin?
Yes,
Temple.
went to Temple, yeah. The Jets are signing
Can't remember
Al
what I had
Woods
for lunch.
as well. So there's some of your signings today. Now, we have former Pro Bowl tackle Taylor Lewan. You know, he does his podcast.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's
Good
fantastic.
podcast, yeah.
And he was on his podcast, and he shared this story about how he's actually suing after a bad surgery in 2020. Here's what Taylor Lewan had to say.
I'm in an unfortunate circumstance where I have had to file a lawsuit against the people and entities that are involved with my surgery from October of 2020. But I want to take this opportunity on this podcast to let all of you know what's kind of going on in my life. Fans that have followed my career, seeing those years before the ACL surgery and then obviously after the ACL surgery, kind of wondering, what the hell is happening with Lewan. But a lot of times there's areas for vulnerability, and I really wanted to make sure that I was able to share this with you guys, because for the last, since 2020, it sucked. It's been tough, but I would love to sit here and vent and tell you for the next hour and a half how tough of a situation this has been. But the reality is I just can't right now. When I can, I will definitely share more when I'm able to. But like I said, we all know how lawyers work. Hopefully it all gets just figured out and it's all done, and I can speak about it more, because I like people to know what's going on in my career.
And I don't think he's officially retired, but he's not on a team right now. Him and the Titans parted ways. Busting with the Boys, by the way, is his podcast that he hosts with Will Compton. It's really, really good. You should check it out. But this is an interesting situation. I mean, we heard this happen with Washington's offensive tackle Trent Williams. With the bad diagnosis with cancer in Washington. I mean, this isn't the first time. I don't know if you have an experience with this, Brian, in your playing days of a bad surgery. You have a lawsuit here. It's very sad because his career, he really hasn't been the same player. His career might have been ruined because of this.
Yeah, when I was playing, it was like Civil War kind of techniques and stuff like that. They figured out a lot about
modern medicine.
Seriously, no,
amputation.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I shouldn't say exactly. That got me in trouble last time. But no, like if you had a knee surgery, remember that I agreed with you, and then we got in trouble on a running back.
Baiting him
little hammy.
Yeah, broadest amputation. Yeah, Gavin, you're right. But no, when you had
cut their legs off.
When we had knee surgery, they put you in full cast, hip to ankle, full cast and stuff like that.
Yeah, they didn't know what the hell they were doing for a long time.
They really didn't know. And
how humans been around for this long, and we just got ACL surgery 25 years ago.
I've seen it.
That makes sense.
Come on, AI! Come on!
Help us figure everything out.
Get us out of here.
This is just like, damn right, AI. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm for the AI. Get us out of here.
I have seen a guy's knee that they made it too tight, where his leg was bent, and they had to.
I think that happened to my ankle.
You had to go back in and redo it and loosen the leg.
Like he couldn't fully extend his knee.
Yeah,
they tied it.
That's
too
a very,
tight.
very 1980s surgery right there.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
This was a pretty cool story. So C.J. Stroud gets drafted by the Texans, right? Later on, they take Tank Dell, the electrifying wide receiver out of Houston.
Dude, if you're an offensive player and your initials are TD, you're immediately on my board, and you're hopefully on my team.
Yeah, I think
but it's Nathaniel, isn't it?
His name's really Nathaniel. His nickname's Tank.
Oh, look at you bringing the facts.
I'm just trying to.
Never mind the ND. No. He's off my board.
No,
Consider him not a Notre Dame guy.
TD. Come on, TD together.
If you got the initials TD, you never scored, though. You're going to have a complex. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's true. That puts the pressure on.
Hell of a complex. Damn, 11 games. I still haven't got one touchdown.
That's actually a great point. If he starts
Don't worry about it.
His initials were an omen.
This is not good. Well, C.J. Stroud gets drafted. He goes to the Texans. He says, hey, I want you to go take my guy Tank Dell. Tank shares the story after now he's been selected by the Texans.
Like right after the combine, we was texting each other and stuff like that. And he was just telling me, like, man, he talked to me after the combine. He was just like, boy, I like how you run routes, like how you play football. He said he been watching me and stuff like that. And then I told him vice versa, and I appreciated him and stuff like that. And then like I think it was like after he got drafted, I sent him congrats. And then I was like, tell him come get me. I told him tell him come get me and stuff like that. And then he was like, I got you, trust me. And then the next day, I think he called me, he FaceTimed me out of nowhere. Like I texted him. Yeah, I texted him and he FaceTimed me. And then he was like, man, I told him I want you, yada, 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 this, that, and the third. So I was like, okay, it can happen. And then, I got that call.
He got the call. Now, this camp, they had to have liked Tank Dell. They're not giving C.J. Stroud that much of control here, right? Or are you? Are you saying this is our franchise quarterback now?
No, you watch Tank Dell play, and and again, he's in the backyard there. You watch him play. It's much like the Cowboys watching all these TCU kids play. You have an idea. He was super productive. That wasn't a favor to anybody. That's going out and getting a really good player.
Yeah, I think you ask the quarterback who he wants, and if it's the same guy you want, then you're like, oh, yeah, we're going to get that guy for you. Yeah. You're our guy. Watch.
That could be a fun tandem, though, because C.J. Stroud can throw the deep ball, and Tank Dell can certainly go get it.
Thank you, Woolchuck. There it is, NFL News of the Day. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander is standing by with LA Live.
Yeah, let's do it.
Well, all right, you squares.
Fire up this phone.
I will eat your ass.
Jeez, I thought we got him out of here.
Keep trying, man.
Stop messing around.
Hey.
Yeah.
I want to play this one more time. Johnny Carson right here.
You know who else did a lot of cocaine? Johnny Carson.
Whoa.
That's an amazing draw. Johnny Carson.
All right, LA Live for May 3rd, 2023.
They were doing a lot of blow back in the 70s.
A lot of whiskey drinking and blow.
Yeah, and it was definitely, from what I watch on Vice News that is soon to be bankrupt.
Yeah.
You don't want the coke out here anymore.
No.
It's not real coke.
It's not like it was back then in those days.
Back then it was real. You wore a tux, you had whiskey and coke. That's what you kind of did.
It's not like that anymore. It's that what they call that Bill Burr, that funny white.
Funny white.
No.
Off-white.
That ain't right.
It's off-white. Oh, that Barry Off-White.
Very off-white.
You want the genuine yayo.
Yeah. Hey.
Whoa,
not the Bill Burr.
Chi-Chi, get the yayo. All right. Look, no question for the Tolos today. I thought about it. I do have a few questions on deck, some interesting ones. I love the Tolos' participation in this segment, but I need cooperation. Not just participation, I need cooperation.
They're not listening to you, Lucius.
Like
They're forgetting to like.
Oh, no.
And see, the like is not for the ego, it's for the algo.
Right.
The like is not for the ego, it's for the algo. I want all the Tolos to see the question of the day, and we're just getting like a little subsection because, Meta's doing whatever Meta does with the algorithm.
Okay.
So just give me a little like because I'll see like 75 comments, 4 likes. And in there, in the hashtag, it says, just don't forget to like, y'all.
Yeah.
You got to push through the shadow banning tendencies of that algorithm. I don't know what the hell that algorithm is funny. So the more you like stuff, that goes for YouTube too. If you're watching us every day on YouTube, please like the hell out of it.
Like and subscribe, please.
Mm-hmm. Hit the bell notification.
Smash that like button.
Yeah.
So I'll just let it, chill until we can start getting some real cooperation out here, folks. Sign of the times. No, I'm not going to do that yet. Let's get to the G-Bag of the day. I play it every day on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything out there floating on social media, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P, which you guys are doing, and I do appreciate that. Here's a Phillies broadcast. They're giving away what? What is this promo?
Clear space on your shelf and get ready to bring home a legend when the Phils host the Dodgers on Friday, June 9th at 7:05 p.m. And all fans 15 and over receive a Johnson Controls Dick Allen Bobble figurine. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
All of the outs for Walker have been strikeouts.
bats. The first one is up and into Mookie Bats.
That'd be a cool spin-off of bobbleheads. You know, if you wanted to start your own brand thing.
It's not a bad idea, dude.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, you got like Richard Petty's.
Oh, okay.
You got your Dick Trickle.
Yeah.
Dick Night Train Lane.
There you go.
Your set.
Yep.
Yeah, come get my
Dick Butkus for sure.
Dick Butkus for sure.
Ooh, Dick Vermeil.
That's
Maybe get
limited
like
edition.
Little tear for the cry.
It's a bobblehead, right? It's a bobblehead.
Yeah, but he pivoted.
Is it shaped like anything else other than a bobblehead? Is it a bobblehead?
No, it's a D-head.
Okay.
Yeah.
You still
What
put
are
it on
yours
your
now?
counter, drawer, whatever you want to do.
Comes with some Johnsonville brats.
Who would want the bobblehead? You know, that's so 20th century.
Yeah.
You want the real deal right here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You can sell those online, I'm pretty sure.
On the recovery,
They'll go crazy online.
he pivoted away from head altogether and went bobble figurine. I was like, that's a good move. That's a good move.
Sign of the times right here. Company implants 50 people with brain chips.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Black Rock Neurotech is the name of the company. They got a chip called a Neural Port Array, a brain chip implant that could potentially cure physical paralysis.
Let's go. It's going to turn everything back on for you?
Yeah, turn it back on. Blindness, Stevie Wonder, pay attention. Deafness, Lucius in about 5 years, pay attention. And depression, all of these may be cured with this chip that's already being implanted on 50 people.
I'll take the chip.
God, I knew you would. I knew you would. Chip allows you to control technology like a robotic arm, or maybe using a wheelchair, and you can control the wheelchair with your mind. Does Professor X control his wheelchair with his mind, or did he have a button?
No.
Anybody remember?
Was he paralyzed from the waist down? I think he's waist down guy.
Yeah, but I'm talking about did he move his finger, or did he move it with his mind? Because he had all these mutants and all these gadgets, and it'd just be kind of weird if he had to control it with his finger.
Yeah.
Be weird.
Too bad, Professor. If you're born in the wrong generation, we got to come in here for you.
He's also a low-level telekinetic, it turns out. So he was able to move his wheelchair with his mind.
moving, you stupid.
Yeah. It's one of my favorites there.
Telekinesis. All right.
Jean-Luc.
Let's see. IBM CEO announces that the company will stop hiring for thousands of roles that could be handled by artificial intelligence over the next 5 years. IBM said, "We're getting you out of here. You're heavy on my payroll."
Can we get one of these AI deals to be like an AI CEO and kick out the the big dogs at these companies?
So we don't have to pay the $16 million and then $6 million on the bonus side.
They're going to start drafting. I like that. Yeah.
That's where we're heavy at.
AI CEOs. That's the future right there. Good ideas for the company. Doesn't steal all the wages. Once a year bonus.
We coming for you, CEOs. Coming for you. In good news, New York becomes the first state to ban natural gas stoves and furnaces in most buildings. Hey, it's a win.
Yeah, what are they saying? The natural gas is actually polluting the air? You shouldn't be cooking with it?
I don't know. I'm just scared because it blows up a lot. Makes a house, like when you have one in a house, I'm scared to like light a match.
You can smell.
If I smell something, I'm nervous. I don't like it. They've always scared me. I've turned down properties because, it's gas.
It's a lot easier to cook with. Heats up quicker.
I hear that.
Yeah,
I hear it. I'm
cools
being
down quicker.
What Zach would call it, a schmuck. I'm being a schmuck in that category, but it's okay.
It's tough because I learned on the electric stoves.
Yeah, it's like
so that's kind of who I am now. I don't even know if I could go to the gas because it would. There's a fear. There's a built-in fear there.
You have to like light a. Oh, go ahead, dog. Go ahead, get in your bag.
No, well, she there was a fire situation on a boat once, and she doesn't use anything with gas anymore.
See?
Yeah.
I tell you what, it's the
Cause
best way to
accident.
cook, though.
It is.
It's the best way to cook. I mean, if you want to get your woks hot and all that stuff, like sear steaks, stuff like that, that gas.
I need my woks hot. You know that.
That wok
Yeah,
hot.
yeah.
That's a badass way to cook.
Yeah. We got a big old walk in the crib. It's too big. She can't pick it up and do all of that. It's just
no shaking.
huge. Yeah, she can't. She tries. I turn my head so she won't see me looking at it at the same time. Watch her struggling, because I am hungry and I don't want to start a weird situation.
You got it.
Well, help me, then. That type of thing.
Does she get nervous when you watch her cook?
No, she likes me looking at her.
She performs better,
cooking,
man.
Yeah. Use that spatula well.
In some get paid, young man, get paid. Hey, get paid, young man, get paid news. Darden Restaurants buys Ruth Chris Steakhouse.
You know what? This is interesting. I thought it was going to be the other way around. I would have said that Ruth Chris would have bought the Olive Garden.
Yeah, you would have thought it.
I thought it, and I'm thinking when you think of Olive Garden, you think of it's kind of
mid-level.
Mid-level.
It's mid. Yeah,
it's mid.
You're
Good
going
food
for the salad.
Good
right?
food, but you just bought a big-time steak company.
It's
Good brand, that Ruth's Chris.
It is very good.
I've actually never been.
Oh,
We're trying.
The sizzling plate. The sizzling plate.
What'd you say, Dawson?
It's just all right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ruth Chris?
Ruth Chris is mid.
Is it the prime rib
When your
place?
first comment on it, like Ruth's Chris brand.
Yeah, the
He didn't
brand's
say
nice.
their steak.
Yeah, it's a great brand. I mean, it's like it's a big national steakhouse that people want to go to.
He said, it's just mid. Hey, I ain't mad at you, dog. I ain't mad at you, bro.
I think steak might be the most overpriced thing in the restaurant industry.
For
to be honest
sure,
with you.
dude.
Unless you go to Knife and get those dry aged ones.
Knife is
That was pretty.
terrific. Yeah, there you go.
That was spot on.
That's a good counterpoint.
Yeah, I'm still going to Texas Roadhouse.
Oh, Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah, can I get that one right there? Yeah, no, move over to the left. That one, yeah, please.
I swear you wouldn't. Like, if you put Texas Roadhouse and then one
You
of these
wouldn't know.
high level, you'd be like,
Fire.
Listen to what
I don't
you're
know.
saying over there.
I love me
Listen to
some.
what you're saying.
Uh-oh, fire.
Bro, TRH is where it's at.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Darden Restaurants. Pay attention, trying to get paid. Darden Restaurants, they own Olive Garden.
Yeah.
Longhorn Steakhouse. Cheddar's. I love Cheddar's, by the way.
Cheddar's is good.
Yard House, the Capitol Grill, Seasons 52, Bahama Breeze, and Eddie V's. Pay attention to Darden Restaurants. Like I told you to pay
V's.
attention to Microsoft, okay?
Yeah.
Like I told you to pay
Whoa,
attention to that.
what's the company
Yeah,
again?
Darden.
Darden. Okay.
Just pay attention
Gotcha.
to
Right
it, you
there.
know. Let's get into some reaching or preaching NBA style. You guys watched the Lakers Golden State last night?
Yeah.
Fire!
Bomb.
What's the rules when it comes to playoff series? There's a rule. We always kind of say the series doesn't start until
A road team
Oh,
wins.
yeah, that's right.
fire.
Series started last night.
It started the game one. Oh, it was fire, bro.
Amazing.
Oh man, I got some audio from Bubba Dub. He's from the DFW area. I'm gonna play in just a second, but let me get to this reaching or preaching. Steven Jackson talking about how the Grizzlies did Dillon Brooks. Said he did it wrong. You fired him too wrong. Is he reaching or preaching?
Ron Artest did it. I did it. Draymond does it. Like I don't understand. I guess he poked the wrong bear. But I don't agree with that. I don't agree with them coming out and saying that. Baltimore did the same with Lamar Jackson. Tried to come out and demean him so nobody else wouldn't sign it. Nobody else wouldn't sign him. I've been in those shoes where people try to demean your character and say these certain things about you and don't understand that this guy just like playing the game a certain type of way. He play hard. Is he the most talented player? No. But he competes. He's in the NBA for a reason. Y'all signed him. Y'all brought him there for a reason. But don't demean him now because he said some things or he might have ruffled y'all feathers. Okay, what would have been better for me? For Memphis to come out and say, you know what? We can't have Ja doing all this and Dillon. We have to get rid of one of them for the betterment of our organization.
Yeah.
But don't just try to single Dillon Brooks out just because he played the game a certain way with a chip on his shoulder to make it seem like he's a bad guy and we just gonna come out and say we don't want to bring him back at all. I think that's bullshit on their behalf.
If you see me in the woods fighting a bear, help the bear.
That's right.
It's what the great Griot, Mystical the MC, said. Now, is Steven Jackson reaching or preaching when he talks about Dillon Brooks and how the Grizzlies did him?
I think he's preaching, and I think a lot of time you have a bad month. You know, you got dug in trying to think you were going to do something, and nobody could get through to you. But on the other side, like, humans are flawed, you know, and they have bad moments. They have a bad year in their career, and I think that happened to Dillon Brooks. And I think Steven Jackson is a very similar player, you know, very similar. You look at a lot of the production, Steven, you know, knows. But Steven's dead balls on right about one thing. How did this story get out? Why are the Grizzlies saying this? You know, the guy gave you 6 years, and you might not have liked how it ended, but that's weird.
They're heaping all the lack of success
Yeah.
for the playoffs.
You were on that yesterday.
him.
That's a great point.
On
Yeah.
him. That's what it is.
You think the fact that he ducked the media 3 times after talking to all of that hype, and he even said, yo, the media is your fault. You put this on me. I'm not the bad guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody likes to point the finger.
Getting
Grizzlies
crushed.
like to do
He
it.
like to point the finger.
He likes to do it as well.
Yeah.
So the biggest problem is you didn't show up on the floor. No one was upset at you when you're talking your whole time.
Nah, the talking was cool.
Yeah.
But when you take the L, you got to come to the mic and be like,
You
yeah,
do.
man,
You
that
have
was
to
the
be
post the
thing
bear,
for
bro.
me. You got to
Absolutely.
take some ownership. You got to take some self-accountability here.
I also second for me. The biggest thing was you sucked on the court. Trust me. We will push everything to the side if you will show up when it's time to play. You did did not, sir. So now everything else compounds it.
Yeah, Draymond's been a worse look, overall of total incidents over the last year. Draymond has been the worst look, but he's still continuing to play at a high level.
Yeah.
I think.
But he's even had moments where he stunk.
Yeah.
Hey, you think Draymond would be like Draymond Green if it was like a Stephen wasn't around his nucleus?
Oh, no.
You think Draymond Green would be a $100 million player for the Mavs?
No. They're yin and yang. They complement each other quite well.
Yes, sir. Chemistry is important. Bubba Dub celebrating the Lakers. He said he's calling it Lakers in 6. Lakers in 6. And he also tells Shaq you need to calm down a little bit. Your back's hurting. And he has a message for LeBron, too, right here.
Y'all talk all that about what them Lakers wasn't gonna do, but we went down there to the Chase Arena and handled business. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Lakers in 6. And LeBron, you stop shooting them threes. You ain't Curry. Stop shooting them damn threes, bro. It's the D'Angelo talking to Russell for me. It's Schroeder for me. It's the funeral home makeup Charles Barkley wearing for me.
Funeral.
Shaq up there with a bad back. Stop them hoes, Shaq. Your back wouldn't be bad like that, bro.
Oh.
It ain't them bad ass feet. It's your back. Shaq having hip problem. Stop them hoes. Get you some rest.
Get some
Them
rest.
hoes ain't going nowhere. The way Kenny Smith walk, I know he got a yeast infection. Lakers in 6.
Lakers in
Ernie
6.
up there looking like Pee Wee Herman. Trash.
Trash.
Somebody wake up Al Davis. Oakland rolling over in their grave right now. Them went down there to San Francisco and stole one.
What?
Going out Remy and Honey Pack. It's going down tonight. Going down tonight. Ain't no I got no headache tonight. All that. Shoot it up. Yeah, I'm gonna hit it with that big boogie. Yeah.
Remy and Honey Pack. He got off Remy. Hey, y'all be careful with that Honey Pack. I see a whole lot of rappers of the Honey Packs in parking lots. It's going to catch
Is
up
that the
with
Bido
you.
honey, the old candy from the 80s and 90s?
Well,
No?
it's definitely some candy.
Yeah. Okay.
And you might get some 8s and 9s out of it if you know what I'm talking about. But
you go up Honey Pack.
I would go natural if I were you guys. He is risen. He is risen. It's natural. All right, that's my time, yo.
Thank you, sir. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And LA Live hits the air every night about 5:40. You also get the G-Bag of the Day every day about 2:30. If you're wondering, where does that G-Bag of the Day come from? He plays the Champ and Challengers every afternoon in the first hour of the show. The final AZAB of the draft season. Let's recap and look forward. Where do we go from here? You got Zach and Brian, Cowboys questions as we move into the offseason. That's coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Window Nation with you, though. I love them, and they have amazing news right now. You can modernize and reinvest in your home with the new windows from Window Nation. It's their best deal. 0% interest, 5 full years. On top of that, you'll get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. A double deal. City you're texting from. We're going to read the absolute best questions here on the air and get instant answers from our panel, okay? Now, you don't have to ask about the Cowboys and the draft and the offseason, but, a lot of people are going to use this opportunity to do that. The team building is mostly done. What questions do you have for the guys that, spent really more collective time studying this roster and this draft than everybody else in the Cowboys media combined? At 877-881-1053, it is your one opportunity of the week to ask a former Cowboys scout and his latest understudy, Zachary Wolchuk, about the decisions the Cowboys have made and will continue to make. Boys, Mozzie Smith, is this a three-down player? And how will his play count compare to the other defensive tackles?
I do think Mozzie's a three-down player. And I know
day one?
Day one, I think that he can be that. Now, the question is, how much do they want to play him? They'll probably rotate him and Hankins quite a bit. But I think he does have the ability to stay in when they pull Hankins out, right? Because Mozzie is more of an athletic freak, and he does give you the ability. And Brian, we've talked about this with Will McClay directly after night one press conference. You talked about his stance.
Yeah.
The way that they can use him, he shows the ability to have some quickness, to have the ability to use his pad leverage to get underneath the guard in the center, to split the gap there. And he's got tremendous power. I mean, he can really push the pocket from the middle to go ahead and bench press a lineman back into the lap of a quarterback. There are only a few players in this draft that had that ability. Mozzie does. So Mozzie is probably day one your best run defender. But he also, I think, gives you a pass rush ability that Hankins does not have from the one tech.
Yeah, I feel like how well he becomes a three-down player is how well he adapts to pass rush techniques. If it's just straight bull rush stuff like that and he's having to deal with trying to push double teams all day, he's going to have to develop some type of ability, whether the rips, the swim, the two-hand,
Can't you be just too wide for pulling that stuff off, though?
I think that, to me, that it's one of those things where I kind of feel like, though, I've seen him against good Big Ten offensive linemen, play with quickness, but I don't see the move. I don't see the moves, and maybe it's hard for a 323-pound man to look nifty.
Yeah,
But you do see initial quickness and a burst. I just think the quicker he learns how to be able to grab people, get rid of them, or just grab the pad and rip underneath, it's going to be about that. If it's just straight bull rushing all day, he can't be the pass rusher to be on the field for three downs.
Sure. And for three downs, we had somebody ask, like, hey, what is a three-down player? I'm not a football novice. So it's basically, your first two downs. Novice. It's typically you could have a rundown, maybe there's a pass, but a 3rd and long situation, you know the team's throwing the football. Usually you would take that player off the field if they're not going to be able to give you any pass rush ability. I think Mozzie can. But when we had Aiden Dirty, AD, in, and thank you again to the Cowboys for allowing us to talk with all these guys, his face lit up when we asked him about Mozzie and some untapped potential as a pass rusher. I think that you're absolutely right. He's got to learn some of those skills, right? But they're there to help him with that.
They don't, the power part, they don't have to worry about teaching and all that, or like the nose for the football, or where, to be aware or to see the ball. He's done that at Michigan. If they can develop him with, like I say, those techniques where all of a sudden those guys, the minute those guys get their hands on him, that's a win. He's got to find a way to swat hands, break people down. The quicker
a lot goes into it.
Yeah, the quicker he learns how to break blockers down, the more opportunity he's going to have to be on the field all those times.
His first name is Mozzie. It means the chosen one. That immediately gives me, it encourages the idea that he could be something. He's got the athletic profile for it. He played 575 snaps in 13 games last year, which is about 45 snaps a game.
Half a sack, right?
Could he do that? That tells me that he's at least on the field. Now, he had the half a sack, but 23 pressures, 17 quarterback hurries, 5 hits on the quarterback.
Yeah.
And then he had, the half sack or the sack, whatever it was. The year before, 21 pressures, 14 quarterback hurries, 6 hits on the quarterback. He had the 1 sack. So, I think there's potential there.
There's some possibilities.
Yeah, the numbers are not going to be flashy right now. They weren't flashy at Michigan.
He's not a box score guy. He's impacting the game in a variety of other ways.
But if he can learn how to use those pass rush techniques, his power is hard to deal with.
Do you see Osa as the defensive tackle that gets the most snaps in 2023?
Well, Osa's going to be your 3 or your under tackle. Mozzie's going to be more the 1 or the nose.
To your point, though, yes, because I do think they'll rotate Mozzie and Hankins quite a bit. And maybe there's sometimes they put both big boys in the middle together, but Osa seems like he is the number 1. I'm envisioning an Osa Odigizua Pro Bowl type year this year. I think he's awesome. On the cusp of breaking out.
It's an Ask Zach and Brian Anything at 877-881-1053. 817 says, shoot ya, boy, Gavin. Are you from Texas or Washington State? I love it. Well, I have been here a number of years now, but I was raised in Washington State. But when I was working for the Fishing and Hunting News in Seattle in 1996, a Texan sent me back this card. And on this card was a giant buck knife. And on the blade of the buck knife, I still remember in all capital giant letters, he wrote, shoot, yeah, boy. He wanted a knife and a copy of the magazine, and I've ran with it ever since.
It's my favorite thing you say.
Yeah, well, thank you.
I love when you say
my favorite thing I say. If Schoonmaker doesn't work out, do you see the Cowboys making a move to get Bowers next year?
Oh, gosh.
So we just completely punted on
Well, it'd be a similar situation we just talked about this
year. If
year.
Schoonmaker doesn't work out, you'll just say he just needs more seasoning.
Can you improve? And Bowers is special.
I saw a mock draft where Bowers was at the 8th.
Eighth
overall.
Hopefully,
pick.
You're picking 32. You're not in any position to get him.
Yeah.
682 says, could we get Mozzie's nickname to be Mozzie Bear for Fozzie Bear? Well, that's an old one. Yeah, no doubt. Waka Waka. That's a 70s and 80s a deal right there for you Sparkies. At 877-881-1053. Isn't the fact that we're talking about him having to learn basic pass rushing techniques a bad sign for a first-round draft pick?
No, not at all. Not at all. I think to me it's not basic because to me if you sat down and watched Michigan play, he played so much two gap when he would extend, and then that's my hope is because he knows how to get rid of blockers, but there's things that he's going to have to figure out ways to free himself other than just using power. I think there's both the Michigan kids. I think the scheme hurts Schoonmaker. I think Schoonmaker gets too much credit for blocking and not enough credit for the pass receptions. I think and Mozzie, I think he doesn't get enough credit for how he's able to play. When we talk about playing the run, but playing down the line, playing the tackle box. We'll see.
Well, the Cowboys were dead balls on with Micah.
Yeah.
They knew things that weren't on the college tape.
Well, the scouts will even admit that. We interviewed, Justin Stuckey, the scout who was at Penn State, and Stuckey said, hey, I didn't see that. And that's Dan Quinn and those guys getting stuff out of their players.
Hey, if Tyron and Tyler are healthy, and you put in Schoonmaker, can you see this running game improving from 21st in the NFL, 4.3 yards per attempt? It's got to be better than that.
Schoonmaker, when you watch Blake Corum and those, if you watch Big Noon Football on, Fox, whatever, and they're playing against Iowa, Purdue, or whoever they're playing against, the ball is coming behind Schoonmaker. I mean, whether it's in line or whether they move him and they put him at the point of attack, he's not a backside player. He's a player that's usually at the point of attack next to one of their tackles blocking on the edge, and that's where you see Blake Corum and those guys have some success.
Chief, let me get you in on this. The 903, how much better will Dak be this year?
Ooh, I would think that I think he will be better. It's hard to know with this offense how is it going to work for him, but I do like plenty of the additions that they've made when it comes to like a Brandon Cooks and stuff like that. I think the interceptions will be mitigated, but I think Dak is who he is right now. We know how good he is, and if he limits the interceptions, then everybody's probably going to be much happier with it.
Dak will only be as good. Dak will only be as good as Mike McCarthy, Brian Schottenheimer, Mike Solari, and these offensive coaches.
Right.
He will.
That's a huge unknown.
That is the biggest unknown right now.
Have you feel like he's gotten help from his previous coaches?
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we were having a discussion on the draft show today about the Cowboys and how do you use Deuce Vaughn. And if you get Deuce Vaughn in the mix and all that, like I say, these defensive coaches, I trust them in using Overshone and Mozzie Smith and guys like that. I trust them that they're going to find ways to use their players.
I mean, Mike won a Super Bowl, though. He might know his way around putting guys in positions to succeed.
That's what I'm saying. I am more than willing to admit that if Mike McCarthy can get Dak Prescott to cut down on turnovers, find ways to read the field, take advantage of certain scheme situations that they have, then him becoming the play caller was the right thing to do.
I think I agree with both you guys. The coaches here are huge. Dak's probably not going to be any better. He's 30 years old. He's kind of a finished product at this point. That's why so much of it came back to the offensive line to me. And now you're hoping Tyron stays healthy is the answer for your offensive line. The line's not better than it was last year. It might be worse with Terrence Steele coming back from a double knee ligament injury.
Well, and we don't know what's going to happen. Like I said, we don't know what's going to happen with Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
We do know that Tyron Smith likely will get hurt. Hopefully he'll make it through the whole year. I talk about a quarterback getting better. I remember what Gruden did with Rich Gannon when Rich Gannon was like 34, 35 years old. John started doing some things for Rich Gannon.
Did they go West Coast more?
Yeah, they went total West Coast.
Get the ball out quick.
Yeah, they went total West Coast.
Quick reads.
Ran the ball with Zach Crockett and Tim Brown. They figured out ways to manipulate the offense.
Jerry Rice.
682. Yeah. Fort Worth, do you guys think I'll ever see a Cowboys Super Bowl in my lifetime? I was thinking you would last Friday, and then they went the whole draft and didn't get an offensive lineman. And now I'm looking at, we had free agency, trades, and a draft, didn't get an offensive lineman. So I don't think it's going to happen this year. I was ready to think it was. All they had to do was get an offensive lineman on day 2 that could give me hope. Now, maybe they've wanted to. The opportunity just hasn't fallen to them. And maybe, if they're smart, they're going to spend the next 3 months obsessing over how do we get better at guard, guys. We couldn't find one in free agency or the draft. We can't go into this season with the same O-line and expect it to be better.
Yeah, but they feel better. They feel much better about the guard situation than we do. And that's clear. That's very evident.
That's a problem.
That's very evident.
Yeah, I mean, they got
a lot of strengths, not that one.
They seem to like Edoga and Farniak and his development. And to be honest
maybe
with
it's Tyler Smith over there too.
Tyler Smith is a guy why we should think the offensive line could get better. He should get better. We saw that with Biotish. He needs to keep getting better. Terrence Steele, he is coming off of the injury. He's out there working. Can he continue to progress and get better? They're feeling in-house. Hey, we've spent picks. We've drafted Matt Waletzko. They have put resources into the offensive line. They need those guys to step up and play.
Didn't Will tell us that we can't have all 5 guys be first-round picks? That's their attitude, right? Didn't Will come on here and say, "Hey, we've committed
and he's
resources"?
Not wrong with that. Okay. And you look at offense, they have. Look at their offense compared to their defense, first-round picks.
Let's try to go lightning round here, see how many more we can get in. Can Deuce Vaughn be a third receiver like a Cole Beasley?
No.
I would say no.
No. Yeah.
Do you think we'll go get a free agent running back or trade for one?
No.
Or running with what we have?
Go with what you have.
Yeah, I think they're rocking.
They're
Yeah,
gonna
they like Ronald
yep,
Jones.
Yep.
Does Broadus believe all that will happen with Dak? That's a lot of ifs.
I'm totally open to the idea of these coaches trying to help him. If the coaches don't help him, then they're all going to get fired.
Okay. At 877-881-1053, an AZAB, and ask Zach and Brian anything. I said lightning round, then I couldn't find any more questions.
Gosh darn it.
That's my bad. I've had a bad day, guys.
No, you've been
okay?
good.
Are you feeling
You've been
all
good.
right?
You've been good.
Well, the show's been good. Thank you. Yeah, Abby asked me to bring her lunch this morning, and I said, sure.
Oh, no.
And about 11:40, she called me.
Jersey Mike's, Italian.
And I was supposed to drop it off at 11:15.
Oh, crap.
And I said, I'm so sorry. I'll be up there with your snacks. She said, I'm good. She gave me the mom, I'm good. You know? Like, oh, no, don't worry about it. I'll just be hungry for the next 4 hours. It's fine. And I was like, crap. So I ran like a bunch of Oreos and a blueberry muffin up there and dropped them off at the dang front desk.
Yeah.
And I felt horrible.
They're
for
looking
it.
at you like this is what you're feeding your kid.
Yeah,
Oreos and muffins.
Okay, so the good news is the front desk ladies, they know me well because Abby forgets something at least twice a week. I got to take something back up to the school. I said, this time it was my bad. Yeah, it runs in the family a little bit. Does Zeke come back if he isn't picked up?
No.
They got the undrafted fullback Lipke, man. There's your Zeke replacement.
I don't think anybody in that building besides Jerry is leaving the door open for Zeke.
Can Broadus explain 1 tech and 3 tech? Is this coming in from our boss, Gavin Spittle?
Yeah, this is the one technique. One technique plays on the inside shoulder of the guard in the A gap. The 3 plays in the B gap on the outside shoulder of the guard.
And usually the 1 is always more of a run stopper, right?
Yes, the 1 is usually your bigger, your heavier guy. Usually they'll play at nose or they'll play inside the gap between the guard and the center.
They weigh over 300. The pass rushers weigh under 300.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
That'll explain there for you. The arrogance from Dawson, says the 469. They didn't give you hope, therefore they can't win a Super Bowl. Wow. Yeah, they won't win a Super Bowl. Not with this group. Not what they've done. Okay. Dak is going to throw lots of picks again. He's going to be back there. Oh no, who's open? Zing. Oh wow, that's his 14th pick. Receiver's fault. That's what we're going to hear on Monday Morning Quarterback. Receiver's fault. He threw it into just chaos. You should know your receiver well. Is this receiver going to make a mental adjustment or not? And if you're throwing YOLO balls to CeeDee Lamb in week 14 and you're surprised that he's not making the adjustment, who's that on?
What?
Who's that on? You work with him in the damn backyard. How's he adjust? Okay, that's the decisions you ask your quarterback to make, and that's why sometimes a 230-yard game from a quarterback is way better than 275, because you get those extra 45 yards putting the ball up into jeopardy too dang much, and you end up losing the game. And I thought last year early on when Dak was watching and said, oh yeah, I realized Cooper Rush showed me how easy this game could be, I thought that's what we were going with in the second half of the season. And I thought when the offseason started and Mike McCarthy saying we're going to protect Dak better, that you would actually get a better offensive line. What have you done? You took Jason Peters away, Terrence Steele is hurt, and that's it. And Tyron Smith is going to be healthy for like 4 days again at camp. So, hey, I want to be excited. Did you hear me last Friday?
Yeah.
Last Friday, I was more excited than ever because they had finally realized we need the 1 techniques that we just learned what they are. They need a 1 technique. Hey, the light's coming on. We need safeties, 1 techniques, and linebackers. Look at the Cowboys actually building a full defense. Now they're pretending Tyron Smith is going to save the day for their offensive line. They've done it again. They almost did it. They almost built a contender. And the way they're talking about, they're so confident, they're not going to add anything else to this deal. So I'm right back where I was somehow, thinking, yes, the Eagles are going to win the division. The Cowboys will be out in the divisional round. Dak can't execute without a brilliant running game and great protection, can he? Guys, can he? No. Not against a good defense. That's 3 points at half. Okay? So you have Brandon Cooks, you have Michael Gallup, you got 47 tight ends that are supposedly good. You have like 2.5 really good offensive linemen. You got all this stuff, and you stopped short again of building the team that could finally get this team multiple playoff wins in the same year.
The team.
There's a story from Kevin Clark right now on Twitter. He says, I told this story before, but shortly after the Foles Super Bowl, I was talking to an Eagles person about their innovations, the use of analytics, 4th downs, offensive schemes, etc. The guy interrupted me and said, quote, we won because of our lines. Everything else comes after. And they're a team that is they're not just everybody talks about building in the trenches, but I mean, especially in the offensive line, well, really in the defensive line too for the Eagles. But they are not joking around. They took an offensive line in the first 2 days, did they not?
Eagles and Niners, baby, all day long. Good ones too.
They took Steen, from Alabama.
Alabama, yeah.
Was okay.
Alabama.
Little rim session coming up next, Chief. Where are we going with that?
Chick-fil-A and underwear. That's what the NBA does. That's next.
But first, let me tell you about my friends over at the Eagles Nest. Did you stay up late watching that game last night? Didn't go our way. But if you don't want to cook tonight, the Eagles Nest has that covered. All you can eat wing specials. Oh, yes, it is glorious. Eric was devouring those wings when we were up there over for March Madness, and they're delicious. And if you can't eat that much, that's okay. You can have the $9.95.
Life's unpredictable. I hope you're not getting in a wreck out there, but if you are, call the Frankels. Go to truckwreck.com. You never know when you or a loved one might be hurt in a car or truck accident due to somebody else's negligence. The Frankels will make a full recovery for you. You know, you get an experienced public injury attorney like the Frankels fighting for your rights and getting you the compensation you deserve. You're going to feel a lot better, okay? So rest up, heal up, get back to doing what you want to do, what you need to do. Let the Frankels handle everything else, you know. For over 25 years, Frankel and Frankel been the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. I've called them myself 2 times over the last 12 years. You know, it doesn't happen all the time, but, you know, maybe once a decade, maybe twice. Somebody hurt you, not your fault. Next thing you know, you got a very significant financial burden coming along, right? Ambulance ride, hospital stay, lost wages, vehicle repair. They can be 6-figure settlements. Frankel and Frankel, they care about you. They understand the emotional and physical pain that comes with being injured. They'll do everything in their power to ease your burden. So if you or a loved one is injured, contact the Frankels. Car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas here. Experienced, compassionate, dedicated to their clients. It's truckwreck.com for the Frankels. 214-333-3333. 214-333-3333. Or just go online to truckwreck.com. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
New, crisp, and refreshing Heineken Silver has only 3.2 carbs and 95 calories and a taste that has no bitter endings. It's like enjoying a summer evening with no mosquitoes in sight, or a summer barbecue where the host doesn't run out of food. That's all the taste with no bitter endings. That's new, crisp, and refreshing Heineken Silver. Only 3.2 carbs and 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and up to purchase. Please enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Fellow North Texans, at Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm, we provide doctors, specialists, and diagnostic referrals with no upfront out-of-pocket expense to you. And if no recovery, there's no expense or fees. It's been that way since '83. Call 214-INJURED. Online, mullenandmullen.com. Call for a free consultation.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by The Zone.
Live on DAZN pay-per-view, the King is coming home. Undisputed champion Canelo Alvarez returns to his city to defend his titles against John Ryder. It's all on the line. Witness the historic homecoming May 6th live on DAZN pay-per-view. Sign up at DAZN.com.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It's time for a little evening rim, if you know what I mean. The segment here is brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel and Frankel consultations, always free. Truckwreck.com. Here's the Chief to do his thing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation is going all 56 inches around the playoff rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when right at the start of a rim session, I get eye contact made at me and a crinkly face.
You've been wrong about that the whole time, huh?
The Dinucci girl walks in.
I think the fact that you've been wrong so long about the circumference of that you need to stop with it.
Well, I mean, if
you have been wrong,
if you knew I was wrong,
you're wrong.
Then you would have corrected me.
I was wrong. I was wrong.
You didn't even know that I was wrong.
The day you guys missed 8 questions, but you know.
A day that will live in infamy.
Bleep yourself over there, Brian.
I think we've all confused a diameter and a circumference a time or two in our past time.
Maybe a radius.
What the hell they are.
Yeah.
A radii.
The fact that you've messed it up so badly and then now you're using a whole different number.
I'm using the right number. Listen, when you get new facts, sometimes you have to change your argument.
But you do it because it's like, oh, I'm going to get Broadus on this one.
No,
I don't know why it bothers Brian, to be honest with you.
It bothers me a lot because, Gavin, I missed the damn question. It cost us an opportunity to win.
You missed the hell out of that question.
I cried that when Dwight Clark caught the damn ball in 81.
You missed that question?
I still cry.
Like Leclerc misses the strike zone.
Oh, my gosh. He's not even close to that box.
No.
I'm sorry if he's driving home from the ballpark. I shouldn't say that.
And it's hard to miss the box.
Leclerc, not a box guy.
Put your nose in that box and find it.
Okay, so we'll get to Nikola Jokic's undies here in just a moment. But
what?
Keegan Murray, you heard me. Rookie for the Kings.
Way too much.
Was quoted as saying, I picked up Chick-fil-A every away game. It was like $300 every single road trip. That was his rookie duty for the Kings. Every road game, $300 worth of Chick-fil-A. Now, I don't think is that tax write-offable? I don't know.
No.
Or do you just chalk that up to the game?
Expense?
I think you're buying a meal. You're buying a work meal.
A work meal.
That could be good accounting work around
that.
Yeah.
Save those receipts.
It's $12,000.
I hope he's got the right people.
Sizable chunk.
Yeah, $12,000. Not 1,200. We're talking about 12 Gbos for a rookie, Keegan Murray. Walchuk, homework assignment. How much is Keegan Murray making right now?
Okay, got it.
Can you please report back? You're wearing those librarian glasses. I feel like you're just a student.
I actually
and you
just got a
deserve to get some
notification. My contacts have been delivered.
Nice.
Thank goodness. It only took a month.
Seriously.
It's a bummer for us, though, dude, because I like this librarian.
That's your
politics
pocket
they're going.
watching peepers right there.
Let's be honest. Like for 5 days, all he's been doing is bitching about not having contacts.
I'm bitching to be
watching
bitching, bro.
peepers. That's exactly what
Okay,
those
so
are.
he's got an annual average salary of $9.1 million.
Oh, he's straight.
Yeah,
Yeah, what are we, 9 million?
Serve us Ruth Chris every hour. What you talking about?
Yeah,
Get some champagne with that Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Keegan, don't be cheap over there, bro.
I mean, he
I couldn't get cheese, bro. What you talking about?
He got the bag. He got a 4-year, just over $36 million deal.
With lobster mac and cheese, please. Yeah.
Please, thank you. Maybe some crawfish in there.
Choose your own destiny, underwear or Rolex watches. You're getting both.
Watch.
Okay, we'll start with the watch.
Watch.
Joel Embiid, he obviously is your MVP. And apparently James Harden presented him with a Rolex with
a dab of ranch.
23 MVP engraved on the back. If Broadus can explain that dab of ranch reference, he can be payoff debt-free for his next 2 debt payoffs.
Why do you do this?
Just to prove that you have no idea what that reference was. I'm trying to give you an out. I'm trying to give you an out when the Warriors come back and win the series. I'm trying to do you a solid.
No.
Okay?
No, ain't happening.
Ain't happening.
It's a roll with a dab of ranch.
Is that a song?
Yeah.
Sure sounds like it.
Yeah, Remy loves it.
Oh.
She'll ask for it.
Who performs?
2 younger guys.
I was waiting for this moment.
Yeah.
Who does?
Seems like 2 teenagers.
At this point, it is unfortunately
It's the
2
Yin Yang
younger
twins.
guys.
It's not that Willow Smith lady, right?
The original
it's not
incarnation.
That was a good. I whipped my hair back and forth.
I whip my hair back.
It's the Migos.
The Migos?
Is it the Migos?
It's Quavo and company.
It is.
Oh, wait, the Migos? Didn't we lose one of them?
That's what I said. Yeah, it is 2 guys now. But when that Dab of Ranch thing was
that's how they
made
originally
popular,
did it?
it was the trio.
Okay.
And then we had sad, unfortunate circumstances.
That is really sad.
Unfortunate souls.
For Takeoff. Yeah, no, it really is. It's a sad story.
Guy's name was Takeoff?
Yes. Yeah. Well, stage name. I don't know that it's like birth certificate.
Birth name, I don't think.
You know what I mean?
Was Takeoff.
I think it's like a Tank Dell situation.
Paul Pilot.
He was born Nathaniel, but he became Tank when he realized he was a touchdown machine. I think that's how Takeoff was. So, yeah, you get the 23 MVP engraved on the back of the Rolex watch. That's what James Harden did for his guy. I mean, think about that. That's good teammate stuff. We talk about James Harden and some of the, the moments where you're like, is he a good teammate? He goes ahead and wins you the dang game when the MVP was absent. So he looked at him, he said, I got your back tonight, MVP. I got your bleeping back. And not only that, you're coming back shining. Yeah. Coming back dripping, dude. That's cool.
Can you tell me what kind of Rolex you ordered?
I didn't know there was a Rollie?
Make and models?
Rolex is Rolex to me. I don't know. You're going to have to help me with that part.
Okay.
But let's get to
Submariner or something like that.
Yeah,
okay.
I bet you it's bust down probably. That's when they put a whole lot of diamonds.
Bust down.
Bust down, Tatiana.
Bust down, Tatiana. Bust down.
Brought it down.
I know that song.
Who sings that one?
That's a good question.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Doja Cat. Doja Cat.
No, it's not Doja Cat.
It's not the Doge.
Here we go again. Bust down. They put a whole lot of diamonds and stuff in it, man. They basically changed the whole rollie.
Really?
Yeah, he's good at presents. I think James, you want him on your team. We've had a number of James Harden present stories over the years.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, he gave you $100,000 and some honey buns.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah. Didn't he gift the baby?
Yeah.
I think I nailed. We finally nailed one of the names.
The baby.
I like this Rolex
DA
Pearl Master.
baby?
I got my teammates back the same way James Harden got his. Okay, so we buried the lead, and I apologize, but it's time, ladies and gentlemen, that we get to the undergarments of the Joker.
Thong?
You'll find out.
It's another song.
As we know, Joel Embiid wins the MVP. Yeah, let's see if Broadus can nail the thong song. Who sung the thong song?
No clue.
Thong,
And I imagine, I say sung, but he's probably still singing that bad boy and cashing
it's a
in
man?
on it.
Oh,
it is,
okay.
yeah. It's a man.
Cashing out.
So
You okay over there?
He had a lot of passion about it, too. Veins was coming out his forehead and neck when he was singing about it. Baby!
I like that acapella version.
Fan was passionate.
So Joel Embiid wins the MVP, as we know.
He got a watch out of it, didn't he?
The Denver Post, he did get a watch out of it. But the Denver Post has a sports columnist that is,
Woody
obviously
Page.
he's not in favor of the Joel Embiid MVP situation.
Yeah, it's
He
Woody.
Thinks
Is it Woody?
should have been the Joker.
Mike
No,
Kisla.
Kisla.
Yeah.
It's the Kisla man.
Oh, no, I thought it was Klitz or Mike Clit.
Bro,
no,
you gotta relax.
Wow.
That's his
That's
real
his
name.
real name.
That's his real name. He
No,
hates
that's his
me.
real name. And he hates Brian. He went out
hates
Brian
me.
on Twitter.
Yeah, he went after
Mike
me.
Clit.
It's Kliss.
Oh, is it really? I thought it was the other one.
Man, I thought you were doing the
No,
right
that
thing.
was
T and the S, when you stack
that
up the
was
alphabet.
an honest mistake by me. That
T
was
and the
not
S are
trying to be funny.
so
That is a
close.
real Denver writer.
He does not like me at all.
On both sides.
The Kliss has never really been a fan of you, has it, Broadus?
I thought it was
What?
So
You're a fan,
Kisla.
though.
Now we need to stay away from this. Now I'm embarrassed.
This is a real article, by the way. This is like we talk about Broadus reading the newspaper.
He needs a stage name, by the way. He's gonna.
Gentlemen, all
should
this
change
is-
that
Want somebody to take you serious, bro.
Come on, Mike. Say that name,
Get
right?
out of that boat.
That is crazy.
It
Denver
is.
has two sports media members. One's Mike Kliss and one's Mike Kisla. But Kisla is, and again, this is a real newspaper article. He says, sorry, Mr. Joel Embiid. This is the headline. But we all know Nikola Jokic is real MVP of everyday Budweiser drinking peeps. The byline reads, to know how big a goofball this Joker really is requires only one innocent peek at his underwear.
What does this matter?
Again, this is the story is still coming here, Walchuk. So
Wait, question.
Yep.
You said Budweiser drinking crowd. We're a Colorado paper? We couldn't say Coors or something like that? What's going on there?
It's specific because Jokic just so happens to wear some Budweiser King of Beers undies at times.
Okay.
As the story writes, so we gave you the headline, the byline, or the subline, whatever
Makes
that
sense.
means.
It is time for some transgender talk.
Now,
here we go.
It's the 6 o'clock hour trans segment of the day.
Jared's like, I heard the transgender talk.
Great segment.
Can't come to me for baseball talk.
We have the head or the attention grabber now is
What?
quote, I'm not ashamed to admit to spending so much time in the Denver locker room waiting for Jokic to shower, dress, and share his self-deprecating pearls of wisdom that I know this man has a wicked funny taste in boxers.
Ropes of pearls.
He's paying way too much attention.
Underneath the
Pearl
fine
necklace.
and stylish European attire he wears into the arena, Jokic sports wacky underwear that on any given night colorfully celebrates Budweiser, the king of beers, or might be domed with the face of SpongeBob SquarePants.
Okay.
So we're kind of checking this out as a reporter, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
After silencing Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and the grousing Suns, who seemed to have beef with a ref after every whistle, Jokic slipped into silly boxers that proclaimed, quote, That's what she said across his booty.
Bro, is this real, bro?
This is I'm not getting ball sacked. I'm not getting butt
I mean,
cracked.
his name and then the story at the same time.
The whole
bro.
thing seems fake.
Yeah.
Which serves as one reminder. Again, that's what she said on the booty. Serves as one more reminder. Who gives a hoot about the official voting results? Again, this is his argument for why Jokic is the MVP. It's about the underwear here. We all know Jokic is the real MVP of bud-drinking, SpongeBob-loving everyday peeps like you and me.
It's like the Joker. It's like the Joker's host family is the Gronks. You know, he came over here for like a foreign exchange and stayed with the Gronks. He's probably busting 69 jokes.
Yes. I just don't understand how you can find comfort in wearing legit boxers. I believe this journalist is doing the work to where if these were boxer brief goofy undies, he would note the brief portion of that. But these are just like baggy boxers that are riding up into every area of the midsection.
Bunch up when you put on regular clothes. Like if you don't sweat, they bunch up. Oh.
The bunch up is ridiculous.
Yeah. There was a period of time for probably 15 years where the boxer brief wasn't that prevalent.
Right.
Yes. And you only wore boxers so you didn't wear the tighty whities.
Shout out to Casey and JoJo.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. The brief thing, it kind of does go up the rear a little bit. Maybe you have some problems.
Okay, so you get more rear moments from the brief.
You're a bikini brief guy, aren't you, Brian?
No, heck no. I'm the old boxer
You're
guy.
you're a freaking whitey tighty guy, bro.
No, I'm not. The boxer thing, but you guys are making such a big deal. But sometimes those brief things go up the rear too much.
What's the
not the boxer briefs?
No such thing.
Oh yeah, they do.
Regular briefs.
Yeah,
maybe.
they do.
What's that tight bathing suit?
Do you fold all of your underwear and put them in the drawer nicely?
Brian's a Speedo guy for sure.
Nah, Brian's he wears a slingshot while he goes fishing. Give me some sun.
Hey, man.
Just
don't
jock
catch
strap.
me. Yeah, don't catch me in the Maldives. I'm walking around, me hanging out.
Hey, if you're
That's
built
a proud Brian.
built like Greg Norman, you can do that.
Luce, just keep that girlfriend wife away from me, right? You know what I'm saying?
Little Viper low shorts.
Mr. Steal Your Girl, Brian Broaddus, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
you don't want to go on a vacation with me.
Oh, I just wear them shorts so I can get sun. That's all.
Hey, good to see you, man.
Yeah. Need some on the upper groin
He
area.
walks down to the bar area, full blown.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Sitting down in the pool bar,
You
hanging
sure
out.
are greasy, man. What's going on with you? Why are you shining like that?
That's the 80s for you right there, baby.
Hey, you know what? I
Yeah.
appreciate the 80s
See some
over there.
scrotum if you weren't careful.
Yeah.
I'm your father. Damn, man, why your shirt so small?
We got to run. Crosstalk with the Get Rights next in the nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we'll get you set for Stars Game 2 and a special Jane Slater edition of High Low at 7:30. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
Speaking of those Speedos, let's get you that hot tub in the backyard. Rep that Speedo like a boss.
Procrastinate paying your taxes, and the IRS will make you pay the price. They can freeze your bank accounts, garnish your paychecks, seize your passport. They can even put you behind bars.
That's right, Jamie, but you can avoid all those headaches. We have helped thousands of people just like you with IRS problems. I have over 20 years experience serving both individuals and businesses in Dallas and Fort Worth. A meeting with us is free and confidential, so don't procrastinate when it comes to the IRS.
If you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, tax liens, or unfiled returns, call Nick Namath for a free and confidential consultation at 972-484-0829 or go to myirsteam.com.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet, y'all.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Thanks to everybody for making us part of your day. It is the G-Bag Nation. We're about to get the get right. It was a nice shot there with the rubber band across the room. You see that? Did anybody see that?
No.
Did the camera see it?
Did that get picked up? That was
Dude, I tagged you right in the neck.
Right in the neck. Was that you or was that Brian? That was you? Okay, that was a good shot.
Yeah, the rubber band should be on the floor over there. I only shot at you because you got glasses on. I won't do that tomorrow when you have contacts.
Oh, hopefully, I got to make sure. They say they got delivered. I got to confirm.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll look forward to.
hope not.
It'll be great when it's the wrong
A porch pirate probably took it.
Yeah, brought it. Like, I don't want you to be able to see nothing tomorrow.
Hey, I'll gun down that porch pirate with the rubber band.
He's upset. Don't worry about it. He's going to bring it back. It's just contacts. He's like, damn, what can I do with this?
Here come
Ain't
Reggie.
cheap, man.
Yeah, you can't sell those in a parking lot out of your trunk. Hey, yeah, you want a hot deal on some prescription contacts?
Got these
They're
hot
disposable.
contacts for you over here.
Reg KG, what's coming up on the show?
Sports of some sort.
There
No,
it is.
no, 8 o'clock tonight. We're going to talk a little Mavericks. We heard, really everybody's been kind of talking about this whole Dillon Brooks thing. Talk to somebody today about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw your tweet. I was going to get it in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We're going to talk a little bit
that
more
in.
about that. What kind of free agents should the Mavericks be looking at in light of this whole Dillon Brooks conversation?
I love it. I'll take
Affordable.
Anthony Davis if he's a free agent.
Yeah, why
too.
not? Make that
Player
trade.
I want.
Yeah.
I can get behind that.
Yeah.
Oh, now y'all want to get behind Anthony Davis?
The 20
Sure.
million cap space.
Now, you talk to a sect of Mavs fans when you talk to them about Anthony Davis. We don't want his brittle, what? Yeah. Like, the
street clothes.
Yeah, the whole street clothes thing.
I got you.
Anthony Day to Davis.
Yeah. I bet you wouldn't mind that day to day right now.
I don't know if I want to, but if you can get me up 1-0 in round 2 over the playoffs with Anthony Davis just a couple of times, it's incredible. And I want to ask you guys, are we overlooking him too much in the best player conversation with Jokic and Embiid? They're great, but nobody defends like Anthony Davis when he's right.
Yeah. The problem is that you're throwing caveats on there of when he's right. He has not been this consistently for a while. In fact, when he was leaving New Orleans, we were like, yo, this is the player that he can become. And we haven't seen him do that relatively consistently until the end of this season.
Has this whole thing moving on from Westbrook made this team completely different?
I hate to focus.
Or are they just that front runner?
I hate to focus on Westbrook. I think the team was just not built well, and Westbrook is part of that, but he was not the entirety of it.
Agreed.
They did a great job flipping this roster at the trade deadline, getting younger, adding a little bit of shooting with Malik Beasley, who's not playing, but D'Angelo Russell as well. They just made this a better, younger, more athletic team.
Vanderbilt's been huge.
Yes, having a dude that can play some defense. Like they didn't have the things that you need for a basketball team. They're like, hey, you know what? We should try and get the things that you need for a basketball team.
Do you think LeBron is more hurt or old right now?
Yes. No, that foot injury was. Remember, he injured himself trying to make sure that he went over Wilt's record. Or sorry, not Wilt, the
Kareem,
captain's record. And once he did that, like he was on the path to try and get back as soon as possible because they needed to make the playoffs. He said it yesterday that they have been in playoff mode for like 2 months. And that is not to ignore the fact that he's been pushing through some stuff. So there's some of that, but also we anticipated him stepping back some. That was kind of the idea of bringing Anthony Davis in, that he would have that transition handover. And we're starting to see some of the effects of that now.
Yeah, and it seems
He wrote
like
the book on it for sure.
Yeah,
their system is different than any time I've seen. LeBron. Really, it's much more of a team offense now. And I'm really impressed with the job the coaching staff has done putting this thing together and finding a way to win with LeBron obviously compromised. And to be called old while you're out there trying to play hurt must have ticked him off and inspired that locker room in in a very significant way.
Well, what's interesting is they're playing him off the ball a lot more these days, which is something that you are never really accustomed to seeing with LeBron James, but it's working right now.
Hey, as long as Reeves is going to make shots like he has since the All-Star break, it works.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a great solution long-term for them, but it's working right now. All right, thanks to Carter Freeman coordinating that video over there, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Woolchuck and Shia follow. And for Broadus, I'm Gavin Dawson. Here comes the Get Right. Reggie and KG, 7 to 11 right here. And until tomorrow at 2 o'clock. JD joins us at 4. The former Rangers GM John Daniels joins us at 4 o'clock tomorrow. Right.
or go to myiRSteam.com.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number one of the Get Right. We're Reg and KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
What's happening?
Larry D. Flores, hold it down for you here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station, 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app, the truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation with you for the next 4 hours here on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula if you want to get at us on Twitter. Got a lot to get to tonight, including in the 8 o'clock hour. Which free agents should the Mavericks be looking at? And these veteran players, were they winners or losers based on what happened in the NFL draft? Bill Barnwell's latest piece in ESPN will detail a little bit later on in the show as well. But it's a hump night edition, RJ Choppy.
All right. He's not even here.
That's right.
He's on vacation.
On vacation. Shout out to Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, and Jane Slater, who has kept our man Bobby Belt in check all week. I don't know if you've seen or heard how Bobby's had to chill out because Jane has been in that seat keeping Bobby, on point.
It's nice to know. It's nice to know that there's someone that can check
somebody.
Yeah.
I'm concerned though that it's not like his actual,
his wife.
Yeah, exactly.
He be running her ragged.
Completely.
He needs to treat that lady nicer.
Yes, we are shading Bobby Belt right now.
I mean, he's not mean. He's
not mean.
He's Bobby.
He's ornery. Just he is who he is. But Jane Slater, good for her. She's been able to hold Bobby in check throughout the course of the week. Unfortunately, the Rangers couldn't keep the home run ball in check today at Globe Life Field. Because when I tell you your man Andrew Heaney was giving it up today. I have one saying in Major League Baseball when it comes to pitchers. If you're going to give up a bunch of home runs, hey, make them look good. Give them up. If you're going to give them up real big. That's what happened today. Unfortunately, the good guys go down at Globe Life Field, despite the fact that the youngster, Young Money, was out here trying to do everything.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
That's the one. Y'all talking about this whole moolah or whatever that is.
Young moolah.
Young Money is where it's at. Josh Young did his best today. He had a couple of home runs. The reigning AL Rookie of the Month for the Texas Rangers.
That's right.
Unfortunately, the Rangers go down today to the Diamondbacks at Globe Life Field.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of different places that you can go here because the one that keeps coming to me is I've been watching this team trying to see how real is this offense. And we saw them come back from down pretty solid. I mean, put up some runs pretty quickly to get that to 7-6 at the point that they did after it looked like the offense wasn't there. The offense shows up in times. And of course, here you have the pitching letting them down, which we know happens from time to time. Usually not starting pitching, though. But I'm still kind of encouraged. And maybe I'm just I'm in a perspective where I'm going to be glass half full on all of this. But I'm still kind of encouraged that the offense is there. Do we want to talk about the bullpen again? Because I
see 817.
Yeah,
I know Heaney was giving it up too. Leclerc wasn't doing much better.
There we go. Right, Leclerc doing what he has seemed to do this season, and then also Will Smith was named by the manager. We basically found out that Will Smith is basically going to be your closer. In effect, he's going to get a lion's share of the opportunities late, and I am not encouraged by that. I mean, let's face it. The bullpen is not
okay.
The bullpen. The bullpen isn't strong. The bullpen, and that's as nice as I could say it. I don't even know. I don't really want to be a jerk on this, but I think you get what I'm trying to say.
It hasn't been great.
All right, there we go. I understand why he goes to Will Smith. He's managed Will Smith before, right? I imagine there's some level of familiarity, and Will Smith has been a closer in this league relatively recently. The only thing about it is the teams that he closed or at least was in the bullpen for of recently, right? When you talk about the Braves, the Astros, they were not too upset to let him go, and you got him in some ways off the heap. And I don't want to say that says everything about him, but it don't say nothing, right? And we're seeing some of the effects of that. So I'm not encouraged greatly by that, but you're still in a place where you are really high in the AL West really early on, and the offense is there. And if you're starting pitching continues to be more of what it has been than, this Andrew Heaney outing, you could be in a place at the trade deadline to address the ideas of your closer and your bullpen in some ways. So largely, I'll say all that to say, still pretty encouraged. How are you feeling, especially after you have this 12-run allowance, basically, making moot Josh Young's fantastic performance?
Yeah, in most games, when you score 7 runs, you're going to win a lot of ball games. And you got 2 home runs today from Josh Young. You got another one from Jonah Heim, who's been spectacular for the Rangers so far this year. Tavares got into the act as well with a home run of his own. But at the same time, I think we're starting to see what is going to be one of the chief concerns, if not the most chief concern for the Rangers throughout the course of this year. Because offensively, as you talked about, this is a team that can score runs in bunches, but they can also, on the back end, if they're not getting tremendous performances from their starting pitching, and obviously with Jacob deGrom now on the IL, you have to make sure if you're guys like Andrew Heaney, John Gray, and others, part of the back end of this rotation, you've got to be able to help this bullpen out, because otherwise we're not able to trust them right now based on what we've seen from them so far this season. And it came back again to bite them today with their inability to help out this Rangers offense that was doing everything it could to try and keep them in the ball game. And as you mentioned, get them back on top before ultimately the Rangers gave it up again.
Yeah, no, you said it perfectly. The thing that makes me feel better in some way, or one of the things that makes me feel better in some ways, is that you're talking about the back end of the rotation, right? The idea that, the rotation is kind of nebulous in this way. You have the ace. We all know that's Jacob deGrom. After that, you kind of got a whole bunch of guys who can kind of be like a 2-3 type guy. Martin Perez has remained that level of pitcher early on. John Gray has had his things. Evaldi has been pretty solid. So I view it as 1, 2, 3 have looked pretty good, and then 4 and 5, however you want to order those, have had some ups and downs within that. And I think that feels kind of normal in the league. The tough thing about it, as you lay out pretty solidly, is you need your rotation to be solid, because your bullpen is not coming with that much heat.
From the 940, I feel good about the Rangers if we stop walking batters. Yeah, you can't get the guys on base by just simply giving them free passes, and next thing you know, you're creating snowball innings because of your inability to be able to get guys out, and instead you're getting the bases loaded or full, and now you're putting yourself in really tough spots to be able to get out of innings clean. And unfortunately, that is what happened today for the Texas Rangers. They go down 12-7 to the Arizona Diamondbacks, despite the fact that Josh Young continues to tear the cover off the baseball today the way that he did. 2 more home runs for the rookie. Again, the AL Rookie of the Month for the month of April. Last night was wild. We'll get to the Lakers and the Warriors a little bit later on in the show. But last night, Larry, Captain America came back with a vengeance and did everything that he could to try and help the Stars last night.
The other side, Marchman, rink-wide pass, Domi controls. Hakanpää with speed, looking for Pavelski. Score! He did it again!
That was Pavelski's 4th goal of the night, which tied the game at 4. Probably one of the coolest goals you'll ever see. His hand-eye coordination.
Incredible.
Absolutely incredible. The way he deflected that last goal as well. Unfortunately, though, the Stars fall in overtime last night in what was a thrilling game. You give Ottinger a lot of credit. The call was on ESPN last night with broadcasting the game. And look.
Yeah, and I mean, Ottinger stayed on the ice,
yes,
which I know not a lot of managers would do, because he gave up 4 goals in the first period, which is something that he just hadn't done all year. And I was, shocked by it, because we all understand the level of goaltender that Ottinger has been for this team. And that's what you expect, or you don't expect the goals that they were able to give up. The amazing thing about it, right, for me, was just like the poetic nature of Joe Pavelski being kind of like a totem in the first round series for this team, and then coming back and scoring the first one and the second one and the third one and the fourth one. Like the poeticism of that was incredible to me. The tough part about it is you score the goal, and very soon thereafter, the very first one, right? And it's like, oh man, let's bask in this moment. Nope, the Kraken are right on your necks, right? Like they did not allow the Stars to thrive off of that moment, if you want to view it in that way. This was really, I'm concerned. I'm not gonna lie. Like I came into the series understanding that, the Stars like having clean ice, not having the game mucked up. And after that first round series with Wild, I was like, all right, this thing will open up, which means it should play well for the Stars. And the Kraken, who scored the most 5-on-5 goals of any team in the regular season, scored 5 of them in this series. Like I was like, okay, I had not done the calculations properly on this, and understandably that's because I don't be watching all that much hockey. But when you get that information, you're like, oh, okay, well that makes sense. The Stars have had some issues with their 5-on-5 play, and a lot of this has been like special teams when you get to power plays and such. The Kraken seem to bode well in those situations, which I'm not gonna lie, that put me in a pretty perilous place as an individual. I'm not writing off the Stars because that would be absurd to do.
I mean, this happened in the first game of their last series against the Minnesota Wild.
Right, but that scared me. I'm not gonna lie.
Give credit to Yanni Gourde, whose short-sighted wraparound missile that he had over Ottinger to win the game last night was a thing of beauty.
Yeah.
I mean, the goal to win the game for the Kraken was spectacular. But for Pavelski, look, man, there are performances in playoffs that you marvel at, and then there's what happened last night for Pavelski and the way that he came back. Obviously, the devastating concussion that he suffered in Game 1 of the Wild series, and then to come back and have the performance that he did. And as you mentioned, it felt like initially, oh, this is a morale lift. Oh, Pavelski gets the goal, get the good vibes going in the building.
And I mean, in addition to that, like you mentioned how good he is with his hand-eye coordination. That is not by accident. This is a dude that works so hard on those deflections and redirects. And you can see it. I mean, this dude redirecting with, the most narrow portion of his stick. You can call it luck, but this is something that he works on greatly, and this is why he matters to this team. And so, yeah, it was incredible to have him back. You thought that lift, both in talent and in narrative, would have helped to a larger degree.
And I still think that it will throughout the course of this series. And if you're the Stars, knowing that Pavelski is not only back, but back scoring goals the way that he did, not to say that he's going to have 2, 3, 4 goals in another game this series, although he might, the way that he played last night. You have now confidence in your ability to score in other ways as well now that Pavelski is back. So I'm not too concerned as of yet. As the 817 says, they're still waiting on Jason Robertson to show up. He showed up at times in these playoffs, not nearly as consistently as he did during the regular season. But, man, was that fun last night watching Captain America doing what he was doing last night.
Yeah, I'll take a fun hockey game. Obviously, for the diehard Stars fans in our listening audience, I would like them to do the winning portion of this. But you give me fun, fast hockey because that's what the Kraken like doing as well as the Stars.
A lot of speed.
This is going to be exciting for me personally. And again, shout out to Joe Pavelski because not only did he have, the 4-goal performance.
Didn't he go perfect on faceoffs last night too?
Did he? I missed that.
At one point, he was 8 for 8 on faceoffs.
My goodness.
He was all over the place last night.
Well, in addition to that, we might have to double check and just make sure that we're not telling people falsehoods. I have no idea. He also became the oldest player in NHL history to score 4 goals in a playoff game at 38 years and 295 days.
Just fun stuff. Obviously, you wanted to see the win happen at the American Airlines Center, but nonetheless, the Stars got a lot of inspiration from from Captain America coming back and playing as well as he did. We'll see if the Stars can bounce back and be able to handle their business against the Seattle Kraken, who, of course, won their first ever playoff series by taking out the Avalanche in round 1 of the Western Conference playoffs. For the 940 Stars, they're going to be fine. 3 goals in 52 seconds is hard to overcome.
Sure. The problem for me, and I hear your point, and it's well taken. The problem for me is that didn't feel as much like an anomaly as you're kind of making it out to be there. And it very well might be. Again, this isn't like my area of expertise, so I'm not going to pretend like I know everything. But again, I understand the Kraken are a team with a lot of speed. And that seems to bode with the idea of we can put these up real quick, and so that's a possibility. That's something that can happen. And the Stars, sometimes can be prone to these counter attacks. So I don't know. Again, hopeful for the best. And at the very least, it seems like we are going to get a fun series to watch between these two.
It's the Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of fun, oh boy, last night between the Lakers and the Warriors, game one, if it's anything like it was last night, it's going to be one hell of a series. How the Lakers stole game one against the Warriors. We do it next on 105.3 The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no
Smart's mission is to make you feel safe and comfortable while at their range. Over 20,000 DFW residents have graduated from their training programs, and you can be next. Visit ShootSmart.com to book your one-on-one lesson or with a class, get on the range, or shop at a location near you. That's ShootSmart.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
When Reg keeps it real goes wrong.
No, that had nothing to do with me. It's the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. What you heard from Larry was when you go to look at something expecting to see one thing and you see something entirely different. I know exactly what just went through his mind. He was like, oh, that was not what I was expecting to see. So, am I right? There it is. There it is.
Oh, you're not going to say nothing? You're not going to. All right, Larry. That's what you're going tonight? Okay. All right. We got 4 hours to get a word out of you, okay?
I mean, this or that's coming up. He'll say something.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah. Well, that's not till later. But, hey, we'll see what happens.
You'll get at least a word. That's all I can promise.
At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Attitulo on Twitter if you want to get at us. Of course, as Reg said, this is the Get Right with Reg and KG. Lakers-Warriors last night. Oh, boy.
Real hoop.
That's some real hoop.
Although, do we want to talk about the other game? Because there was a whole other basketball game. Did that have any level of interest to you in comparison to what was that night game?
All right. I'll bite. Cut number 22, Jalen Brunson. Yeah, he was balling.
Leaner gets it. 30 points. Jalen Brunson with under 3 to go. First 30-point game for any Knicks so far in these playoffs.
Knicks radio on the call there last night. Jalen Brunson, without the services for Jimmy Butler for the Miami Heat, they even up their series at 1 game apiece. Jalen Brunson, 30 points on the night for the Knickerbockers as the series moves now back to South Florida, where they are hoping that Jimmy Butler will play in Game 3. I'm not going to lie to you, Reg. If Jimmy Butler plays Game 2, I think Miami wins that game.
Dude. I mean, look, you had...
I feel more comfortable now about Miami for the rest of the series after watching Game 2 than I did even after Game 1 with Jimmy Butler doing what he did.
Do you know what a Haywood Highsmith is?
Who?
A Haywood Highsmith.
A what?
Haywood Highsmith played 15 minutes in this basketball game, right? Like that's where the Miami Heat are.
Never heard of that.
Can I take you down just a few weeks back just to remind you where the Miami Heat are? Tyler Hero is out for the season.
That's right.
Victor Oladipo is out for the season. Those are two valuable rotation players that they had that are not playing, and Jimmy Butler was out in this game, and they lost by 6, and it was kind of close until the Knicks opened it up.
Yes.
With probably about 5 minutes to go. Like, this is a team that is just relentless, and that's why Jimmy Butler works so well there, because he is just, I am going to get this done. I am going to get this bucket.
I'm going to out-effort you all night long.
And so, yeah, that it does make me kind of wonder where the Knicks are. Like, if this is just one of those things where you go, Jalen Brunson has been great for them. It's fantastic that they have another point guard, or they have a point guard for the first time in 2-3 decades. All that being said, Jalen Brunson can't be the best player on your team if you want to win a championship. And that's tough because Jalen Brunson he's shown that that deal was kind of
worth every dollar.
He's kind of underpaid here.
Yeah.
But with that being the case, you've seen the way that the Miami Heat have been able to throw length at him. It's something that we talked about when he was here in Dallas. Can we talk about the fact that Josh Hart, low key, almost had a triple-double in this one?
He's been excellent for them since he was acquired from the New Orleans Pelicans at that point.
No, actually, the Trailblazers.
That's right. The Trailblazers. That's right.
Josh Hart is the kind of player that, I don't know what to do with because he doesn't really have anything that I go, he does that well.
Well, he does a little bit of everything.
He's just an effort guy.
Yeah. And I think for the Knicks, that's a perfect Tibbs guy, though.
Yeah.
Does a little bit of everything, can defend, can score a little bit, can pass a little bit, can rebound a little bit. He just does a lot of good things for you to help you win basketball games. And I thought by far his best playoff performance in a number of areas, 14 points, 11 rebounds, 9 assists, did everything that the Knicks needed for him to do. And you got 25 from Julius Randle and, of course, the 30 from Jalen Brunson. RJ Barrett, 38 minutes, also dropped in 24 points in the win for the Knicks. But yeah, they win 111-105. But if you're Miami, you should feel pretty damn good.
Gotta feel good
about getting a split in New York 1, but still having a really competitive game in game 2. And I don't know about you, I thought the game turned. So Caleb Martin had a go for broke 3-pointer that actually grazed the rim. I think Gabe Vincent got the rebound, and it was a putback. And the referees missed
the shot clock violation went off because they did not reset the clock. That absolutely was the turning point. But I'm not going. I always hate being in the place where it's like, yo, we're gonna blame the refs. That one did kind of turn this one, but of course, like you got to play it out, right? Like you got to find a way to make this happen because there was a 4-point swing there. Can I use this as a connector? Because I think we've gotten everything that we want to out of this one. One thing I love about the New York Knicks and Tom Thibodeau. When it comes to these situations, I know Thibodeau hasn't had all the tools necessarily when it comes to talent to make this thing go as high as you would want to. But one thing that he does that I absolutely respect, when we get into the playoffs, I am hitting the button. What do I mean that? What play is going to go at your weakness? I am just going to press that button over and over. Like, have you seen or heard like those scientific studies where they're like, we're going to give this rat a dopamine button and see what he does. And the rat's just like, hit the button, give me dopamine, hit the button. That is Tom Thibodeau.
Yes.
You know who doesn't always do that? The Los Angeles Lakers.
That's right. The Lakers, though, in game 1, it was fun to watch. I'll just say that. Final call from the Lakers win last night over the Golden State Warriors, stealing game 1 on the road.
Green puts up the final shot, and that's it. Game 1 belongs to the Los Angeles Lakers. 117-112. LeBron James, 22 and 11. Anthony Davis, 30 points, 23 rebounds. He had 5 assists and 4 blocks as well. And the Lakers strike first.
Brian Anderson on the call for TNT last night. That line is just disgusting. 30, 23, and 4 blocks. And by the way, Anthony Davis played every single minute of the second half. Lakers went for broke in game 1, and things broke their way just enough to steal game 1 on the road against the Golden State Warriors. Fun basketball game last night.
Yeah, that's the part where you need to start at. This was just really, really fun to watch. When we talk about styles making fights,
man,
this is one of those. I think we were texting all throughout this game, and one of the things that I texted you is the weaknesses of these teams line up really well.
Yes.
Because the Lakers aren't great shooting the basketball.
And they were horrendous from 3 last night again.
And the Warriors don't have the size to contend with a fully actualized, or even not even a fully actualized, just Anthony Davis at all. So, like, we have this really interesting matchup. And you say they went for broke, but like, hey, man, their best player was playing. That's what it was. When your best player is playing at that level, you let them play.
Well, the reason why I say that is because, of course, Golden State had won 7 games with Sacramento. They just finished up on Sunday.
Yeah.
Lakers had 3 days off after finishing off the Grizzlies in 6. So they were well rested. And I think they thought, let's try to get game 1.
Plus, they're not playing until Saturday, right?
They're playing every other day.
Oh, yes, they are.
Yeah, so they're playing game 2.
I really do hate that how they mix that up sometimes.
Yeah, so game 2 is tomorrow. So I think they thought, let's get game 1 now and put the pressure on Golden State, because we know that Golden State struggled on the road throughout the course of the year. If we can find a way to steal game 1, now we put the onus on Golden State to be able to find a way to get a win in game 2. And then let's see what happens when they come to our building over the next games in games 3 and 4. And they were able to do it.
Right. I think that what you're laying out, though, then also on the flip side of that coin raises the question, how sustainable is this? Because clearly the Warriors have a little bit more wear on their tires compared to where the Lakers are coming off a rest. That's not going to be the case as the series drags on. Anthony Davis had a phenomenal game. 30 and 20 is nothing to scoff at in any situation.
First 30 and 20 games since Shaq in the playoffs did it for the last time for the Lakers.
So probably not an expectation that you can do this all the time. And in the first round of this NBA playoffs, you kind of went back and forth between Anthony Davis great game, Anthony Davis meh game, Anthony Davis great. Like, is that going to continue, or is he going to just be a dominant player that he is always capable of being, but is not always manifesting or showing? And because that's going to dictate the way this goes. They have a little bit of shooting, but not enough shooting, I don't think, to dictate a game. Like, they have a little bit of they can definitely attack the rim, from time to time, but Bron is not playing at the levels that we consider or that we think of when we think of LeBron James. So you're going to need Anthony Davis to be that pressure point on the place where that weakness exists for the Golden State Warriors. I think if you want to win games in this series, especially because Steph Curry is making it very clear, I can get whatever I need to when I want to.
A little bit. Jared Vanderbilt was fantastic last night, I thought, defensively.
Yes.
Now, the Warriors went on their patented runs that they go on. They went on a 14-0 run to get the game tied. But, Larry, D'Angelo Russell last night, his go-ahead jumper in the fourth quarter told us a lot about the poise of this young Lakers group aside from LeBron and AD. D'Angelo Russell got it done last night.
Russell guarded by Wiggins. Tough shot. Big bucket for D'Angelo Russell. Lakers lead by 2.
And they would not relinquish the lead after that. I thought D'Angelo Russell was fantastic in the third quarter. The bench for the Lakers in the first half was the story. Austin Reeves, obviously Rui Hachimura played pretty well as well. But here's what got me last night, and I loved watching from the Lakers. Defensively, they are getting after it with Golden State. They had 10 blocks last night, which is not out of the ordinary for what we've seen from this team so far defensively in the playoffs. But for them to carry it over against a team in Golden State that loves to get out in transition, which the Lakers had trouble with in that game last night, I thought defensively is where they had their tremendous success and something that they can take with them regardless of how well they are shooting or not throughout the course of the 7-game series.
Yeah, that's been the identity of the Lakers since you had the pairing of LeBron James and Anthony Davis' defense. And that's what it should have been. In fact, that was kind of what led them to the championship in 2020, right? Like, they need to be a defense-first team. And so the fact that they're capable of doing it, and it helps when you have a defensive anchor capable like Anthony Davis. Plus, with the Warriors, and I've said this before, people neglect early on, especially with the Warriors when they were becoming the dynasty that they have become, was like, oh man, jump shooting teams can't win championships. Except you neglected the fact that this team liked getting to the paint and did that stuff too. It was just backdoor cuts. It was those types of things.
A lot of randomness in that offense.
You stifle those things, and then you truly do make them a jump shooting team. And that's where they become susceptible to being knocked off. Also, Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson, I guess he still got the shot, but like, he does not give you all the things that made him Klay Thompson. Like, we're seeing just
Which is wild because he hit over 300 threes this year.
Right. And
the most he's ever hit in his career.
This is also a game where you had 3 different players hit 6 3-pointers for the Lakers. Or for the Warriors, rather. But that's what I'm talking about. Like, they are exclusively in the realm of, can we hit all the jumpers to win this game? And if you could play the defense like they did, like the Lakers did, you might put it in a place where the Warriors are then asking more of Jordan Poole, which, as we see, sometimes that's a problem.
It was comedy hour in that final 10 seconds of that game. Because, look, as well as Jordan Poole played off the bench at times in this game, what the hell was he doing on that final shot for the Golden State Warriors? I know Steph got doubled, had to give up the ball, but I feel like you could have got a little bit better of a shot with 10 seconds left.
Well, here's the tough part about that. Like, that's our natural basketball inclination. Jordan Poole's been empowered to take those shots. Jordan Poole got paid off of taking those shots.
From 35 feet, though?
That's my issue. My issue is you had enough time, and there was 8 seconds on the clock. You could take a step in, right? He had enough room and time, even though someone was starting to close out. So maybe you go, oh, well, if I want to get a pure, clean shot off, I take it here. To take a step in, a dribble in.
Yeah, let the guy fly by.
And take a rhythm 3-pointer from a relative distance, relatively close distance. I think that was my objection with that shot. But this is who the Warriors are, and that's one of the things about being shooters in that way. When you make them, looks great. When you miss them, now you leave a lot of room open for these questions. But yeah, it's just funny because it's Jordan Poole.
Because he went full Carlton Banks on that one.
He does a lot. He does a lot. But when it works out great.
It's great. Lakers got to quit shooting the gap though on those 3-point attempts, because there were a lot of times they were trying to undercut and trying to stay with Stephen Curry, and they were not able to. And there was times that you got a lot of open shots. But I'm so fascinated by the matchup in this series because of how these two teams are going to play with one another defensively. You saw the Lakers like, look, man, y'all take all the threes you want to, because we feel like we're going to punish you on the inside enough while, yeah, that'll leave some open shots because Anthony Davis is not going to come up on these guys.
But he needs to, right? So
He's got to come up a little bit.
We talked about this in the Kings series late on. Is when you go, oh, that guy's over there self-check. What happens is that guy now screens for Steph Curry. And then whoever's supposed to be guarding him that's 15 feet away, Steph goes, all right, now I have an open three. And you know what happens when Steph has an open three? It usually goes in.
Yep.
So that's another part of this. If you are a basketball nerd in any way, shape, or form, the chess match of this is going to be interesting for me because this is game one. But as we know, playoff series progress and evolve as they go along. And so I'm interested in seeing what game 3, game 4 looks like. What are the differences in tactics that then happen? We're just starting now. And, Lucius was mentioned in LA Live. What the adage is the series doesn't actually start until someone wins on the road.
Oh, it started last night.
We are one game in and the series is already in full effect. I'm so excited.
On and popping. Lakers get the win in game 1. Game 2 tomorrow in San Francisco before the series moves to Los Angeles for games 3 and 4. It's the Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go around the National Football League. Hey, you remember that list, that imaginary list that Aaron Rodgers came up with for all them dudes he wanted in New York? Why are the Jets continuing to sign all those dudes? Next on the Get Right.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we'll get you set for Stars Game 2 and a special.
CowboysSuperBowl.com.
About to go around the NFL here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
That's right.
Larry D. Flores holding it down for you here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. We're doing a little two-step in here, a little country line here.
I'm pretty sure this is the work of RJ Choppy. So there was the day that he had to, as like a bet payoff, he had to be an intern.
Uh-huh.
And one of the things he did was add some music to the return beds.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that anything that you hear is country related is probably Chop adding in there.
That's a Chop special, huh?
But that was solid. I rock with that.
Okay.
I don't know what song it was.
There was a little bit of a bop there. I was like, okay,
Yeah,
all
no,
right.
I was in it. I was in that vibe.
Little country step there. Okay, all right. A little Matthew McConaughey. All right.
Okay.
Oh, no? Okay. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula on Twitter. Coming up at the top of the hour here on the Get Right. Back to the basketball conversation. When it comes to the Mavericks, which free agents should the Mavericks be looking at in light of y'all wanting Dillon Brooks out here in these streets? At least some of y'all want Dillon Brooks in these streets. I got some intel for y'all to help you out with that conversation.
Intel.
Yeah, so stay tuned for that at the top of the hour here on the Get Right. Larry, let's go around the National Football League, though, here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. We start in the Big Apple with Aaron Rodgers. Now, before I get to his newest wide receiver teammate, who used to be
His
an
newest,
old dude,
oldest wide receiver?
who
Yeah.
actually used to play in Dallas at that one time. Did you see?
It's Rand McCall, by the way.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see a conversation floating around between Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Wilson?
Was it Garrett Wilson or was it Sauce Gardner?
Or was it Sauce Gardner? It was one of the two.
It was one of them young boys. Yeah. I'll double check. I thought it was. I was under the impression that it was Sauce because I saw them two out recently.
Yeah.
But you know what? When you said it, there was enough doubt for me to have to do these Googles right quick. So I'm gonna go ahead and do these Googles.
Well, apparently, A-Rod has been making the rounds in the Big Apple.
Do we call him A-Rod?
I mean, why not? I don't necessarily call him that, but
And it was indeed Sauce Gardner.
it was Sauce Gardner.
Yeah.
Well, apparently, as the story goes, so A-Rod has been making his rounds in New York so far,
Mm-hmm.
and the Knicks are in the playoffs.
That's right.
So
Robert Saleh was at the game as well yesterday.
all of them hanging out,
Yeah.
loving life right now are the New York Jets. So
And just the rest of the city of New York.
correct me if I'm wrong. So Sauce and A-Rod are sitting next to each other.
Yeah, they was hanging out.
And A-Rod's like, hey, do you know who that is? Now he's pointing to someone on Celebrity Row.
Actually, I think there's a direct quote here if you don't mind.
Yes.
Quote, when we were getting seated, Rodgers was just picking on me a little bit. And he said, we were getting seated, and he was like, we're about to sit by, what's her name? We're about to sit by Jessica Alba. And according to Sauce Gardner, he says, I'm just like, oh, I don't know who that is.
What?
And he just looked at me like I'm crazy. Close quote.
These young boys don't know who Jessica Alba is?
I mean, why would they? Let's go to the
All
IMDb.
right. Hey, Larry, you know who Jessica Alba is, right?
How old is Larry?
That's not the point.
That is exactly the point.
The point is somebody need to educate these young boys on what's going on out here.
Oh, I'm sure he's educated on the women of his time. And not to say that Jessica Alba is like otherworldly old by any means. She is 42 years of age. So again, I'm not pretending like she's the oldest person ever. My point is just, what's the last thing you remember Jessica Alba in?
I'm going to go with, yeah, Honey.
Golly.
That's the last. I mean, I know a Fantastic Four. Wasn't she a Fantastic Four, one of those?
Yeah, she was
one of the Fantastic Four.
Yeah, she was. But that one wasn't.
Oh, now you want to say something?
That one wasn't.
What you got to say, Larry?
Chuck and Larry. Remember that?
Now pronounce you Chuck and Larry?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really doing great for you think Saul saw that in middle school?
Probably not.
Yeah, that's my point. Right? Like it's not like
Well, low key,
she's rightfully a celebrity.
Yeah.
But she's not a celebrity that I can imagine like it's just like, yo, I know exactly who that is.
I mean, but let's be real. I mean, Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, those cats are what, in kindergarten when Aaron Rodgers started his career?
Oh, so you're saying they shouldn't be hanging out at all?
I mean, maybe not. Maybe not.
22 years of age, Sauce Gardner, by the way.
Hey, 214, if you're worried about the acting in Honey, you're worried about the wrong thing.
You're doing it wrong.
You're doing it completely wrong. There you go, 903. Into the Blue. Oh, shout out to.
I miss, and I haven't watched Into the Blue in forever.
Rest in peace, Paul Walker.
Yeah.
But 214, you worried about the wrong thing when it comes to
Chuck and Larry was Jessica Biel. Thank you, 254.
Also, not only are you talking, but you just wrong.
I mean, we all been wrong. I'm not even gonna, I ain't correct him.
I love Larry. Yeah, we did correct him.
I ain't correct him, so I'm not going at Larry for that.
Oh, 972 Sin City. I forgot about Sin City. Oh, shout out to Bruce Willis. Damn, shout out to Bruce Willis.
Also, you think he knows who Jessica Biel is?
Probably not. No, definitely not.
You think he was watching Seventh
He
Heaven?
wasn't watching Dawson. What was it? Oh, no. That was.
Well, it was Seventh Heaven, wasn't it?
Yeah. Or what? I'm thinking about Dawson's Creek. That's the other one.
Oh, Lord.
I was thinking about,
they're going to get us out of here.
They are.
Oh, look at these guys thinking all the white actresses look
Don't do that. Don't do that.
They're going to get us straight out of here on a Wednesday.
That's right. 972 Fantastic Four. She was in Fantastic Four. It said point proven, Reg. Point proven from 254. But yeah, I just thought that was funny. But yes, the other wide receiver. So remember Aaron Rodgers had that imaginary, that supposed list that Diana Rossini was talking about?
I don't think it was imaginary. I think
he said there was nothing to it.
Yeah, but Aaron be lying.
I mean, there is that.
Yeah.
There's that. Randall Cobb is a member of the New York Packers at this point.
Dog, they have such an extensive wide receiver room at this point.
It's crazy. Because now you have Alan Lazard there, Randall Cobb, Corey Davis looking around like, hey, man, what the hell? What the hell, man? Am I about to get out of here in New York? Yeah, probably, Corey. Probably. By the way, they owe him $10.5 million.
Corey Davis?
Yes.
Hey,
he's not going to be there.
Them checks will cash.
Just not.
Them checks will cash all the same.
Yes, we got it correct, 214. Thank you. Seventh Heaven, not Dawson's Creek.
No. Just don't let him stop you. Keep correcting us on the truckwreck.com.
No, I'm just saying.
877-881-1053.
Oh, don't do that, 321. That's cold.
I mean,
cold.
It's technically correct. You shouldn't have said it.
But I'm saying, but he was, I'm trying to.
Nobody listening knows what we're saying. It's just us in the 321.
I'm sorry, the 321. Does Bruce Willis remember he was in Sin City? That's cold.
It is, but
that's cold.
You know what? Well, I don't even have time for that. This is supposed to be an NFL segment.
I mean, what?
Really, the people that are cold are the people that just kept putting him in these action movies when we knew that he was like showing signs of degeneration. Like, that's the thing that gets me whenever I think of Bruce Willis. I'm like, oh, they kept propping him up like he was a cardboard cutout when he clearly was like not in the place
to
be dealing with this.
Wow, not a cardboard
That's what they
cutout.
were. And I say that with a lot of sympathy for him because like they were just like, here, say this thing. And they're like, we gonna keep cashing out. I'm like, this dude is not in the place to do that. Like, have a little sympathy for the man.
From the 204, Rodgers out here hooking up his friends with jobs like Adam Sandler. Hey, man, if you are a ride or die with Aaron Rodgers, he goes
Hall of Fame.
Homeboy Hall of Fame.
In fact, KG, when you make it big, you
I'm putting you on.
You better.
I got you.
You better.
Putting you on all the way. I'm gonna look out for you.
Appreciate that.
The way Aaron Rodgers looks out for Alan Lazard and Randall Cobb.
Jordy Nelson coming out of retirement joining the
Hell,
Jets too.
Nathaniel Hackett got a job again because he was homeboy with Aaron Rodgers.
Who else can we put on? Donald Driver still want to run a little bit?
Name random Packer. Ahmad, what's his name? Ahmad Green. Is that the running back that used to play for them?
I'm sorry. Whenever you say Ahmad, the first. All right. Question: who's the first Ahmad that you think of?
Rashad.
Yes.
Ahmad.
Because Ahmad Rashad was mine as well.
Oh, okay.
Although I've been listening to a lot of Ahmad Jamal, the late great jazz artist. Anyways, we've just gone so many different places.
This is so much fun.
This is a problem.
Jordy Nelson. Oh, there you go. 817. He want to come out of retirement and play some ball?
That's right.
Why not? Other news around the National Football League. Shout out to Aaron Rodgers. He looked like he's having fun.
He should.
He looked like he's having fun in New York.
He went from living in Green Bay, Wisconsin to living in New York City.
One of my favorite names in the NFL, because it should be like a wrestling name.
Jermichael Finley got next. Thank you, 817.
Hey, there you go. You remember Rock Ya-Sin?
Yes, I remember Rock Ya-Sin. I remember when he was drafted, and I remember that he was like so as a cornerback playing for the Raiders, although I don't know how good you can be playing for the Raiders of late. Like, that's how it feels. But shout out to him because he gets to play for a real defense now.
Yeah, the Baltimore Ravens signed him today. So there you go. Former Las Vegas Raider corner Rock Ya-Sin signed with the Raiders. Terms were not disclosed, but it's a 1-year deal worth up to $6 million, league sources tell ESPN's Adam Schefter. The Ravens, of course, have been looking for a starting corner after not re-signing Marcus Peters in free agency. So Ya-Sin is protected, to start alongside Marlon Humphrey in that secondary for the Baltimore Ravens. Yes, thank you. And as Larry corrected me, and it's a 469, Amon Green.
There it is.
Yes, thank you.
And now we getting Greg Jennings in here. We getting Clay Matthews out here. Want to play a little linebacker?
Greg, you know what? Greg Jennings can kick rocks.
What?
That cat is a certified hater. And if you've listened to some of his football opinions, you would think he has never played a down of football in his life.
Wow.
This is the same Greg Jennings that got out here that one day on that one show with that one dude who used to be in jail and I got a radio show again.
Oh, it took me a second, but I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, that one guy?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he said on his show one day that Daniel Jones was a better quarterback than Dak Prescott.
Yeah, that's nonsense. Also, I would have ISO'd a while ago, except my leg is propped up right now.
Cool. It's okay.
I don't want to do all that rolling.
I like how we're naming former Packers now. From a 204, Schefter said the Jets have been looking into Eddie Lacy. What happened to him?
Him and his China food?
What happened to him?
Probably the food.
Damn.
Also, he's a running back.
Yeah,
right? I don't mean to make be kind of cold about this, but the shelf life kind of short. Shout out to BJ Raji.
Hey, shout out to BJ. Oh, Ryan Grant. That's a good one, 214. That's another good one. Running back special there, Ryan Grant. He was actually a good football player for them for a little while.
I would hope so.
Yeah, it flamed out for him, though.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten any of these fullbacks on here. The fullbacks are the fun ones. Are you talking about Kuhn? John Kuhn?
Is that who it is?
I hope so. Otherwise, what I just said is probably a problem.
That's your trip around the Jets. Here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Oh, yeah. Oh, Donald Driver. Yep. Yeah, just keep naming all the former Packer, players that want to go play with Aaron Rodgers in New York.
The law firm played there, didn't he?
The law firm.
No, the law firm played at
Ben Jarvis Green Ellis.
He played with the Bengals and the Patriots, right? He didn't play with the Packers.
Is that who we're talking about? Ben Jarvis Green Ellis?
Fantastic name.
That's a great name. Coming up next year on the Get Right, which free agents should the Mavericks be looking at? And I can tell you the one that some of y'all want from that dude in Memphis. Next on the Get Right.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This is Michael David from Seattle. I'm 51 years old, and 6 months ago, I started taking Andro 400 to increase my testosterone. Since then, I've lost 35 pounds of fat, and my waist went from size 38 to size 32. I have more energy, and I look and feel 20 years younger. And now my wife tells me I have to take Andro 400.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good? All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Eric Chiafalo here of the G-Bag Nation. And Tolos, honestly, I've been a little bit apprehensive about handling firearms, but thanks to the great folks over at Shoot Smart, that's no longer the case. I now have the confidence and the ability to protect my family at the highest level. Shoot Smart's mission is to make you feel safe and comfortable while at their range. Over 20,000 DFW residents have graduated from their training programs, and you can be next. Visit ShootSmart.com to book your one-on-one lesson or with a class, get on the range, or shop at a location near you. That's ShootSmart.com.
O'Reilly. Get your vehicle ready for spring during Clean Car Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pro X1 exterior cleaning and detailing products provide professional results and show quality shine for your vehicle. Right now, pick up Pro X1 Snow Foam Car Wash 2 for just $15. See store for details. Pro X1 exclusively at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's Spring Black Friday at the Home Depot, which means it's time to get your outdoor spaces ready so you can enjoy more this season. Right now, you can get the Stylewell Park Point 4-piece patio set at a new lower price of $3.99. With its stain-resistant cushions and modern relaxed styling, it's the perfect centerpiece for your porch, deck, or patio, whether you're looking for sunny lounging or evening gathering. Hurry into the Home Depot to get the Stylewell Park Point patio set at a new lower price, just $3.99. Shop Spring Black Friday savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
What's up, Tolos? This is Bobby Belt. We're inching closer to the beginning of summer. That means pool season, and we all want to look our best, right? Well, I'm entering the summer with a lot of confidence thanks to the wonderful team of expert nutritionists at SOTA. That's SOTA. I've been on the program for 3 months now, and I've lost over 40 pounds. The improvements I've seen reach beyond my waistline. I've got more energy, my lifelong digestive issues have improved, and the achiness in my joints from excess weight has disappeared. SOTA has 7 beautiful in-office facilities around DFW. I go to the Hillcrest location in Dallas. The team there is so friendly, supportive, and a great source of accountability. And that's the great thing about SOTA. They make sure you're not tackling your weight loss on your own. Visit SOTA's website just like I did at SOTAweightloss.com to read the over 7,000 client Google business reviews and study the over 850 stunning client before and after photos and experience videos. So join me, Bobby Belt, as I'm now fitting into a smaller belt. Visit SOTAweightloss.com. SOTA Weight Loss is, say it with me now, state of the art.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 to Get Right. We're Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Yep.
Larry Flores holding it down for you here on this Wednesday, and I appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The TruckRate.com text line 877-881-1053. Which free agent should the Mavericks actually be looking at? We'll have some of that conversation as the NBA playoffs continue to roll on. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula, if you want to get at us on Twitter. It is 50-44 with 2:16 left in the first half between the Boston Celtics and the Philadelphia 76ers. Boston up by 6 with the return of Joel Embiid, the league's MVP, back for the Philadelphia 76ers. We'll keep you up to date on what's happening in the only playoff game tonight.
Playoff basketball game tonight.
Well, I was saying in the association.
Oh, okay, my bad. Because, NHL hockey right now.
That's right. The Carolina Hurricanes up 3-1 on the New Jersey Devils in the third period, early on in the third period. Man, when I tell you I was staying up late last night watching all the hockey between the Stars and the Kraken,
oh my goodness,
Lakers and the Warriors. I went into my bedroom at about 8:45.
Oh, you were like, let's start winding down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Got to get up in the morning, get the kid, Larry, got to get the kid ready for for school in the morning.
Wait, before we go any further here, is that like typically when it's a light night game, you're like, I'm watching the second half in bed? Is that how that goes all the time?
Yeah, typically.
Okay.
Because, you're trying to spend time with the wife, while still, doing what you do, watching the sports, that kind of thing. So fortunately, watching the game in the bedroom. But yeah, we put our daughter down for about 8:45 last night for bed. Went to the room. I was like, okay, cool. And chill. Watch the Lakers. Watch the Warriors. Watch the Stars. Watch the Kraken. Bruh, I turned out the lights in the bedroom. Now, mind you, my wife can sleep through, noise, lights, whatever. I turned out the lights. It was like 12:15.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
I was like, I can't be doing this, man. 12:15.
I mean, that's typically my around when I start getting ready for bed. But
see, but you're still a little bit of a young gun.
No,
so
yeah,
I
don't have no responsibilities in the morning either. So
because when that 6:30 a.m. wake up call hits you like a ton of bricks after you stayed up till 12:15 at night watching playoff games, yeah, man, that hits different.
No, I understand. Like, but I had that same realization. I was dealing with some other stuff, which we can talk about later. But I was, just watching the games, not paying attention to anything because my focus had to be where it was. And I looked up because it was we were having a fantastic night of performances between Joe Pavelski, Anthony Davis, and others, right? Those were just the two main ones that I was like, yo, I'm locked in. I looked up and I was like, it's 11:45? Actually, 11:46. I remember the numbers exact. I was like, well, how did we get here? How is it this late already?
Time flies when you're watching hoop and hockey in the playoffs when it's that good as it was.
Yes, swaggy booties. F these 8:50 starts.
Yeah, there's also that. There is also that. The late night starts can't kick rocks.
We do need to get into these Mavs, and I do apologize for further delaying it. But these hockey intermissions are simultaneously the best and worst things in the world. I've realized that in my very limited postseason hockey watching. When you got stuff that you need to do, you're like, oh, thank God, I got a little time because it's intermission. When you're trying to get through this, like I want to watch the entirety of this, you're like, how are they? Why are you undressed? All right, this intermission.
They do get fully undressed, don't they?
Get all the way undressed in the middle of this game. If you got time for that, we're not moving along quick enough. Let's go. Chop, chop. It's already 9:30. We need to go.
It is funny that is the realization for hockey players. They get to go fully undressed, pads off,
have
everything.
Interviews in the middle. Like, hey, man, let's
go.
We
got time for all this, man.
Get back on this ice, bro.
They got the nerve to have me up till past midnight watching these hockey playoff games. Y'all stop it. Well, the Mavericks not in the playoffs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just, had to make sure we reiterated that for everybody.
Yeah, just in case you didn't notice.
Just in case you didn't know. Mavericks not in the playoffs, but some conversation floating around throughout the course of the day, not only on 105.3 The Fan, but also on the NBA Twitter sphere, about the idea of what the Mavericks could start to look like free agency-wise, given the fact that hopefully they're able to keep their top 10 protected pick, because I don't know if you know this, but we are 13 days away from finding out whether or not the Mavericks are about to send a pick to Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks, or if they're going to be in the top 10, possibly drafting a fantastic talent or moving it somewhere else to go get a veteran to help out this Mavericks team, and then wondering if they're able to keep Kyrie Irving after that. But apparently there's a sect of Mavericks fans, NBA fans, that are like, hey, apparently the Memphis Grizzlies told Dillon Brooks in his exit meeting, under no circumstances, my guy, are you coming back to this franchise.
Yeah, delete my number. Don't bother begging
don't
or
text
pleading.
Me. Don't call me. No pigeon carrier, nothing.
Yeah, don't send me nothing.
Leave your stuff at the door, and we'll come and get it. Don't even worry about coming into the facility. It's going to be locked by the time you get back or try to get back in here tomorrow. Not going to happen. So Dillon Brooks is not coming back to the Memphis Grizzlies.
Which it's kind of, we kind of got into this bag of like, looking at the actual idea that, such strong words got out, I fully believe that was not intended to be made public. After the series, when their general manager, I forget his name, my apologies, but he was asked about, what about Dillon Brooks? Because he's a free agent. And he was like, yeah, we don't want to talk about that at this time. We'll talk about it when it's time, right? So it seemed like they were trying to play this. And that was, really, you say that and we know what time it is anyways. Oh, okay, if you wanted to keep him, you probably would have said that.
Zach Kleiman.
There it is. Thank you. And so it made it apparent, but like, this is one of those things where somebody got a hold of that information. They decided to report it. And I do not believe that this was necessarily the team saying, we want this to be out there. That being said, this really caught a whole bunch of people's attention because he wanted to get attention. He garnered a whole bunch of attention throughout this season and particularly in these playoffs. And so that puts a very strong spotlight on him. But I think that also taints the way that we view him. And so now, him as a free agent, understanding that he's not going to be back in Memphis, what does he provide? What does he not provide? What are the strengths and what are the weaknesses? And when you look at it as a Mavs team that is constantly looking for guys that can maybe act as your first perimeter defender, that's something that the Mavs are interested in. And so Dillon Brooks pops up as a free agent possibility in that vein. So that's why a lot of people are popping up like, would you be interested in this, KG? I pass it to you.
Well, let me help y'all out. I spoke to somebody at the Mavs today about the idea of Dillon Brooks, whether or not he might be a fit here in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
In so many words, hell no. Okay? Basically, from what I've been told, look, he is not viewed favorably around the league. In fact, there are big questions about basketball character, basketball IQ. Shot selection is poor.
Shot selection is a big one.
Yeah, shot selection is a big one. Which, according to whom I spoke with, said, look, that would not be a fit here in Dallas. And when you hear those things about, look, defensively they like him, but whether
you should,
yeah. But whether or not the young man can grow up, mature, show the kind of high basketball character and IQ that would be attractive to the Mavericks, they don't feel like that he is necessarily capable of that. And how radioactive he is right now, given the things that happened to him in the series against the Los Angeles Lakers, from what I've been told, not a fit necessarily here in Dallas based on those concerns that they would have about him.
Here's my problem. And I'm not saying that I definitively feel like this should go the other way. However, are you familiar with the saying, beggars can't be choosers? The Mavs feeling real beggarly right now, right? With the way that your assets are set up and your roster is set up. And so what you might term as, there's some issues that we do not feel great about, sounds to me like an open box special, right? Because self-awareness is something that he clearly lacks. That's what we start talking about when we're talking about the shot profile, right? He is, and I need to double check this, but I believe he is like a 30-something% 3-point shooter, which in this day and age, I know that there was points where being like a 33% 3-point shooter was good. In this day and age, that is not good enough, right? Let me see if I can double check my information on this. But he takes shots at a far higher clip than somebody would as a 30-something% 3-point shooter. This season, he shot 32.6%, and for the career, he has shot 34%, right? So he is not that level of shooter, but he shoots those, and that points to like a lack of self-awareness. Going out and calling out the big dog on the other team, right? Even though you want to be some level of like Draymond Green, and then throwing that rock and then hiding your hand when it's time to come and answer the questions after a loss.
He sure couldn't be found.
That's the lack of self-awareness. However, I wonder if this can serve as like an opportunity of growth. And if that's the case, you have an opportunity of getting what I again term as an open box special, and maybe getting in on the ground floor or something that might be a little cheaper for what you need. Because again, you need to pay bargain prices to get what you need. Now, of course, the tough part about that is then you end up in the situation where there's a possibility of you getting lesser quality because you're trying to be cheap. And that's something that you don't want to do either. But I think that you've backed yourself into such a corner that I don't know that you could be so dismissive about it.
We also heard reports about Dillon Brooks reportedly wanting $25 million, that coming from ESPN's Ramona Shelburne. He's not a player right now that you look at.
Not going to be able to do it.
According to, what the league views him as somebody that you possibly want on your team at the moment, which gets us to the conversation of what kind of free agents then should the Mavericks be looking at going into the summer, given some of the limited resources that they have. Dwight Powell coming off an expiring contract, Christian Wood, as reported by several individuals, not expected to be back with the Mavericks going into next year as well. What kind of profile of player are the Mavericks possibly looking at this summer?
Well, they definitely need a big that can at least pose a challenge to players in the middle, right? Defensively, maybe alter shots, just somebody
credible resistance in the paint.
You definitely need that. When you look at the free agent list out here, the likes of Nikola Vucevic is out there. He's not an incredible defensive center. The likes of Brook Lopez is possibly who is going to be a free agent. I don't know what we would take to get him, and that guy's 35. Right, so I don't know how interested you are in that. And then when we start looking at it, Jakob Poeltl is a free agent. I wonder if you can ply him away, because that's a guy that actually does fit the type. But now we're starting to talk about possibly backup type bigs, because Mason Plumlee is going to be a free agent, and I don't know exactly how much money the Clippers are going to throw into that whole situation again. Right, those types of bigs are something that we're talking about, especially when you consider like we think Kyrie Irving's going to be back. There's probably not going to be a ton of money, maybe in that vein. But also, what other things are you looking at? Because I think you still want to have the shooting necessary for this team, but you also perimeter defense needs to be something that you do.
Yeah, and if I'm the Dallas Mavericks here, and what we're starting to possibly understand about what this summer could look like because of the weakness that is the free agency class of 2023, what teams do you look around at the league that have a bunch of valuable assets that may be in a position where they're wanting to move on and maybe start over? Toronto.
Yeah, I was going to say Toronto Raptors. They just fired their head coach.
Yep.
They've had this group together for a little while.
There's no guarantee that Masai Ujiri is going to be back either.
Yep.
Because there's flirtations with Washington possibly coming at the end of this season as well. But they've got a lot of lengthy 3-and-D guys that I think the Mavericks need. Another guy that I think of immediately that I believe is part of this year's free agency class, Jeremy Grant from Portland. Now, I believe he's making around 18, 19.
20 million this year.
So yeah.
And you're going to have to up that.
Exactly.
Probably.
So that would be the kind of player that you're looking at, a guy that could put the ball on the deck, shoot the three a little bit, but also is a high-level defender, because they have got to get more athletic. They've got to get longer. And they've got to be able to defend better, because if you're not going to have the kind of resistance in the paint that you want to have, you've got to be able to defend out on the perimeter, and this team simply cannot do that. You moved on from your best one that you had in Dorian Finney-Smith to try and get upside in offense, and you couldn't defend a soul during the second half of the year. Really couldn't defend anybody throughout the course of the year, to be honest with you.
So there's a restricted free agent that I know because of his visibility right now. There's some folks, in fact, someone on the truckwreck.com text line, I forgot the number earlier, was mentioning Rui Hachimura. Because Rui Hachimura out of college was an interesting prospect, and then he went to Washington and got that Wizard stink on him. But he has shown his capabilities as a guy that can stretch a little bit and that can get a little busy on offense with this Lakers team. Now, he's going to be a restricted free agent again, so the Lakers will have an option of retaining him, and I imagine they might want to do that with the team that they've built together. But if he comes free, is that somebody you're interested in?
Yeah, I would be interested in him. But as you mentioned, what the Lakers have found in him, I think they'll want to keep him around, a young, athletic, wing that can do a multitude of things within the context of what Darvin Ham wants him to do defensively. And with Austin Reeves being discovered as a guy that will be around there, it appears as well, going to be getting his money, it looks like, this offseason as well. I mean, the options are limited for the Mavericks. That's why I think the trade market is going to be huge for them, and why, if you are a Mavericks fan, you are now hoping that that top 10 pick is protected and stays in the top 10, because you have an 80% chance to keep that top 10 pick and possibly pair it to go get something that makes it much more attractive for teams that may be looking to move on from certain players to be able to help you in the immediate, versus maybe trying to wait on someone if you draft them within the top 10, unless you somehow luck into the number 1 pick and get Victor Wembanyama, which those chances are extremely slim.
That'll help figure out some of your questions here, right? Like if you can luck into. All right, let me ask you this. I mean, obviously, I think we understand that if they probably get like top 4, they're probably like in that place where they feel good. But your second, third pick are probably like guards, or actually no, at least second. Right? Scoot Henderson is probably the consensus second overall pick.
I'm not gonna lie to you. If that pick lands within the top 3, let's say it is 3, you got a chance to get Brandon Miller from Alabama.
Yeah, okay, there you go. That's my other guard. Do you feel good about keeping that, or would you still want to utilize that and hopefully extract some value out of that? Because again, if you re-sign Kyrie Irving, you have Luka Doncic, you have a lot of guards here. And not saying that like positional value necessarily should dictate the way you do this. I'm just curious on that thought process, because I understand the ease of applying Victor Wembanyama anywhere.
If that pick is in the top 5, I think that becomes very attractive to teams, and you still would want to move that pick.
Okay.
Because you're talking about, the likes of, as I mentioned, Brandon Miller, Victor Wembanyama. If you luck into number 1, I just can't believe we're at this point where we're having even that discussion when it comes to the Mavericks. And from the 945, DeAndre Ayton is a name that's floated out there. Now the connection there is that DeAndre Ayton has the same agent as Luka Doncic. Bill Duffy represents both of them. Chris Middleton is a name that we've heard as well that possibly could be available. But again, another older name that in his early 30s, how much more do you want to take on that, given what you're trying to do?
Yeah, but Chris Middleton has shown the capability of being a really good defender at times, although coming off the injury in this postseason, I don't know how well I can evaluate him on that. Also, been a closer on a championship team. Like, those are qualities that you cannot overlook. But it's also going to cost a whole bunch of money, and I don't know that you have that money available to you. Then we end up in that bucket or that barrel of worms.
Mavericks got a lot of work to do this offseason as they try to remake some of their roster. It all starts in a couple weeks when we find out whether or not that top 10 pick will be kept by them or if they are sending it to Jalen Brunson in New York.
They're going to send it specifically to, like, they're going to write it on the envelope, New York Knicks care of Jalen Brunson.
I mean, they let him walk. Might as well give that to him, too.
Okay. All right.
Coming up next on the Get Right, what are the biggest questions for each of the 32 NFL teams after the NFL draft, including this one for the Cowboys? We'll do it next on 105.3 The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue restaurant of the Texas Rangers, is your go-to for the best barbecue around. Voted top 50 barbecue in the state. Hurtado Barbecue is now available permanently near Section 101 at Globe Life Field. Hurtado Barbecue and the Texas Rangers, where great barbecue meets baseball. Hurtado Barbecue specializes in Tex-Mex barbecue with locations in downtown Arlington, Fort Worth, and now Globe Life Field, Section 101. For more information, visit HurtadoBBQ.com. Hurtado Barbecue.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best Ford dealership on the east side of the Metroplex. In Terrell, it's Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist, GM Adam Vinci. They're both Tolos, taking care of the Tolos each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford truck or SUV. Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
As Texans, we know extreme weather conditions can strike at any time, leaving our homes vulnerable to damage and our families at risk. That's why the City of Dallas, through its Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability, has launched WholeHomeDallas.com. It connects families needing essential weatherization and household upgrades to helpful resources and programs. These improvements may be available free or at a reduced cost, potentially decreasing energy bills and improving quality of life. Take climate action and visit WholeHomeDallas.com to learn more about keeping the cool in and summer heat out.
Friends, are your investments going nowhere? Here's a tip that always pays big dividends. Invest in yourself, your talent, your smarts, your skills. Maybe it's time to make that investment and start a career in IT or upskill to boost your current career. At My Computer Career, you can bank on them. They'll help you get the right skills and the right certifications to start or advance your IT career. IT keeps growing, so go with the growth of My Computer Career. The right training, the right timing, the right career. Invest in you at mycomputercareer.edu. Start now.
Owner-operators, listen up. Are you grossing $14,000 a week? At Sisu Energy, our owner-operators gross on average $14,000 a week, with the top 10% earning over $23,000 a week. Sisu Energy's owner-operator drivers enjoy discounted fuel cards, low-cost insurance, and weekly pay. Must be over 23 with 2-year CDL experience. Ready to earn your full potential? Go to SISUEnergyLLC.com. That's SISUEnergyLLC.com and click Join the Pack to apply.
Hello, I'm David Figueroa, co-founder of Melinda's. We make 32 craft pepper sauces that are thicker, hotter, and better than ordinary hot sauces. We use fresh, plant-based ingredients that you can see and taste. One try, and you'll fall in love with Melinda's. Melinda's is proud to be the official hot sauce of the AT&T Byron Nelson. And right now, you can register to win 18th hole Champions Club tickets. For eligibility and to enter, visit melindas.com/enter. That's MELINDAS.com/enter.
Join J. Alexander Law and Chris Arnold of The Fan 105.3 this Friday the 5th from 1 to 3 p.m. at Southern Junction in Irving for the boxing event weigh-in. We will be celebrating the sport and Mexican culture. See you there.
You've never had anything like Kentucky Fried Chicken's new chicken nuggets. They're so good, you'll hear a random choir singing every time you open the box. Don't believe me? Just listen. Box open. KFC, chicken nuggets, KFC. Box close. Open. Close. Can we get a remix? Order KFC's new chicken nuggets on the KFC app today. That's finger looking good. Prices and participation may vary.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Woo-hoo! Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
Diamonds Direct invites you to join us as we celebrate all the moms in our lives. This Mother's Day, we're giving Mom more to say thank you for all she does. With every fashion jewelry purchase of $2,500 or more, we'll give Mom a free customizable diamond initial pendant valued at nearly $800. Shop now through May 14th to give Mom more this year. We've put together an exceptional collection of meaningful gifts for any budget. The perfect heirloom pieces to pass down to the next generation of moms. Birthstone rings, stackable rings, eternity bands, pearls, elegant diamond pendants, and of course, stunning diamond earrings. This year, she deserves a gift that keeps giving, and at Diamonds Direct, that's our specialty. Timeless gifts of jewelry she can enjoy and cherish for decades to come. And now's a great time to upgrade her diamond studs or pendant with Diamonds Direct's unmatched 110% upgrade. Come let the experts at Diamonds Direct help you find that remarkable gift that says, "Cheers, Mom, for all you do and for who you are." Diamonds Direct. Get locations and store hours at diamondsdirect.com.
RJ Choppy here. The Memorial Day sales event is happening all month long at one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas, Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. If you're looking for a brand new ride for the rest of summer and beyond, go check out Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep and the Memorial Day sales event. In fact, go to the website, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. Find the vehicle you want, get it at an incredible price, because if you drive a little further, you know you can save a lot more. Go see Andrew Beck at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
This is Flea for This Little Light, a podcast about falling in love with music. I started a nonprofit music school about 20 years ago called the Silver Lake Conservatory of Music. The reason that I started doing this podcast was music education. I'll be speaking with Rick Rubin, Thundercat, Stuart Copeland, Margot Price, Corey Henry, Cynthia Erivo, Sheila E., and Patti Smith.
Please listen and follow This Little Light, a presentation of Cadence 13 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
One of the biggest questions surrounding each NFL team after the conclusion of the NFL draft is the get right. Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Yep.
Larry D. Flores holding it down for you here. Really appreciate you joining us. However, and wherever you may be listening to us on this Wednesday night, we're also live on Twitch at twitch.tv/DallasFanCam and also on YouTube at 105.3 The Fan on YouTube. Make sure you hit the subscribe button while you are there. You can check out any of our videos from any of our shows, including our conversation with John Machota of The Athletic last night, breaking things down for the Dallas Cowboys in their draft. Speaking of the Cowboys real quick, did you know tonight was their celebrity home run derby?
Yeah, a little bit earlier, actually, in fact, because I know that Patrick Walker, our friend, was in it, and he was anticipating doing very well. It didn't seem like he did as well as he wanted, but I felt bad because he was hyped. Like, he was tweeting about it all day. So,
was he?
Yeah, I need to see who actually won because I think Pat Doney was coming in as the reigning champion.
Positive Pat. That's my guy, man.
Positivity make that ball go further. But no, it's something that clearly is always a good time that a lot of folks get into, and it seems like a lot of new faces out there talking to the media.
In fact, Larry, there's one, Stephon Gilmore. He was talking, and along with Brandon Cooks, other Cowboys were talking today. Micah Parsons also talking a little bit earlier today to Clarence Hill Jr. in Austin. My man's putting on some weight, apparently, this offseason.
Yes.
Because he's about to be a full-time edge, which is a real conversation.
He's basically a full-time
edge. He's basically,
already.
That now.
Yeah.
But he went ahead and declared it today. He's like, yeah, I'm going to be a full-time edge rusher going forward here, which we're like, oh, well, thanks for that piece of news, Micah. We'll get into some of that a little bit later on. But here, Stephon Gilmore talking today, and here's something that when you hear this from any athlete, You just have to laugh just a little bit. Take a listen.
I think I can still play. You watched the film from last year, and you can see it. So last year was last year. And like I said, every year I turn the page, and I prove myself every year. So that's how I look at it.
It looked like you were healthy for the first time in a while.
Yeah.
Was that part of it? Just finding
for sure. I mean, you go through things in your career.
Okay, now hold on. Now, I wanted to hear what Stephon Gilmore was saying, but clearly the music in the background was actually no, thank you. But what he did say to the response to that last question.
What was it?
How was he feeling going into this upcoming season? Was the fact that this is the best that he's felt in the last 2 to 3 years.
Oh, that's always a fun time. When an athlete hits you with, I'm in the best shape of my life.
Best shape of my life.
Let me tell you what that don't mean. It does not mean that they are in the best shape of their life. Like, I don't know why it works like this all the time.
All the time.
And look, I understand that athlete is attempting to be earnest, but oftentimes it just reads like you lying to yourself. You trying to make yourself think that you are in the best shape of your life. Doesn't mean that you're in the worst shape of your life. However, it does not mean that you're in the best shape of your life. You were mentioning this earlier. Carmelo Anthony was doing this.
Stayed on that best shape of my life, yes.
Yeah, towards the latter part of his career. And it's just like, oh, I know exactly what that means.
Yes.
Because, like, look, man, if you're in the best shape of your life, you don't have to tell us. We see it. We know it. Right? DK Metcalf ain't out here like, I'm in the best shape of my life.
Like,
guys.
we get it, DK. We get it.
Yeah, we see all the muscles. It's cool.
We get it.
It's when you know people are doubting you and you might be doubting yourself. You're like, hey, look here. I just need you to know I'm in the best shape of my life.
Well, good thing Stephon on that final year of that contract. Because
wow, you already getting him out of there. That's great.
No,
you heard that, Larry?
No,
you getting Stephon Gilmore out of here. That's
Stephon
crazy.
Gilmore out the paint. I'm just saying, I was cool with it until he hit us with, I'm in the best shape of my life.
Shape of my life.
Because we know what that's code for.
Hope he plays good football. Like,
me too.
Because my thing about it is I don't need you to be in the best shape of your life. Just get out here and play good football.
I appreciate the sentiment, 972. Glad that you get to hear us again. That's much appreciated. The biggest question, though, surrounding each of these NFL teams after the NFL's annual selection meeting, a couple of ones that I found very interesting. One that was answered today, congratulations, Baltimore, because their question was, who is the Ravens' other starting cornerback? Well, they signed theirs today. Rock Ya-Sin apparently is going to be their new starting quarterback, or corner alongside Marlon Humphrey. So they answered that question there.
Which does feel a little less incredible than what they had previously, but that's just one of those, you had previously been living a wealth of riches. Now you're just going to have to come back to a little bit normal. And you know what? Maybe Rock Ya-Sin comes in and just plays, has a better, best season of his career or what have you, and they're in a better place. It also helps when you have an upfront that gets to the passer. So I'm interested to see what that pass rush does this year, because they had a little bit of trouble with that to the start of last season.
I love this one for the Cowboys because I find it pretty hilarious because of what could happen. The biggest question surrounding the Cowboys. This is how you know you're in a good place when you're a football team, when this is your biggest question coming out of the NFL draft. Who's going to be the kicker here in Dallas?
I mean, yes, but also it's an important question.
I mean, it is an important question.
Because, I mean, how many times do we look up and we're like, oh, yeah, the kicker had a majority of the points on that team? And, like, the instances where you're incapable of getting in the end zone, right? Like, that 3 matters a big deal. And also, look, we be losing our minds behind them extra points, too. Like, this matters. Scoring those points matters. And having somebody that you feel confident in matters a good amount, too, because we see the way that can change your play calling and the way you go about things. And that also matters a good amount, right? Like, you can go to defense into doing dangerous things if they're like, yo, that kicker is good from 50 or 60, and so we have to play a little bit of difference. Like, it's a thing that we don't have generally in our society, we don't have a respect for kickers. But, like, the ethos that they bring matters, funny enough.
Yeah, because I would love to have Justin Tucker on this football team. Someone of that ilk being able to...
Well, then can I interest you in a Mason Crosby?
Ain't he 100? Or like 99 close to or something like that?
Are you worried about age or kicking?
Yes.
Okay. Also, let me go check Mason Crosby because I feel like that started creaking on us recently.
Like real talk, I think Mason is 37, 38.
38 years old from Lubbock, Texas.
Yeah. So there's that. I know y'all been floating Robbie Gould out there as well, former San Francisco 49er kicker.
Yes, Crosby was missing. That's the problem, right? He was missing kicks early last year, easy kicks last year.
Yeah.
We in that place where the kickers...
Was last season the Cincinnati-Green Bay game where the hilarity kept happening and then missing kicks in that game? I know it's been like a long time since the NFL season's been over with, but I feel like that game that happened this past season where Mason Crosby was out there in hilarity, or maybe that was 2 years ago. I don't know. Time is I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I don't know what they're going to do at kicker at this point. But hey, that's a good problem to have.
They're going to have a competition, baby. Like that's what it's going to be, right? They're just going to get some guys.
All right.
That's basically what they did last offseason, isn't it? They got some guys in camp, let them kick, and then eventually was like, we going with this one, right? This is just going to be the one that we rock with. Because remember, we had my guy, oh my God.
Jonathan Garibay.
Garibay.
He was so bad, he was hitting NFL Network sets during training camp.
So remember, it was like three of them, right? We had Garibay, we had Maher, and then we had Liram Haralahu. I felt so bad for Liram Haralahu.
What's he doing these days?
All he did was pull up and knock down the kicks that he was supposed to. They were like, can you kick from longer than 50? Nah, but I can hit all these under it. And they were like, don't care. It does not matter to me.
What was the name of the one kicker that the Cowboys had that went perfect? He used to kick for the Chargers. He was here. Oh, Kai Forbath.
Kai Forbath.
Yeah, but I didn't feel good about him after 40 yards. Not gonna lie to you. Light leg.
And it seemed
Light
like
leg.
what I learned last year is that, oh no, we are here for the distance of the kicker. The accuracy is secondary.
Hey, Maher may not hit it from 40. Hey, but he got you from about 65.
That's clearly at least an organizational MO, right? Like, because again, the Liram Haralahu thing, it's kind of jokes, but it's also very serious. He was very good, accurate, but the distance wasn't there, and they never gave him the shot that I thought they might.
Mm-mm.
And so, like, they kept coming around. So we will learn a lot once we get to camp, because I imagine that's how this goes. They will sign a few guys, and whoever's got the leg with a decent enough accuracy will be your kicker. And I hope that does not leave them in the lurch.
The last one I'll get to, because I find this one to be pretty fascinating when it comes to the biggest questions surrounding the NFL teams after the NFL draft, and it stays in the division with the Philadelphia Eagles. Did the Eagles find the cure to the Super Bowl hangover? This list obviously coming from ESPN. This is the one that Tim McManus posts, who covers the Eagles for ESPN. Did the Eagles find the cure for their Super Bowl hangover? Because they tried to do it with a bunch of dudes from Athens, between Kelly Ringo, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, that they drafted just this year alone after drafting Nakobe Dean and Jordan Davis a year ago. Oh, and by the way, they traded for DeAndre Swift, former Georgia running back, on the cheap, where they got him from Detroit to go along with Rashad Penny in that backfield there.
Yeah, I don't know why that would be the cure for the Super Bowl hangover. One thing I will say, they have made sure to invest in the line, in the trenches.
That's a Howie Roseman special.
There's a lot of teams that have said they like that the line matters to them. They have actually invested in that. That's the thing that I found to be interesting. That maybe is some level of cure for the hangover Super Bowl hangover, whatever that actually means. Because some of the smartest football people that I know point to the idea that the game, at its very simplest, is about blocking and tackling. If you handle those things, good things should happen. And it's one of the reasons why going into this draft for the Cowboys, I was like, if they get them some big uglies, I will not be upset. Because again, at its core, this game is about blocking and tackling.
Yeah, Howie Roseman knows how to fortify the trenches, and he has done that, over the years very, very well for the Philadelphia Eagles. You think about all the Hall of Fame offensive linemen between Lane Johnson, Jason Kelsey, Cam Jurgens is on the way as a young and up-and-coming offensive line. They got a lot of guys on that offensive line.
They've got talent. Now, the thing that's going to be interesting, because they lost two coordinators, is like, what's that continuity going to look like? What's the tactics of this? Will those shift? And the way that those guys had played last season, will that add some wrinkles to the way that they have to go about things? And of course, that's the beauty of the NFL and the beauty of sports. We will watch it play out.
It's To Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. From the 214, did any of the Grammatica guys have kids or did they get kicked out? Remember the Grammatica?
Oh, yeah.
Bill, Martine. They got kids running around. It seems like everybody else got, NFL sons running around these days.
Yeah, we don't really have kicking dynasties, do we?
No, we don't. Good point.
Wonder why that is.
I'll have to investigate that. Coming up next here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan.
Oh, he pointed at me. That means I'm supposed to say something.
That's right.
Coming up next, as I continue to look for what I'm supposed to be talking about. Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's your creation.
And kind of. Over the last 20 years, your team, or just any team, if you could give a team one do-over game, which would it be? We'll discuss it next on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, former NFL All-Pro turned fight promoter Sean Merriman at 11 a.m. Plus, what are the Cowboys' positional strengths coming out of the draft? Tune in, full show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on The Fan.
Tolos, Mike Bassick here for my friends over at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Cleburne. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and General Manager Mike Brown are my guys, and I highly recommend them when it comes to getting the best deal on a brand new Chrysler Dodge Jeep or Ram. And right now, hurry over to Cleburne for the Memorial Day sales event happening all month long. Start the process now at southwestcdjrtexas.com, and I promise you won't be disappointed when you drive a little further to save a lot more at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Cleburne.
Join Jay Alexander Law and Chris Arnold of The Fan 105.3 this Friday the 5th from 1 to 3 p.m. at Southern Junction in Irving for the boxing event weigh-in. We will be celebrating the sport and Mexican culture. See you there.
Join G-Bag Nation this Friday as we broadcast live from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. at Texas Motor Speedway for Ducks Unlimited Expo. Come try and buy the latest outdoor products and watch the family-friendly Purina Pro Plan Incredible Dog Challenge. For ticket information, visit duckexpo.com.
At Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who are tired of being taken advantage of. Schedule online at ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
Hey, Tolo, Zach Wolchuk just wanted to take a minute to brag about my friends over at State of the Art Weight Loss. They have helped change my life, and I want them to help change yours as well. I just recently went in and saw my doctor, and she was blown away at the almost 80 pounds that I've lost. I'm no longer having to take my heartburn medication daily, and I'm no longer on that blood pressure medication. This is all thanks to my friendly team of soda expert nutritionists at my Plano location. Go ahead and make your appointment. Visit one of the 7 beautiful in-office facility locations and find out for yourself exactly what the soda program can do for you. I'm having to buy tons of new clothes, and every time I go out, friends and family are blown away at how good I'm looking. You can have the same success that I've had. Bobby Belt, Mike Bassick, and Kevin Hagelin. Just go to SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTAweightloss.com. The Dallas Cowboys and soda are, say it with me now, state of the art. Hugs and less pounds, everybody.
Everyone loves bacon. Bacon plumbing, heating, air, and electric.
top of the hour. NFL post-draft winners and losers through the eyes of these 19 veterans, including this Dallas Cowboy. We'll get into that at the top of the hour, where apparently, before we get into our conversation here in this segment, a lot of Cowboys are talking tonight at the Celebrity Home Run Derby, including CeeDee Lamb, about his contract, which we'll get into as the rest of the night goes on. But yeah, a lot of Cowboys talking between Stephon Gilmore, Trayvon Diggs commenting on his contract situation as well. So the Cowboys at their Celebrity Home Run Derby dropping nuggets tonight. TruckRed.com text line 877-881-1053. If you could give your team one do-over game from the last 20 years, which one would it be? Now, where did this come from? Were you just thinking about games and?
No, this is actually from the college football subreddit, where obviously college football is a place where a single game can change the entirety of the course of a school's year, or maybe even trajectory under a project for a head coach. So that was an interesting conversation. I was like, let's expand this out. I wonder how many different places you can go with this. And of course, for local professional sports, particularly in the Big Four, I know there's a few games in particular that definitely stand out as ones that were ones that you'd like to change. But I also wonder if, when you're thinking about this, that you don't simply think about it from ones that felt bad but maybe ones that could have been pivotal in a big way. Like what's the biggest return on investment on this single game that you do over? So yeah.
Okay.
Because I know there's one that you want to go to. And I also wonder if you feel that way if it's like the entire game is a do-over. Not necessarily that the game plays out just a little different, that the entire game gets played again and only God knows where it goes from there,
Yeah. You're also weighing in on Twitch as well, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam from Swaggy Booties, one of the Cowboys 49ers playoffs games over the past 2 years needs a do-over. Question is, which one are you picking? Are you picking this most recent one?
I would imagine this most recent one because your team felt like a better team. Right?
This year.
Yes. It felt like you probably had a better shot of going deep. However, if you're going to pick a Cowboys game, there seems to be singularly one, especially for you, KG, because I think you also have a take that filters in with this nicely.
Yeah. The one. Yeah, there it is, 469. Yeah.
Multiple people have brought this up.
Yeah. The Dez caught it game.
2014 divisional round game.
Because I am firmly of the belief.
Here it is.
If the Cowboys win that game, they go the next weekend to Seattle, where they had already beaten Seattle on the road earlier that season, and they go on to beat Seattle to go on to the Super Bowl that year. I am thoroughly convinced that 2014 team was going to the Super Bowl if the Cowboys win that game. You cannot convince me otherwise that Cowboys team was not Super Bowl bound. Dez Bryant, leading touchdown reception leader in the NFL that year. Tony Romo was a top 5 MVP candidate that year, balled out in 2014. Thoroughly convinced. Some people will come in with the 07 game. Obviously, the whole Patrick Creighton, the Giants, all that.
Yeah. Few folks bringing up the Seattle game.
The Seattle game.
The mishandled hold.
The mishandled game against Seattle. Of course, that will always live in infamy.
But I think you're right also, and especially if you believe like KG does, that the Super Bowl was a shoo-in in that NFC Championship game.
I'm not saying it was shoo-in. I'm saying I had a lot of confidence that Dallas was going to be able to go back there and beat Seattle
that's what I said.
On the road.
That's what I said. Is that not what I said? Did I say something different?
You said a shoe-in.
Yeah. That's basically what you're saying, ain't it?
I mean, I appreciate that.
Okay.
But yeah, there it is, 817 Cowboys versus Giants playoff game, and Romo hit Creighton in stride, and he dropped it. Yeah, that's a big one.
All right, so what I will say before we move on, I typically get on y'all for saying y'all doing it to yourself. This time I did it to you. So if you want to bring your anger for all of these memories,
why are you bringing up
old
stuff? This is an old stuff, like, bad memories type of thing.
This time I will take the responsibility for that. Speaking of bringing up bad memories, everybody taking this to 2011 for the Rangers.
Of course they are.
Because not only, like, the tough thing about making this pick for that game 6, if I remember correctly. Yes.
Yeah.
Does the whole game play out in a way where the Rangers win it if you have to play the whole game over? And it's not just because you were down to your final strike, final out.
Strike.
Right. But I think that, probably. I think, probably you get to the place where you win that World Series.
Strike.
Yeah, that's the thing about that makes it so tough. It's not even just like, we had it. The game was over.
It was done.
Not even like we had it in the bag and we were just had to finish it out. No finishing it. It was over. So yeah, I absolutely get how that one pops up, right? Like that's just is this a unique phenomenon, or is it just that we're close to it? Because it feels like the DFW got a lot of these particular games where it's just like this thing.
Well, I mean, just imagine the heartbreak. You go to back-to-back World Series, you don't win it. The Dez caught it game. 2016, Aaron Rodgers walks in the AT&T Stadium when you had the number 1 seed with a rookie quarterback and rookie running back, and he victimizes you again. Then you got the Cowboys playoff game from just 2 seasons ago when, they couldn't get a snap off against San Francisco. Yeah, couldn't do that.
You ended the back-to-back seasons with just nonsense plays.
Against San Francisco.
Can I interest you in this one as we bounce around DFW sports? Let's go to the Mavericks. And I think you know where I'm going.
Oh, no.
2006 Miami Heat NBA Finals, Game 3, where you have a 16-point lead in the fourth quarter with about 5 minutes to go. 13-point lead with about 6 minutes to go. That's where I got my numbers messed up. And the Heat just battle their way back to make it 2-1. We understand in the NBA what a 3-0 series means.
It's done.
And you had a 13-point lead there. Dwayne Wade's 42 points, 13 rebounds carry them over. And then they go on their, you know what it is. Obviously you win 3-0, you go up 3-0, the Mavericks
it's done.
They win it, right? How does that change the way, like the entire trajectory of the Mavericks? If we're that much earlier in Dirk's career where he's solidified himself as an NBA champion, the organization, I don't know what this does for recruiting, because recruiting was always an interesting question when it came to Dirk Nowitzki and the way the Mavs were. But do you have any idea if maybe that changes the perception around the league?
Well, just think
maybe
about,
they're able to build better teams throughout the course of Dirk's tenure. Do they continue to do they get another guy in there and then have a dynasty of some sorts? Like I just really ponder how that changes and shifts this, because we talk about 11 and then immediately disbanded. What happens if you're able to build a little run up there with that team earlier on in Dirk's career?
Well, just think about what happened the very next year. Dirk is the league's MVP.
Yeah. Because it's his prime, man.
It's his prime. And of course, they lose to the We Believe Warriors.
Which is funny because a lot of people have brought up that series, changing one of those games, hopefully switching the way that goes. And that's really is simply because you want to avoid the embarrassment.
Yes.
But if you win that championship in 06, that really can change the trajectory of the franchise, I think.
And I tell people this all the time when it comes to the Mavericks and the Heat, especially that 06 series. The Mavericks lost the title they should have won in 06. They won the title I believe they weren't supposed to win
in 11.
Because them taking out the Heatles in their first year of being together with LeBron, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh.
That does speak to the idea that it's really tough to just say we're going to put these foundational pieces in and we'll figure out the rest. That's not the easiest thing to go ahead and do in year one.
And Dirk did what he did, of course, taking out the Lakers and the Thunder. Incredible run by Dirk. Who was being evoked quite a bit last night because of what Joe Pavelski was doing in game one of the game against the Kraken. I love this one, though, from the 817. The Longhorns.
Yes.
Larry, you know about this one.
Yes. What year was this?
This is 2000.
Was that 09?
9. Yep.
Yeah. Now he got something to say. Yeah, the Longhorns taking on Alabama when Colt McCoy got hurt.
Colt McCoy's dad took him out of the game.
Okay, so Larry.
Oh, you blaming his daddy for this?
That's crazy. See, this is the Texas hurt that I am tangential.
Yeah, because that came from a real deep place.
But because Larry, you're on the mic, I'm going to do this. What is the thing that all Texas fans say about that particular game? If
Colt McCoy doesn't get hurt,
then
we beat Alabama.
Right here, that's the whole premise.
Yeah.
That's the whole premise. Play this one more
I've heard
time.
nothing different from any Texas fan.
I mean, because we were even with Garrett Gilbert. It was Garrett Gilbert.
Oh, that's right.
Wasn't that was freshman Garrett Gilbert?
Yes.
True freshman
Garrett Gilbert.
Coming
And
right off of Lake Travis.
Had a lead. You beat Alabama. That was right. Alabama's first national championship.
Oh, we could have curbed the whole dynasty.
Yeah.
I got a question for all Texas fans. I hope Bobby Bell's listening to this.
He's not.
Which one evokes more emotion?
Oh, no.
Winning the 05 national championship or losing to Alabama in the 09 title, given what was happening in that game?
Winning 05.
Yeah, you beat 2 Heisman Trophy. I mean,
that's what I would think.
Alabama wasn't Alabama yet. It was like, that's what started it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was kind of the beginning of.
Yeah.
But just imagine if y'all had taken out Alabama before that whole,
but also the fact
dynasty got kicked off.
The fact that Vince Young did it the way that he did it.
Yes, the repossession of the Heisman.
And the fact that Reggie Bush got the Heisman Trophy that year.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh, you know what? You got the Heisman? Okay, here.
Housed it.
Plus, it was an incredible football game.
That was full Hakeem David Robinson housing in that game.
Incredible.
Remember that one
football
time
game.
when Hakeem
Yes.
told David Robinson, hey,
yeah,
give me that MVP.
Yeah, that's not really yours.
That's not yours.
We did limit it to 20 years, but on the Twitch chat, somebody mentioned how about the 76 Super Bowl loss to the Steelers?
Oh.
If you wanted to take it back. There was one more that I had thought that was kind of old school, and I can't remember. Oh, yeah. Just for me personally, that year that the University of Houston lost to NC State in the Final Four or in the national championship game. I mean, I understand the Jim Valvano thing all happens, but I would much prefer University of Houston have a men's national basketball championship. But of course, nobody else cares about that.
Well, you took me back on that 05 thing. That was my freshman year of college because how old am I?
You 36.
Yeah.
It was just a great, those were the 2 best teams in college football the whole year. It was just a storybook season.
Vince Young came to Columbia, Missouri.
Oh, no.
When Missouri was still in the Big 12.
Oh, no.
When I tell you.
Oh, no.
Vince Young took over that game in the second half. One of the greatest plays I've ever seen. It was 3rd and 30. Momentum all on the side. Yes, momentum all on the side of my Mizzou Tigers.
Boo.
Vince Young, Larry, gets the ball, flushed out the pocket, scrambles, 31 yards on 3rd and 30. I said, what the hell?
And the best part about it is when he was running, it looked like he wasn't.
Did not look like it at all. Gazelle.
He was just tearing your heart out, looking like he was going for a casual stroll.
I said, they make these kinds of humans? Vince
Young. Someone else mentioned 93 national championship game. Chris Webber timeout. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Anyways.
Vince Young's so damn good. That was great. That was a bad trip down memory lane on something.
Sorry.
Still a fun trip, though. So get right. We're Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Who are the NFL's post-draft winners and losers through the eyes of these 19 veterans, including this one for the Cowboys? Do it next on the Get Right.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881-1053. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best Ford dealership on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It's Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist, GM Adam Vincey. They're both Tolos, taking care of the Tolos each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford truck or SUV. Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
Gilbert worked in retail and restaurant management for 14 years. It was time for a change.
I recognized where I was at was vulnerable to the whims of the economy.
Then he heard about My Computer Career. Gilbert went for it.
In as little as 7 months, I got all of my certifications at a fraction of a cost for college.
He became an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
I can work from anywhere. I have more time for my family as well.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
If new Heineken Silver was at the invasion of Troy.
Oh my, the Greeks sent us a big wooden horse.
Oh no, it's full of armed and angry soldiers!
And we only have these ice-cold Heineken Silvers to defend ourselves.
Forget plundering. Let's party!
Get all the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver. Only 3.2 grams of carbs and 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your air conditioner breaks down, don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their number one goal is to fix your air conditioner and not try to sell you something you don't need. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
Guys, fellas, men, do you want a better sex life? Roman has genuine medication that helps you achieve and maintain what you need to perform. Roman has discreet wipes that help you last 4 times longer in bed. Roman has testosterone testing and treatment. Treating low testosterone can help revive your sex drive. So men, what are you waiting for? For a better sex life, go to ro.co/bettersex. Do it today and get 20% off. That's ro.co/bettersex.
There are 5 costly mistakes home sellers make in DFW. Mistake 1 is sponsored by Orchard, the modern, stress-free way to sell your home. Beware of low-ball home buying services. You may feel pressured to take thousands less than your home is worth to know it will sell quickly. Forget trade-offs. Orchard not only lists your home for top dollar, they'll even guarantee it sells with an impressive guaranteed backup offer. Get the price you deserve and know when your old home will sell. Get a free, no-obligation cash offer at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
John Shreve here with a shout out to our Tolo electricians looking to make a change and join a company that provides a fun family environment, work-life balance, great pay, and benefits. Here's Robert Loomis, owner of Mr. Electric.
We're looking for all ranges, even if you don't have a license and you want to become an electrician. We have a training program, of course, journeyman, master, residential wireman, or apprentice.
Apply by calling 817-585-2997. 817-585-2997. That's 817-585-2997.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 to Get Right. We're Reg and KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Larry D. Flores hold it down for you on your Turn It On, Leave It On station. Who are the NFL's post-draft winners and losers through the eyes of these 19 NFL veterans, including this Cowboy? We'll have that conversation here in just a moment on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. Also on Twitch at twitch.tv/DallasFanCam and on YouTube as well at 105.3 The Fan with you until 11 o'clock on this Wednesday night. Unfortunately, the good guys go down today at Globe Life Field 12-7 to the Arizona Diamondbacks as they look to get back on track when they get back on the diamond on Friday. They have the day off tomorrow. They get back on the diamond on Friday. Meanwhile, game 2 of the Stars and the Kraken also going to be happening tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. Man, we'll have an action-packed Thursday, ain't we?
Yes.
Okay.
It's look, we're getting to the point in the playoffs in the NBA and the NHL right now where it's, every other day.
I love this time of year, but I also can't wait until we get to the summer because, it runs us ragged. In fact, this is our first time doing this during while we're doing our shows. And I'm not going to lie, I love doing the show, being able to talk to you and all the listeners out there. It's been quite a joy over the past year or so. trying to watch and evaluate games while doing it is so tough.
It is.
It's so tough to do that. And so I can't imagine. I'm already thinking ahead to what it's going to be, me trying to watch stars cracking while doing this program. I am my brain already hurts. I'm going to bring ibuprofen in.
For that and everything else you got going on right now these days.
That's true.
As well. I do want to give flowers to the young man because I don't know about you, but it is a lot of fun watching Josh Young get down these days.
.com. The 1-1 hit high and deep to left. Josh Young, home run number 2 today. You bet! The American League Rookie of the Month for the month of April has gone yard twice. This 2-run blast puts Texas out in front 7-6.
Of course, Matt Hicks on the call. The reason why I stopped down on that real quick is because it is something about a rookie in Major League Baseball under these circumstances and being able to perform. And so far, Josh Young has been as good as advertised for the Texas Rangers. And if you are a fan of this team, that is somebody who, for it looks like the next decade, is going to be manning that hot corner and hitting the ball a ton at Globe Life Field. He is fun to watch so far. The reigning AL Rookie of the Month, Josh Young, 2 homers on the day. That home run gave the Rangers a 7-6 lead. Unfortunately, that was the last 2 runs that they scored.
Yeah, before giving up a whole bunch more
on the day. The Dallas Cowboys are busy tonight, not necessarily on the field, but on the diamond themselves, actually.
Up in Frisco.
That's right.
Where another one of those guys that might be a foundational piece for the next 10 years, Evan Carter, play.
That's right. I like what you did there.
Thank you.
Yes, the Dallas Cowboys are having their celebrity home run derby tonight. And
earlier today,
yes.
If they're still out there, that's fantastic. But I imagine that everybody's gone home by now.
But there were plenty of Cowboys who have been talking, including CeeDee Lamb, because we'll get to the NFL post-draft winners and losers Hello.
I don't even think we will, so don't worry about it.
We will.
Okay.
Winners and losers through the eyes of these 19 veterans. Hello. But here's an interesting quote from CeeDee Lamb. Sedarian. Shout out to Sterling. Where he was talking about his contract and future with the Cowboys. Listen to this. He said, quotes.
Are we not going to play it again?
No. The music was blaring. There wasn't any audio that I found of that just yet. But of course, John Machota of The Athletic has, all of it down at this point.
Quotes.
I'm very excited. Dallas is somewhere I've always wanted to be. I don't see myself wearing any other jersey. I don't really want to get into it too much. I don't really want to get into too much detail on that, but I'm definitely excited for the future, end quote.
Either he's giving up a whole bunch of leverage here. Well, not even that much leverage. Either he's giving up some leverage here, or what I'm guessing you're thinking here is
something might be happening here rather soon for Sedarian Lamb and his contract. Now, what's interesting is just a couple of weeks ago, the Cowboys picked up his 5th-year option going into 2024, which means he'll make $18 million that season unless the Cowboys get a long-term deal done with him prior to that. But the way that those comments land for me, sounds like something is in the works. Maybe not necessarily anything imminent, but it sounds like CeeDee may be on to something here that we may not necessarily know about that may be coming rather soon with respect to a long-term contract.
Yeah, the way that I heard it, and I told you this immediately, is he knows he's going to be here, and the Cowboys have made it very apparent that they want him to remain here. In fact, he became a true number 1 this year. Man, that's something that I think most teams go ahead and are like, yep, we're going to make sure that second deal happens. In fact, what were we talking about with the Bijan Robinson thing? I know it's a little bit of a stretch, but rock with me. With the Bijan Robinson thing, the idea of drafting a running back so high, the question isn't, can that dude produce during his rookie contract? It's that when you draft a first round pick, you anticipate wanting to sign that second deal with them, that extension. This is the objective, is to sign a guy when they are good to that second contract. That is everybody's in on that idea. So I think that everybody knew that that's where it was. Plus, and it's something that I think media folks in particular, and I'm not even including myself in this, like the media folks that actually cover the team, the guys and the girls, I guess, on the beat, understand. CeeDee Lamb has worked on his media availability and his media bedside manner, for lack of a better term, this season. in part because he knew he wanted to be a number one wide receiver. He wanted to be a leader on this team. This is something that he's worked on. So I think this is some of that coming out as well, where he's like, look, man, the right thing to say, even though I'm sure he believes it, I'm not trying to say that he's putting on or anything, is like, I'm here. This is where I want to be, and I'm excited to be here. So you get tinges of that. You get tinges of I know I'm going to be here because of the circumstances that I'm in. So whether or not it's imminent, it does serve as confirmation that CeeDee Lamb is going to be wearing that number 88 in that white jersey, or I guess the blue one every once in a while, for a very long time.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere for the foreseeable future. Winners and losers and the players most impacted by these rookies coming into their respective football teams. Fascinating drafts by a lot of different teams in this year's annual selection meeting. Houston remaking their roster, getting their franchise quarterback and franchise pass rusher, and Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. But a winner through the eyes of veterans in the NFL. This comes from Bill Barnwell of ESPN. His winner, one of his winners that he has, not just because he got his new contract, but he got some toys to come along with him. That would be one Lamar Jackson, 5 years, $260 million with 185 guarantee. But he also got some help, not just with Odell Beckham Jr. previously signing, but Zay Flowers coming in at number 22 for the Baltimore Ravens as well there.
Yeah. I mean, the whole offseason worked out largely okay. I think we all figure that he was pushing for more guaranteed money, but it just seemed like, again, proxy war against the entirety of the ownership in the NFL typically doesn't lose these battles to the players. So he ends up getting to, at least for what I imagine is a good long time, which is a full season, be the highest paid quarterback with all the guarantees and all those things, and finally get the weapons necessary to go out here and do these things. And when I say weapons, I obviously on the field, but also he has a different offensive coordinator, right? Like he has those things plus.
That's right, Tom Monken, coming over from Georgia.
I think probably the one organization that is best suited to him, the one organization that would probably ride with him in particular, his proclivities, the way that he wants to get down, all those things, exactly the way that you would want him to. So he wins in just that remaining in Baltimore, the place that I think suits him, the place that really has grafted onto him, and being able to maybe not have to carry so much of a load on his shoulders, which sounds funny considering he's getting a whole bunch of money, and that's typically what we say when quarterbacks do that, but it kind of works opposite. He has been the offense for so long, and now you hope that maybe he has a little bit of assistance in doing that.
One of the other winners, veteran-wise, from this NFL draft, you'll love this one because he's a quarterback, and he was this year's NFL
Comeback Player of the Year.
That's right.
Eugene Cyril Smith III. Hooping, recouping, and ready to go out there with a fantastic addition in this draft. They added another cornerback in the first round in Witherspoon, right? Witherspoon.
Devin Witherspoon, that's right.
Which I'm actually not sure about. But Seattle had a little bit of a coup in this thing, man. They added talent. So defense got better, which is going to help because this is not a team that you anticipate him to carry. But if the defense is more solid, that helps your offense. And the offense, he got some weapons, right? I don't know what more you could ask for from that dude in addition to getting this contract.
Yeah, Geno's had a hell of an offseason because they got better defensively, as you mentioned, with Devon Witherspoon, but they were able to snag Jackson Smith and Jigba as well.
Best slot receiver in this draft.
And he goes along with Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. Weapons galore for Geno to continue to cook Russell in Seattle at this point. So give credit to John Snyder, the GM and former protege of our very own Brian Broaddus.
God, Pete Carroll has to be somewhere chewing the hell out of some bubble gum, man. Are you serious? I fought the law and the law won. And
yeah, man.
I don't even think that's the right use of that phrase,
good,
but you got what I meant.
I got what you meant.
The idea that the star quarterback is going to have all this institutional control, maybe, and he was like, "No, this is my spot, and we gonna do what I want, and it's gonna work." And it was like, "Good luck trading a good quarterback." Nobody does that. Did it? Worked out, and it's looked bad on the other end, right? It just coming up aces.
Good luck with that, Sean Payton. One of the losers, veteran-wise, from the NFL draft. We'll go with a couple of running backs.
Ooh.
Well, we'll go with one loser and one winner, actually.
Okay.
Loser, we'll start off in Detroit. Because I'm sure David Montgomery's looking around like, hey, what the hell, man? Y'all drafted Jahmyr Gibbs in the first round at number 12 after y'all just gave me a contract?
Well, I mean, he would be a loser if they kept DeAndre Swift because there'd be too many running backs.
Well, DeAndre should have known he was on his way out when David Montgomery got there.
But that's the thing is like the anticipation. David Montgomery signed there with the anticipation that this is going to be a group, right? Like Jamal Williams is there. They had a 2 running back thing before anyways. So this is going to remain a 2 running back. They're going to run the ball a good amount. You think they're just going to go to throwing the football all the time with Jared Goff? Come on, get real. There's going to be a couple running backs.
Hey, relax on Jared Goff.
Jared Goff is entirely
good football player, Jared Goff.
He's entirely
Super Bowl
passable.
quarterback, Jared Goff.
All right, calm down. You're doing a lot there. He's entirely passable as a quarterback, but the expectation is he's got to do a lot of this out of play action. So like, I don't want to be the dude that's like, you got to establish run, but you have to have a credible ability to run. And that's where having a couple of running backs is going to be valuable. David Montgomery is one of those. Now the other one is Jahmyr Gibbs. I don't necessarily view him as a loser there.
Of course, Montgomery signed a 3-year, $18 million contract with nearly $9 million guaranteed up front. Another loser running back wise, real quick before I get to the other winner running back wise. Shout out to Tyler Algier because he looked around and was like, oh, wait a minute. There's another running back coming to Atlanta.
And his name is Bijan Robinson.
Speaking of Texas, Larry, here comes the best running back maybe of his potential generation.
That's the way this draft evaluation.
That's what y'all told me.
Yeah.
That's what y'all told me.
Yeah.
Here comes Bijan Robinson to help out Desmond Ridder. Good luck with that in Atlanta with their quarterback situation. But yeah, Bijan Robinson, going to be a star. No matter where he landed, going to be a star. Hopefully Arthur Smith uses him correctly in the ATL. Final winner, though, we'll go with another running back. Would you consider Tony Pollard a winner from this year's NFL draft?
Interesting. So let me guess what I think the thought process is there.
Okay.
They had an opportunity of doing something where you get another running back and you make it more of a true tandem, right? Because you draft a running back relatively high. The anticipation is that they play. Now you look up and you go, there's not any solid running backs that you go, they command time. So Tony Pollard, after having to split, quote unquote, but really after having to be an understudy to Zeke for so long, finally gets his due to be the main thing for the running backs for the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, got you.
That Tony Pollard is the number one guy there.
And it's not 1A, 1B.
No, he's that dude.
Right.
You know, coming off of the leg injury. But yeah, of course, they drafted Deuce Vaughn, the feel-good pick of the 2023 NFL draft in the 6th round. The Cowboys did sign Ronald Jones, but there isn't a lot of expectation that he's going to come and be part of that 1A, 1B tandem, if you will, that the Cowboys used to have with Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard. Pollard, though, is playing on the franchise tag, so still a lot to prove from him coming off of the injury going into this upcoming year to try and possibly secure a long-term deal either before the season starts or after this upcoming season. I'm not going to lie to you. I still believe Ezekiel Elliott's going to wind up back on this football team, and I'm going to go with it. I think by the time we get to training camp, Zeke will be back on this team because the door has not been completely closed on it. But for right now, Tony Pollard's a winner because he's looking around like, oh, I see you, Malik Davis. I see you, Ronald Jones. I'm the number one guy around here. And it looks like that's going to be the case this upcoming season. Those some winners and losers, veteran-wise, from the NFL draft from the 903. Hell yeah, Tony Pollard's a winner. He got overpaid. Hey, relax.
I mean, it's a franchise tag. It's not like he got years on this.
You know.
Also, Opie World said, don't put that into existence, KG. Y'all act like Zeke.
What's that?
The Zeke will be back on this team.
Hey, tell Jerry Jones to put it to bed then.
Jerry Jones is never putting anything to bed. Like
that's what I'm saying.
That's how the Cowboys are. Part of why the Cowboys are the Cowboys. Jerry be talking. But also, y'all act like Zeke came in your house and stole from you personally. Man.
And look, they talk to a lot of Cowboys fans. There's a lot of them that want Zeke back on this team, quiet as it's kept.
Well, some of that is just the Cowboys fandom is so big that it exists. At any given point, you will find somebody within the fan base that has a belief of anything. What, in what regards? All of them.
And you think Jerry gonna turn down some money to see Ezekiel Elliott, 214 Great Point, rocking a number 15 jersey like he did in college?
Oh yeah.
Come on now.
I don't believe that. But you know, hey, again, it's something to talk about. It's something for us to talk about with the Cowboys, and Jerry loves that.
For sure. Loves talking about the Cowboys. It's the Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a little bit of NBA conversation for you. What are the biggest storylines of the second round, and who has been the MVP of these playoffs so far? Plus, Boston whoops up on the Sixers. We'll tell you how next on the Get Right.
The more you listen, the harder we cry. The headlines are created here on DFW Sports Station 105.3, The Fan, and the Odyssey app.
Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue restaurant of the Texas Rangers, is your go-to for the best barbecue around. Voted top 50 barbecue in the state. Hurtado Barbecue is now available permanently near Section 101 at Globe Life Field. Hurtado Barbecue and the Texas Rangers, where great barbecue meets baseball. Hurtado Barbecue specializes in Tex-Mex barbecue with locations in downtown Arlington, Fort Worth, and now Globe Life Field, Section 101. For more information, visit HurtadoBBQ.com. Hurtado Barbecue.
Hello, I'm David Figueroa, co-founder of Melinda's. We make 32 craft pepper sauces that are thicker, hotter, and better than ordinary hot sauces. We use fresh, plant-based ingredients that you can see and taste. One try, and you'll fall in love with Melinda's. Melinda's is proud to be the official hot sauce of the AT&T Byron Nelson. And right now, you can register to win 18th hole Champions Club tickets. For eligibility and to enter, visit melindas.com/enter. That's MELINDAS.com/enter.
It's interactive fun for everyone at Scarborough Renaissance Festival. Jousting, 20 stages of entertainment, an artisan marketplace with demonstrations, fun for kids, and so much more. Come step back in time for the time of your life.
Weekends now through May 29th. Get discount tickets at Tom Thumb and Albertsons today.
Does your car registration require a smog test? Be ready with CRC, guaranteed to pass emission system cleaner. Just pour one bottle in your half-empty gas tank prior to testing. Drive till empty and refill. Now you're ready to pass your smog test. Guaranteed to pass is just that, guaranteed. Or CRC will double your money back. That's right. That's all it takes. One bottle of CRC, guaranteed to pass emission system cleaner. Learn more at crcg2p.com. Available at your local auto parts store.
After a long, hard work day, treat yourself. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? Baby Doll Saloon Dallas is the ultimate after-work happy hour spot. A true home away from home. Daily buffet Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Plus our stadium buffet Monday through Friday from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., Saturday 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Sunday from noon to 10 p.m. Baby Dolls is your sports headquarters, including all pay-per-view fights with no extra cover charge. There's always something fabulous happening at Baby Dolls. Baby Doll Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. The legend lives on.
Diamonds Direct invites you to join us as we celebrate all the moms in our lives. This Mother's Day, we're giving Mom more to say thank you for all she does. With every fashion jewelry purchase of $2,500 or more, we'll give Mom a free customizable diamond initial pendant valued at nearly $800. Shop now through May 14th to give Mom more this year. We've put together an exceptional collection of meaningful gifts for any budget. The perfect heirloom pieces to pass down to the next generation of moms. Birthstone rings, stackable rings, eternity bands, pearls, elegant diamond pendants, and of course, stunning diamond earrings. This year, she deserves a gift that keeps giving, and at Diamonds Direct, that's our specialty. Timeless gifts of jewelry she can enjoy and cherish for decades to come. And now's a great time to upgrade her diamond studs or pendant with Diamonds Direct's unmatched 110% upgrade. Come let the experts at Diamonds Direct help you find that remarkable gift that says, "Cheers, Mom, for all you do and for who you are." Diamonds Direct. Get locations and store hours at diamondsdirect.com.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at Ask Dell.
If you turn it on and leave it on the fan, you know we're DFW sports leader on insight and original content all day long. No need to go back and search for it. We send it to you. Email. Sign up for our fan newsletter today at 1053thefan.com. Proudly presented by Bosch Power Tools.
Get DFW security with alarm monitoring starting at $15.95 a month, or upgrade and get better protection and more features like cameras and an app for about the same as you're probably already paying. Check it out today at dfwsecurity.com.
dfwsecurity.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
So get right, we're Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. The biggest storylines from the second round so far, and who has been the MVP of the playoffs in the NBA playoffs so far. I don't know why I said playoffs twice, but I did. It's
because it's the NBA and NHL playoffs.
That is true.
Playoffs.
That's right, Jim Mora. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Larry D. Flores holding it down for you. Coming up in 15 minutes, we go inside the gray area, where, of course, there is no gray area, where this former quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys is making it happen thanks to the XFL. I'll tell you who that is in 15 minutes here on the Get Right. Meanwhile, in Boston, the Boston Celtics said, it's cool that Joel Embiid is back, but we don't give a damn. That is because the Boston Celtics went out tonight, Reg, and absolutely destroyed the Philadelphia 76ers 121-87 to even up their best of 7 series at 2 games apiece. Shout out to Malcolm Brogdon and Jaylen Brown for combining for 48 points on the night as the Celtics blow the doors off the returning Joel Embiid and the Sixers as the series moves now back to Philadelphia, or moves to Philadelphia, I should say.
Yeah, having so much data in history in these things, we can kind of like see how this stuff goes. And funny enough, the home team in game 2s have a better record of winning after losing game 1 than after winning it. 74% of the time when the home team wins game 1, they'll win game 2. 77% of the time they'll win game 2 after losing game 1. So like, this is just something that we've come to expect, man. Like, once you lose that first game, you come back with a vengeance. And especially with the Celtics, because a lot of the reason why they lost game 1 was they were just not serious enough on defense. And I understand that's a really like lazy way of saying it, but if I break down like the nitty gritty of it, it'd take too long. We don't need to do all that, but you get the point. Like, they had instances to be able to shut down, or maybe not entirely shut down, but slow down what the Sixers were doing, and they did not do that properly. You end up that'll have you focus. That'll have you focus up, and it seems like that's what they did to make sure that they got the job done against the Sixers in game 2. So the series is going to get interesting now as they transition back to Philadelphia, and with the MVP back in tow, probably getting himself back up to speed.
Speaking of the NBA, congratulations to Joel Embiid, who is the league's MVP for the 2022-2023 NBA season. Wild statistic about the NBA's MVP. Did you know this? For the first time in his career, LeBron James did not get a single MVP vote.
Nor should he have, but still. There's something to be said within that, right? Like, there's some times where you get an MVP vote and it's like, hey, man.
That means he was getting MVP votes his rookie year.
I was like, what would y'all do? He was that good.
That's what I'm saying.
He was that good. Like, he always at least deserved a vote. You know, will he have won it? And obviously didn't win it all those times, but he has always been the level of player that he deserved at least a vote. And on the top 5 balloting, right? It's worth noting, right? This is not a single ballot where you just vote. I'm on the winner, right? They rank choice 1 through 5, and he, you know, usually he'll at least get like a 5th place or a 4th place vote for MVP. This time, not any of them, and again, he shouldn't have. But it speaks to the longevity of his abilities, right? That he has been so good for so long, and been able to take care of himself to that degree that he's been considered one of the top 5 players in the league, at least if you want to view it that way, for damn near all of his career outside of this year.
Luka Doncic finished 8th in the MVP voting. Guess who got more votes than Luka Doncic?
Domantas Sabonis?
Domantas Sabonis got more votes for league MVP.
Which, you know what that is? Hey, man, the Kings were good. Who was the best player on that team? Let's give him some votes. That's what that ended up being, probably. Because, like, I don't know that I'd be out here saying Domantas Sabonis was the MVP. Like, I hear you more on the De'Aaron Fox, even though, even then, that's a little tough. But, hey, it is what it is sometimes, and I imagine none of those were first-place votes either.
Oh, no, they were not.
You got to fill out the ballot.
Here's what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander can say for the rest of his career now. He was a top 5 MVP vote getter.
Oh, and I'm not sure this is the only time that'll happen.
Well, I'm just saying, like, he can say it for the rest of his career. If it never happens again, yeah, because he finished 5th behind, of course, Embiid, Jokic, Giannis, and Jason Tatum. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had a fantastic year for the Thunder. Speaking of fantastic, the NBA playoffs have been fantastic so far as we begin the second round. ESPN's collection of writers had a series of questions when it comes to who's been the MVP of the playoffs so far, some of the biggest storylines that we have seen going into the second round, and so on and so forth. So I'll start with this one. Speaking of the MVP, Reg, of the second round teams, which player has been your MVP of the playoffs so far?
Ooh, I don't want to get too... I'm really trying not to get too recency bias and not to get too narrow, but it feels hard to not say Jimmy Butler. All right, like you look at the
I
injuries,
agree with you.
The injuries that team has sustained. He gave us literally one of the top 5 playoff performances that we've ever seen, and he's just willed it to happen in a way that I have been fascinated by. So yeah, Jimmy Butler is the one that comes to mind for me.
Yeah, it has to be Jimmy Butler. And no, 469, I'm not having anything to drink, but I appreciate the concern, though. Thank you. But yeah, it's Jimmy Butler. You mentioned the all-time performance that he had, 56 points in the game for him win to put the Milwaukee Bucks on the brink of elimination, which they eventually went on and did. Jimmy Butler's been fantastic. I'm excited to see what happens when he comes back, hopefully in Game 3, as the series moves to Miami between the Knicks and the Miami Heat. Question number 2. Here's an interesting one. Speaking of Jimmy Butler, the injury to which player will have the biggest impact on the rest of the playoffs? Your choices being Jimmy Butler, Joel Embiid, who we saw return tonight for the Sixers, Chris Paul, who's going to be reevaluated in a week as he's dealing with a groin injury.
So he's done for the playoffs.
Or Julius Randle, who did come back in Game 2 for the New York Knicks as he's dealing with injury as well.
All right, so the Chris Paul injury, I don't think it's going to have the biggest impact, but they're done. I view them as done.
Oh, you said the Suns are done.
Yeah, I view them as done.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, just
wow.
You compare the immense amount of depth that the Denver Nuggets have to the entire lack thereof for the Suns, and I just do. And plus, while you have that, Booker and Ayton and Kevin Durant are all still trying to find their grooves together. Everybody, y'all right. If you need to scoreboard me on this, feel free to. I was one that kind of tried to wipe this away because I was like, look, man, you drop Kevin Durant in something and you should be able to figure it out pretty quick. No, it's still taking them quite a bit to figure out how to do this. And against a Nuggets team that has a lot of continuity and a lot of depth. Thanks for stopping by the booth. But so I don't view the Chris Paul injury as devastating to that team. The Jimmy Butler one might be it just because they've had so many injuries and he was just the one making this happen. I don't think there's anybody else on that team that I roll the ball to and say, go make things happen, even though Gabe Vincent did a little bit of his attempting to do that in this past game. I don't think that you can ask him to do that consistently.
Not through the course of a 7-game series.
Joel Embiid is an interesting one, though, because that's a team that I think has legitimate championship aspirations compared to any of the other teams that you mentioned when it came to injuries. So I think it's either Joel because I do think that he'll be fine. However, that one would affect the bigger games, the more important outcomes. But I think Jimmy Butler is the biggest loss, so to say. The level of getting things done would be lost greater from the Heat, if that makes sense.
I would go with Jimmy Butler in this case. I will say, though, the Julius Randle one is pretty underrated because when Julius is playing at his best, he can do a multitude of things on the floor. He can shoot the ball from three. He can put the ball on the floor a little bit. Good enough rebounder. And with everything that Jalen Brunson is already being asked to do from a facilitation and scoring standpoint, Julius Randle being on the floor is hugely important for the Knicks and what they do on both ends of the floor. But I would agree Jimmy Butler would have the biggest impact. And we saw James Harden go off for 45 in game one.
Yeah, but the problem is that's not something that he's been doing consistently of late. I think he had like a 2 of 14 night tonight as well.
Yeah.
Like that team still needs Joel Embiid to be Joel Embiid. He needs to be that level of great. I've seen him do this through injury for a long time though. That's the thing. It really is. I understand that the injury is a serious one. I am staking this so much on Joel Embiid kind of just has the heart to get, do those things. And maybe that's wrong because, again, from the 214 on the truckwreck.com text line, they say Joel Embiid by a landslide, and I understand where you're coming from there. He matters the most on a team that probably has the highest aspirations. I guess I have a wild belief, and you can attest this because when pretty soon thereafter we figure out what was happening, I was like, yeah, they're going to put a brace on that. He'll be good.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way that I believe in that dude because that's the level of, the dude didn't play his first 2 seasons coming back off of injuries and became what he is. Like it might be irrational, but that's the place that I am with that dude.
Some of the biggest questions of the second round of the NBA playoffs, including who has been the MVP so far in the said playoffs. Boston gets a massive win tonight as they even up their series at 1 game apiece with the Philadelphia 76ers as that series moves to Philadelphia for games 3 and 4. It's the Get Right for Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to go inside the gray area where this former Cowboys quarterback is doing this thanks to the XFL. And this crash released this onto the highway. Next on the Get Right.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Rangers fans, we got a special guest. Former GM John Daniels is going to join us at 4. Full show, too. Nation 2 to 7 of The Fan.
Getting close to retirement? Or have you retired? You've probably got a ton of stress-filled questions on your mind. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth. Getting a second opinion with an individualized investment plan is vital, and our fiduciary advisors do just that. Take it from this Trajan Wealth client.
It was just so pleasant, so comfortable. I think we had 7 different accounts, just stuff scattered all over the place. And then so we just started, here's this, move this. And he even explained it a couple different times. But if I have more questions, he said, just give us a call. And that's what I love. He's a phone.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
About to go inside the gray area here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Yep.
Larry D. Flores holding it down for you here. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app, the truckrate.com text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation coming up at the top of the hour. Get you caught up on the latest headlines in the world of sports, including the domination that happened in Boston tonight as the Celtics even up their series at a game apiece. Larry, let's go inside the gray area here on the Get Right. As we do, there it is.
Larry's back.
There it is. There it is.
It makes it so much more brooding.
Shout out to Ben Dinucci. You remember Dinucci?
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Ben Dinucci, who has been playing quarterback in the XFL this season for the Seattle Sea Dragons, apparently has been invited to Denver Broncos camp.
Camp arm.
So how about it?
How about what?
The XFL helping guys make it happen.
Oh, is something going to happen?
All right, Reg.
This is the thing.
All right.
Here's the thing. There's only so many like dudes out here actively still trying to be quarterbacks, right? When it comes to being a camp arm, I feel like Ben Dinucci could have been a camp arm if it wasn't for the XFL. Or I guess maybe you say he would have gone and found some other job if not for the XFL. Is that
I
what
don't
you're
think
trying to
he
say?
would have.
That's what I'm saying. He'd
found a job if he hadn't gone to the XFL. Is what I'm saying.
He'd have been in some camp.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No. You remember how this thing ended around here in Dallas? It was horrendous for him. I'll never forget the deer in the headlights and him trying to convince dudes that he was an actual quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys when he was trying to get dudes, psyched up on the sidelines. And they was looking at him like, who are you? What are you doing out here? It was horrendous for him around here.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I don't think he would have gotten another shot in the NFL if it hadn't been for the XFL.
Apparently from the 870, they say the Nooch has been balling.
That's the thing. He has been. He's been playing pretty well in the XFL.
Well, more power to him. Because James Madison, right?
Yes.
So I guess another opportunity to build up that film against a lesser quality competition and come back and see if you can make something shake in the camp. But hey, look, I mean, hold on to the dream, I guess. Like that's cool, and give them an opportunity to try and win a spot.
Apparently the Broncos like these dudes from the XFL because Dinucci is now the third player from the XFL to be invited to Broncos camp. It also includes running back Jacquizz Patrick and the XFL's sack leader, Trent Harris.
Do you feel like Sean Payton was just like at home one day and had the game was on the TV and he was like, I'll have them come through? Because he likes controlling player personnel.
Yes, he does. But for example, Trent Harris has gotten the vote of confidence from Wade Phillips. And of course, Wade Phillips is a former NFL head coach. Hello, Dallas. And
he's coaching in the XFL.
And he's one of the head coaches in the XFL. Yeah. So look, the biggest thing, the reason why I bring this up is a lot of folks have had a lot of things to say about the XFL and whether or not this thing could actually succeed. And I think for the most part.
Wait, what are we calling success here?
Well, not only putting on games, first of all, there was a question whether or not they were going to get an actual network deal that was going to be worth something to the actual, exposure of the game itself.
Okay.
They secured a really nice television rights deal with ESPN and, Disney and FX and all that. And then the partnership that they've created with the NFL itself, they have worked on a lot of different things in terms of, looking at different rule changes, different programs that the NFL and the XFL have combined on, and more importantly, giving players the opportunity to maybe try and rekindle their dreams of playing in the NFL I think the XFL has been pretty decently successful. And some of the ratings that you've seen from these games, there have been multiple games so far that have had well over 1 million viewers of these games.
Was that earlier or later?
Throughout the course of the year.
Okay.
So I think even as of last week, there was a game that had, 980-something thousand viewers watching the game. Attendance in St. Louis has been fantastic all season long. They've had well over 30,000 fans. Houston's had really good attendance. I think the XFL, if you look at it as a whole, they had their championship game a week from Saturday in San Antonio, which will feature actually the Arlington Renegades in the XFL championship game. So I'm happy for, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Danny Garcia, his ex-wife and business partner, who they've been able to put this league together, and it's been successful. By the way, happy 51st birthday to The Rock yesterday. Yesterday, I think it was. 2 days ago. Doesn't matter. But yeah, shout out to Ben DiNucci, going to get another chance to play in the NFL. For the 2-4, the Broncos are just paranoid they'll have to play without a quarterback again.
Is KJ Hamler still in the league?
Who was the one that played? Was he from Wake Forest or something? Somebody. He used to be like a wide receiver.
KJ Hamler.
No, I thought it was somebody else. I'll have to go back and find it.
What, the emergency quarterback that one year?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that was KJ Hamler.
That was who that was?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All that stuff.
Only 23 years old. Did not realize that.
Oh, wow.
Still in Denver.
Oh, he's still there?
Yep.
Oh, good for him. Get that check. We're inside the gray area. The headline goes like this, gentlemen. Crash releases 1 million bees on Florida interstate.
That's right.
Quote.
That's right. Wait a minute. Hold on. I know you're going to tell me, but I just got to take a second to process. Again,
I like how Larry peeped his head and was like, wait, what?
Again, I know you're gonna read the story and it's gonna explain it, but I just need you to understand that I have these questions. Was it a bee truck or did the truck hit something that had bees in it? This is the question that I primarily would like to have answered at this moment. Please continue with this reading of the story.
Well, gentlemen, if you happen to be driving down U.S. Highway 301 in the Baldwin area of Florida between 3:15 and 7:30 a.m. on Tuesday,
I was not.
You may have noticed something unusual. A bunch of beekeepers. That's because a semi driven by a 26-year-old man from Sunny Isles Beach, Florida, crashed into a truck carrying stacks of beehives.
So it was a bee truck.
With around 1 million bees on the entrance ramp to I-10 East in Duval County.
Wait, so we got bee trucks?
And they were all set loose, Larry Flores. Quote, there are thousands of bees in the area after the collision, read a Florida Highway Patrol crash report. Quote, the public is advised to use caution in the area as the bees continue to disseminate. A 20-year-old Jessup, Georgia man was the driver of the truck carrying all of the insects. Thankfully, according to the Florida Highway Patrol, neither driver was injured in the mishap.
So it was a 20-year-old and a 26-year-old on these trucks?
That's right.
Hey, man, shout out to y'all getting y'all CDLs. I know y'all making good money.
Yeah, that's a lot of money out there doing that.
Yeah. See, this is the thing.
I couldn't be on the road that long, though. I couldn't do it.
Hey, man, shout out to all the truckers out there currently listening to us.
Shout out to all,
Y'all are the backbone of what we got going here with our society when it comes to moving things around. And yeah, I very much applaud the young folks that are like, hey, man, this college thing, the money don't seem to work out. Let me go get a trade. Y'all are doing this right. I appreciate y'all.
The signing bonuses they're handing out for truck drivers these days is crazy.
Doing good work out here, ladies and gentlemen. Just don't be dumping bees because you crashed. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that's tough. Is like, yo, young man, get a trade. That's awesome. How much do we trust young folks with some of this?
Hey, come drive this bee truck.
Yeah, yeah. That's because I know me at 20 years old. I don't know if you should have made me responsible stuff, and people loved calling me responsible when I was 20.
Especially with a thing of bees.
Ooh.
From the 870, yeah, only place this could happen is Florida. You're right about that.
Okay, you keep saying that.
Well, from 903.
Where were they taking the bee truck to?
Well,
Like, who was like, we need to move these bees cross-country, interstate?
Oh, how about this? This is really, as we continue the story here. Quote, we were just chilling, minding our own business, doing our thing, and that's when you heard a loud boom. I'm like, oh, wow. It was crazy. Jewel Strong, who was working at the travel center nearby, told News 4 Jacksonville. After partially closing the road, beekeepers were brought in, and by 7:30 a.m., they had resecured all of the bees, said the Florida Highway Patrol.
All of them. They counted them up. They counted to 1 million. You liars.
Now, here's where it gets interesting.
Well, I don't know why this made me laugh. It's such a stupid text from the 682. Hope they got bee insurance.
Hey, that's a smart thinker right there, because they sure probably wouldn't have it here in Texas to happen.
Okay, but the bee insurance, you think the insurance company paying out on bee insurance? Ain't no way. Can you imagine the loopholes? Can you imagine? Well, we can't account for all the bees, so we can't actually, that doesn't actually cover. Oh, I'm sorry. Those were honeybees. We actually only cover.
You'd be surprised what insurance would cover. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. After, as I mentioned, they were able to resecure all the bees according to the Florida Highway Patrol. However, News 4 Jacksonville reports, Larry, that Trent Padgett, the owner of Jessup Bee Company, and the driver of the truck carrying the bees, claims he lost, check this out.
Oh, no.
Between $40,000 and $80,000 worth of bees in the incident. Quote, we both had a green light, but the semi-truck made a U-turn.
Oh, no.
There without a turn signal.
Oh, no.
Can't do it. And I didn't see it coming, so I just hit the right at the front end of the truck, Padgett said. A lot of bees got lost. A lot of them flew away. There's a lot of dead bees on the highway that came from those boxes.
That's tough.
That's how much bees are out here worth now?
1 million bees.
40 to 80 grand?
Who gonna do the math per bee?
From the 817, we got that 36-year-old insurance professional on board. That's right. You're welcome.
They went from honeybees to zombies.
That's fine. I give that a solid 6. Thank you, Dogberry, for what is that? The Wicker Man?
I'll allow it.
Not the bees. That's Wicker Man, ain't it? Someone will know.
I'll allow it, Larry, because you made a contribution to this program.
They bees in the streets. All right. Okay.
The bees knees in the streets. Is that what we're doing here? Yeah, I don't know what I would do if I saw 1 million bees strung out on the highway. I don't know what I would.
Don't do nothing annoying. Leave them be. No pun intended.
Hey. Look at that. Sound like me and my Josh Young references over there. That's good.
Very unintended. Wow. Yeah, I don't really have much for you. That's just one of those, interesting.
Just be careful out there. That's your trip inside.
Oh, it was Wicker Man. Love it when I know stuff.
You feel better now?
It's fun knowing stuff. You should try it. Knowing stuff is fun.
Hey, what does that mean?
I'm just saying in general.
I feel like he was coming from you.
No, not at all. Just everybody know stuff. It's cool.
Wow. I feel attacked. 817. Larry had a great pun. Give that man more credit. I did. I gave him the elite.
He did give him the hand clap.
I gave him the text.
Which honestly
elite
isn't
clap.
that, it's not that exclusive, but you know what?
No,
it means,
very much.
It means something to KG.
Don't diminish my handing out of elite texting with the clap there.
That wasn't even a text. Swaggy Booty,
what he said.
Swaggy Booty says beware in that area.
All right.
It wasn't my fault. I didn't do that.
From the 214, did you say that there's 40,000 dead beats out there? All right. Doing a lot. Coming up next, we got your headlines.
Probably a lot more than that, if we're going to keep it in a buck.
On the Get Right next.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell. Sponsored by Boomer Jacks on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Terry, is this schedule the most updated?
There's a wedding season rush at Dr. Iona's dental practice.
We're fully booked this week. We can try and squeeze you in next Tuesday.
She needs a dental hygienist to unveil fresh smiles.
How long has 3 been under the UV light?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. What, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's gonna fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When interest rates rise, it's not all bad. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, helping you understand why now is the time to purchase an annuity. Annuities are the only products that will guarantee you an income you can't outlive. It's those guarantees that are tied to treasury rates. And as we know, those rates are at 40-year highs. If you're in or within 10 years of retirement, use this to your advantage. This is exactly why it's possible to receive up to a 25% upfront bonus for income, and why it is possible to receive up to 10% per year for income growth. It's because of the high interest rates. Don't let anyone tell you it's not true, but also don't wait. Interest rates and these guarantees will eventually come down. Call 469-579-3500, 469-579-3500, or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Guarantees are based on claims paying ability of the issuing insurance.
The MLB app, your team, your players, your home for live streaming baseball.
And what a way to start!
Customize your home feed with your favorite team. Get personalized stats, highlights, stories, breaking news, and follow your team on game day. 3D replays and live streams add a new dimension to the game. Plus, free live streaming programming every day. The MLB app. Make it your home for all things baseball. Download for free from the App Store or Google Play. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
RJ Choppy here for Boomer Jacks. Who loves half-price wings at football? Yep. I do too. And at Boomer Jacks on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, the wing deals just got even better. Tuesdays, bone-in wings, half price. Wednesdays, boneless wings, my jam, half price. With half price wings on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, you got a perfect excuse for a mid-week wing break. And don't forget to add the ice-cold beer. Beer buckets starting at $15. Drink specials all day, every day, because it's always happy hour at Boomer Jacks. 17 locations. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
RJ Choppy here for Gaylord Golf Mecca, along with Trevor Tkach, president of Traverse City Tourism.
Yeah, we have some phenomenal golf courses in Michigan, so we're very dedicated to the sport. And of course, in Traverse City, it's not too hot to play through the summer days.
So we love golf, we love the outdoors, water sports of all kinds. Heading up to northern Michigan.
We've got a very dedicated tourism economy in Traverse City that has all of these amenities waiting for you.
Unbeatable summer fun awaits you in northern Michigan.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour to Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
What's happening?
Larry D. Flores holding it down for you here on your Turn It On and Leave It On station. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app, the truckrate.com text line. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation. We are live on Twitch at twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. Also on YouTube at 105.3 The Fan on YouTube. Make sure you hit the subscribe button while you are there to look at and see all of our great videos that we have. Shout out to Carter Freeman, our terrific video coordinator, does all the great stuff with our Instagram stuff. His little Instagram stories and shorts and stuff he's been doing these days. Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah.
From our man Carter Freeman. Big Oklahoma Sooners fan, Larry.
College football sicko.
He really.
Mm-hmm.
If Carter don't love nothing else, Carter love himself some college football, man. He's a proud Oklahoma Sooner.
You know what Carter also does that like I'm actually pretty envious of? He has like an encyclopedic knowledge of like just random sports stuff.
He does.
Like my recall, I wish it was a lot better because I have a lot of some of the information in there, but it takes, something to spark that memory in me.
Mm-hmm.
If he needs to recall something, it just jumps out of him, man. It's incredible. So shout out to Carter.
Yeah, you give Carter all the flowers because he does tremendous work for us. And I appreciate all the work that he does, making us look good with all these videos that he's putting out there.
He don't need much work over here.
Wow. That's good self-confidence. That's good. That's
gotta have it.
Gotta have it. They had a lot of confidence in Boston tonight, and that is because the Boston Celtics ripped off a big win at home, 121-87 over the Philadelphia 76ers, despite the fact that Joel Embiid returned for Philly tonight. It did not matter at all. Malcolm Brogdon, Jaylen Brown, terrific for the Celtics. Tobias Harris had 16 points for Philly, but Boston evens up their series at one game apiece, 121-87, the only NBA playoff game tonight on this Wednesday. It was not good. Embiid in 27 minutes went 4 of 9 from the field, had 15 points. My man was a negative 23.
Yeah, I mean, everybody was minus. Like they got beat.
Particularly James Harden.
They got beat pretty handily. Yeah, James Harden did not have a good game after having a phenomenal one, like, prime James Harden type situation in game 1. 2 of 14 on the night, did not hit a single three-pointer. That is not what you want. And when you talk about that, like, the Sixers team is not one that's going to hit a whole bunch of threes like they did in that first game. Yeah, 6 of 30 tonight for 20%. So, like, yeah, that was a main point of regression in this contest. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see them kind of get themselves back together and see how they bounce back, because you saw a high point game, you saw a low point game, and I want to see where it normalizes somewhere in the middle for the Sixers, because again, this is a team that I said that I was really excited to see as we get deeper into the playoffs. I think they could be a really interesting prospect for going deep and maybe even going to the NBA Finals.
If you're Philly, you are particularly disappointed in tonight's loss because, yeah, Joel Embiid and James Harden were not great. But if you told me that Jason Tatum was only going to play 19 minutes, go 1 of 7 from the field, not hit a single three-pointer, and only score 7 points, I would tell you I got a pretty good shot of winning that game. But that's exactly what Jason Tatum had tonight. It was everybody else that picked him up.
Well, namely, Jaylen Brown put 25 up, and then Brogdon put 23 up. Like, this
off
is
the bench for the Celtics. Yeah,
some of this is that pairing between Tatum and Brown. Obviously, there might be it might be coming time for us to like evaluate that, because there's been a lot of different iterations of the Boston Celtics where that hasn't necessarily worked out incredible. And I understand when they went to the finals last year. Don't jump on me at this point, but. The skill sets kind of overlap in a way that's interesting. So Jaylen Brown, in the absence of Tatum, I think Jaylen Brown can get busy. And that's why you see Jaylen Brown putting up the 25-point game on pretty efficient scoring. And that goes to a whole different place. Now, Brogdon is he's that kind of player. Right? He is a really solid role player that can give you one of those. It's one of those things that you expect in the playoffs, or that you hope for in the playoffs, is that you have one of your solid role players give you a little something every once in a while, and it seemed like this was the Malcolm Brogdon game.
He'd be so good on the Mavericks.
He'd be so good everywhere. Like, he's a really great combo guard that can be a true point guard that cuts, like, he's a great cutter, right? So off-ball movement is incredible. And then he plays good defense. Like, who doesn't want that kind of guard on their team?
And he was terrific for tonight for the Boston.
Oh my God, he was 6 of 10 from 3.
Yeah, he was. That's what I'm saying. Like, he was fantastic for them tonight. Unfortunately, though, Larry, the good guys went down today. The Texas Rangers lose today 12-7, despite the fact, we'll start with cut number 9. Josh Young was in his entire bag today.
Oh, no.
Fought to Young. And there's a high drive. Deep shot out into left. Gurriel runs out of room. This one lands in the second deck. Home run, Josh Young. His 7th of the year. It gets the Rangers back to within a run at 3-2.
That was Young's first homer of the day. Then cut number 17. He was able to give the Rangers at the time a 7-6 lead with his second homer of the day.
.com. The 1-1 hit high and deep to left. Josh Young, home run number 2 today. You bet! The American League Rookie of the Month for the month of April has gone yard twice. This 2-run blast puts Texas out in front 7-6.
Unfortunately, though, that was the last of the runs scored today for the Rangers as they lose 12-7. Andrew Heaney was giving it up today, the starting pitcher for the Texas Rangers.
I mean, Jose Leclerc tried to rival him. He's like, anything you can do, I can do better, Bubba.
Yeah, Leclerc's struggles continue to be magnified so far this year. But Heaney, 4 2/3, gave up 3 homers, 6 earned runs, had 4 walks on 92 pitches today. Leclerc.
I mean, Josh Sborz, he was the one who ended up getting credited with the loss. He had 3 earned runs. Like, all the pitchers came in and were able to allow runs in this one. It was a really tough outing for the entirety of the pitching staff, I guess.
Yeah.
Everybody that worked from the mound for the Rangers today.
So the Rangers, as you take a look at their schedule, they are off tomorrow before they get back on the diamond when they go and visit Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Angels.
Do we know who's supposed to be starting on Thursday?
As we on Friday.
Friday, rather. Sorry.
Yes. Dane Dunning will be on the mound for the Texas Rangers. They will not see Shohei Ohtani this series.
That stinks.
So they miss out on Ohtani
darn.
this time.
You don't have to face Shohei on the mound.
Yep.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. So sad. So they'll miss out this time on the dual pitcher and hitter. Well, I guess I'll see him at the plate.
You'll see him at the plate.
Yeah, you'll see him at the plate.
Yes, you will.
But you won't see him on the mound this series for the Los Angeles Angels. Speaking of baseball, as you were noting in our show prep here, plans for a new home for the what looks like the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum.
Yes. And of course, I at once had this prepared, and I no longer do. But I think let me see if I can find this one more time. Just give me 1 second.
Because I'm interested in this because, of course, the current home for the Negro League Baseball Museum is in my hometown of Kansas City, Missouri. So I'm interested to see if this is something where it is going to be moving altogether.
I don't believe that it's moving altogether. I think they're just going to get a $25 million facility in Kansas City. So it was at one point started in like a single office. But the museum president, Bob Kendrick, said they had a Pitch for the Future campaign, and it's designed to lead to a new 30,000 square foot facility.
Love it.
That would be adjacent to the Buck O'Neil Education and Research Center, which is named after Negro League great Buck O'Neil.
That's right.
And he led the fundraising effort for the initial museum that's currently there. So, quote, our growth from a one-room office to becoming America's national Negro Leagues Baseball Museum has been an amazing journey. And now they're building an organization that will continue to preserve and celebrate the triumphant story of the Negro Leagues, but also fortify the position of the nation's most important civil rights and social justice institutions. And yeah, no, that's the Negro Leagues is foundational to baseball in America, even though they had not for a long time been given that level of their due. And it seems like baseball in general has been a little bit more appreciative and a little bit more embracing of it. And now we're seeing people, try and preserve that history even more and, help it out. And it'd be great to see more stories be able to be facilitated in a larger space for that, just in the same ways that, you've got a fantastic ode to baseball at Cooperstown. It's nice to be able to appreciate Black baseball as well in a way that seems fitting.
I'm such a fan of this because for those that don't know, I was born and raised in Kansas City, Missouri, and I was a baseball player growing up. By the way, Bank of America has already donated $1 million to the project.
Very nice.
Already on their way there. But I played baseball from the time I was 6 till I was 18, and one of the great joys.
I didn't realize you played in high school.
I did.
Didn't realize that.
I did. I was a pretty good player.
First base, right?
I was first baseman. Yeah, and one of the great joys of my life, growing up in Kansas City, playing at Satchel Paige Memorial Stadium. So I played in what's called the RBI program, reviving baseball in inner cities. And during my teenage years, I was able to play, a couple of years at Satchel Paige Memorial Stadium. And it is one of the historic venues in the city of Kansas City. And obviously for the Royals who are there supporting the organization, the RBI program itself, in conjunction with the Negro League Museum, it's an amazing place. And I'm glad that Bob Kendrick has been able to help grow this organization and grow the museum the way that it has it, all of the history that comes with it, the cool Papa Bells of the world, the Satchel Pages of the world, Josh Gibson.
Yeah.
If you have not had a chance, Josh Gibson, yeah. I believe he had, if I remember correctly off the top of my head, he hit 962 home runs in his career. But do yourself a favor and Google or research Josh Gibson, because he was a phenomenal ball player. So I'm glad that the history continues to be preserved the way that it does.
Sorry, I immediately thought Bob Gibson. I was like, am I bugging? And I was. You're right.
Oh, yeah. And, of course, Jackie Robinson played with the Kansas City Monarchs as well. A lot of traditional history there. And yes, from the 682, is the Jazz Museum they're going to be expanded to, or is it just going to be lost due to the move? I'm not sure about that. I'll have to find that out. Of course, they're referring to the Jazz Museum that's adjacent on 18th and Vine in Kansas City, Missouri. That's right there with the Negro League Baseball Museum. But no, I'm not.
Still need to go.
You would love it.
Yeah,
you would absolutely love it.
I've been to Kansas City very infrequently, and I think the one time that I went for pleasure to actually go and experience something, it was for the Nelson Atkins Museum out there.
Yes,
that was when I was
there too.
Yeah, that was when I was an architecture major, so I was checking out the architecture and art.
Oh yeah, you would know. You mean in the Midwest? Yeah. It is still there, by the way. Still going strong. So Bob Kendrick, who was on 105 through the Fan very recently for Jackie Robinson Day.
Yep.
Terrific interview with Alec Medford and Chris Arnold. Happened to be listening to the interview on a Saturday, and he is a wealth of information, baseball historian. And if you ever want to hear the stories of the game of baseball and be reminded not just of the game of baseball itself, but the Negro Leagues, Bob Kendrick is gold. So I encourage you to seek that out if you're willing to learn a little bit about the history of the game. Last couple of headlines here before we move on. Obviously, a busy night as well. Stars not in action tonight. They'll be back in action tomorrow night at the American Airlines Center as they look to even up their series at 2 games apiece. Or 2 games apiece. 1 game apiece in their series against.
I was about to say, did I forget some games?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Right. At 1 game apiece tomorrow. Golden Knights in action tonight as they are up 3-2 in game 1 of their second round series against the Edmonton Oilers there. So hockey action taking place as well throughout the course of the evening.
Before we go, Kevin.
All right.
It's time for your word of the day.
Right. Does Larry know about this?
Do you know about this?
No, I do not.
All right. So you know how sometimes KG will flub a word here or there? We've been trying to just familiarize him with more stuff or maybe just catch him off guard. Who knows? And so I just give him a word of the day. Today, his word of the day is...
semi-respectability.
Woo!
Woo! You ain't got to get ready if you stay ready.
That's right.
That's long. That's a long word.
If you ain't noticed, that's been the objective. To get you long words and see if I can catch you.
Longer and longer. So, yeah, there you go.
I should have given you that word. Don't worry about it. It'll come around tomorrow.
No, I want to say, let's double.
Wow, double or nothing.
Let's go.
Second word of the day is, he got a little too bold. Look at his face. Look at him. Look at him. He don't know.
Let's go with, ooh, you might have got me with this one.
Right.
Karaticus.
Your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea how to say that word. No idea.
See, this is the part, Larry.
None whatsoever.
He'll give me a word
That's
that he
right.
may not know himself.
Correct. 100% correct.
How's it spelled?
Caractacus.
Caractacus? That sounds about right.
That sounds about right.
How does that sound, Larry? Does that land for you as a Texas product? Does that land for you?
Say it again.
Caractacus?
Sounds like a species of dinosaur.
Actually, it's a noun.
That means?
Caractacus was a 1st century AD British chieftain.
Wow.
Resisted the Roman conquest of Britain.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Today you learned.
Nice. All right, cool.
Can KG say capsaicin again? Or yet. Sorry. KG, can you say capsaicin?
What?
I guess no. All right.
Nope.
Thanks.
Look, I got you the double or nothing. I'm not going anymore.
You did.
By the way, if you had not heard, Micah Parsons apparently announced to the world today that he's a full-time edge rusher.
Basically, yeah. He said he's beefing up.
He talked to Clarence Hill Jr. of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Micah was busy today because he was in Austin.
And then he came up for the home run.
But before that, made a stop in Capel.
I mean, that's kind of in the area.
At a restaurant to do some, work there at a burger restaurant, apparently. Earlier in the day, Micah saying that he is getting a little bit bigger to get ready to be a full-time edge rusher.
Or at least more frequently, which I mean, basically full-time. Because he was listed at 245 and he's currently at like 252, something like that.
Yeah, he said so. Micah, obviously responding to what was reported, said on his official Twitter account, laugh out loud, people hear bulk and think I'm going from 246 to 270. If you've seen any of my videos, I'm still very slim and I'm putting on good weight. I'm standing at 252 currently. I will not surpass 255 at any time in my career. This is just me putting on more muscle to carry the load. So there you go. Micah said he's going to put on a little muscle because he's going to be out here.
Fighting with tackles.
Do you like that?
Yes. I mean, look.
Like exclusively going to a full-time edge rusher?
Yeah, basically.
I mean, I know the value is there in him being a full-time edge.
And if you have your linebackers situation set up, which it seems like they have, he seems to be capable of doing that consistently. One of the things I was worried about earlier on was like, yeah, give him that versatility so that they don't necessarily know what's coming. It seems like even if he lines up there all the time and they know what's coming, he can't be stopped. So yeah, go ahead and do that.
I mean, I guess for the value of what Parsons brings, I like it. But part of what has made him so damn good is the versatility and where is he going to be lined up on the field. He can cover. He can play, linebacker. He can go from side to side. He's got so much speed. And, of course, he can get after the passer, from any area on the field. I just don't know why you would want to maybe limit some of that versatility. And I wonder how that will work now for some of the rotations with that defensive line because DeMarcus Lawrence is continuing to be on your left side there. But you're thinking about Sam Williams, Dante Fowler Jr., Dorrance Armstrong, all of there on that right side. Are you moving Parsons there as the full-time edge on that right side and seeing what happens with some of the other guys there? I don't know about that.
He basically was.
Well, but that's what I'm saying, though. Parsons could rush the quarterback from up the middle.
Sure.
Both edges, from the linebacker spot.
I don't think he's going to stop doing that. But the understanding was, he's going to do all these things. He was primarily a defensive end. I think that's what we're talking about. When we say, this is why I don't even think where the words full-time used there is just like he's going to do that frequently. And so he's going to primarily be a defensive end, and that's what he'll do. And then that versatility will come into play. He will move around. I imagine that's not going to be something that's going to be lost, but he's going to be a defensive end, and I don't think it's wrong for him to be prepared for that workload that he's already been undertaking.
Yeah, and I see you 2-1-4. I mean, you're pretty right there. I mean, he rushed, probably 80-90% of his snaps last year. I'll be interested to see the actual breakdown of that. But yeah,
I can look that up. That's not even a problem.
Yeah, full-time, DN last year, still playing some off ball. May not look much different in their opinion, which I could get with that. That sounds pretty rational there. So, but yeah, that's some interesting news there when it comes to the Cowboys. A lot of Cowboys talking tonight as they had their celebrity home run derby. Brandon Cooks, CeeDee Lamb, Trayvon Diggs, who talked about his contract situation as well, all talking tonight. So there we go. It's To Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm so excited because we haven't done this in a long time. It's a little bit of a...
We'll do some this or that. Coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
If you're within 10 years of retirement, listen up, because I know you're seeing what's going on with the stock market and you want answers. This is Sean Sharif sitting here with Jeff Jr. of Trades and Wealth. Jeff, is there anything we can do to offset our losses?
Well, you might be surprised that there is. If your goal is income in retirement, you may qualify for an upfront bonus of up to 25% for opening an account and guaranteed growth of up to 10% per year for income. That'll certainly offset some of these market losses.
So if I invest $100,000, I can get up to $25,000 up front and up to 10% per year guaranteed?
That's exactly right, but keep in mind it's designed for income in retirement. So if you like the thought of getting a check every month that you can't outlive, this could be a great option for a portion of your assets.
If you're within 10 years of retirement and want up to a 25% bonus just for opening an account and up to 10% per year income growth, call Trades and Wealth today. Call 469-579-3500. Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
After a long, hard work day, treat yourself. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? Baby Doll Saloon Dallas is the ultimate after-work happy hour spot. A true home away from home. Daily buffet Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Plus our stadium buffet Monday through Friday from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., Saturday 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Sunday from noon to 10 p.m. Baby Dolls is your sports headquarters, including all pay-per-view fights with no extra cover charge. There's always something fabulous happening at Baby Dolls. Baby Doll Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. The legend lives on.
Gilbert worked in retail and restaurant management for 14 years. It was time for a change.
I recognized where I was at was vulnerable to the whims of the economy.
Then he heard about My Computer Career. Gilbert went for it.
In as little as 7 months, I got all of my certifications at a fraction of a cost for college.
He became an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
I can work from anywhere. I have more time for my family as well.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I love so many things about Soda Weight Loss and Nutrition. The most obvious reason is they allowed me to drop 176 pounds, of course. But one of the other reasons is the people at Soda and their dedication to help you reach your goal weight. There might be slip-ups. I've had some. And in the past, I viewed that slip-up as the end of my journey. I'd failed. But that's not the Soda mentality. They encourage you to start again the next day. They sit down with you and are always helping tweak your specific plan. That's what they've done with me, and that's why Soda has established itself as the best in the business with more than 7,400 Google reviews with an average score of 4.9 stars out of 5. Reviews like this one from Greg. Avery was encouraging. Even with a 1-week setback, she kept adjusting my eating plan to maximize the benefit to my weight loss. Me, Greg, and thousands of others. Our journey started at sodaweightloss.com, and you can also go right to one of their beautiful 8 Metroplex locations or call 1-800-555-6521. That's Soda. Wait for it. State of the arts.
Join Jay Alexander Law and Chris Arnold of The Fan 105.3 this Friday the 5th from 1 to 3 p.m. at Southern Junction in Irving for the boxing event weigh-in. We will be celebrating the sport and Mexican culture. See you there.
At Lowe's, we're always bringing pros more ways to save on the brands you trust. Right now, save up to $50 on select Tough Built products, including the new exclusive Tough Built Steelhead Framing Hammer. Plus, you'll always save big on job lot quantities when buying select building supplies in bulk. Because Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. Must ask cashier to apply discount at time of purchase. Online discount is automatically applied in cart. See Lowe's.com or associate for more details and qualifying items. Lowe's reserves the right to limit quantities. Discount taken at time of purchase. Valid through 5/5.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. May is National Bike Month, so use your bike instead of your car or for a little bit of exercise. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hi, I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Nick Namath. You like to put things off. Expense reports, tomorrow. The dentist, your teeth are fine. But put off resolving IRS problems and you could find yourself behind bars.
Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath. I've helped thousands of people just like you resolve their IRS problems. I have over 20 years experience serving individuals and businesses in Dallas and Fort Worth.
If you're in trouble with the IRS, call Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney at 972-484-0829 or visit myirsteam.com.
This is Colby, owner of Colbert Garage Door. I'm a Tolo. Call us today for our $50 garage door tune-up special. 469-909-0956 or visit colbertgaragedoor.com.
Back here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Larry D. Flores holding it down for you here. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app, the truckrate.com text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation. Also live on Twitch at twitch.tv/DallasFanCam and on YouTube as well. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula if you want to give us a follow there. About to have some fun here on the Get Right for something that we haven't done in quite some time because, Larry, it's time for this.
What's happening, fellas?
Yo.
What's up?
All right, let's do a little of this or that. Game's very simple. I will put forward a statement. Kevin, Larry, and you, the listener, will tell me whether you agree this or disagree that. All right, so Kevin noticed. The guys at G-Bag noticed. Larry noticed that when I came into work, it was a little bit of a limp because I like to go play basketball. That is how I do my cardio. I hate running, by the way. Something to know about me. I don't run just to run. It's annoying. But I need to get cardio, so I play basketball. Love basketball anyways. This works out great for me. And one thing that people that play basketball know, sometimes you turn an ankle. Got a pretty good sprain. I'm currently got my left ankle wrapped up nice and tight.
Yeah, you nursing it pretty good over there.
Yeah. Got my ice in during the show. Got my ibuprofen. We're taking care of it. I've done this. This is not my first time around the block. That being said, I am now 31 years old. And this is probably my third sprain in as many years. And so.
Oh, this is a fairly regular occurrence for you then.
I mean, it's hooping. This is what happens. At least that's the way that I view it. Some people have told me, no. You need to figure out a new different cardio and you need to be done with hoops. So that is my this or that. I need to be done with hoops for cardio. Kevin, this or that.
There are some entire basketball players' entire, ethos on the idea that they hoop to get in shape. Luka.
You didn't have to do him like that.
I couldn't help it. So no, you shouldn't give up. By the way, Luka does work out, but he plays a lot of basketball too. No, you don't have to get that up. Why would you do that? You enjoy hooping?
To not have my ankle rolled all the damn time?
I mean, but you know what comes with it. Clearly, you've done it, every year for the last 3 years, apparently. So
yeah.
It's just a matter of time, not if, just a matter of when. For you, it sounds like when it's coming. So.
But I feel like three times in 3 years. I don't feel like that's.
I mean, it's not
terrible.
Well, it's not like he's Stephen Curry out here, turning ankles every, 2
Although
3 games.
I will say one of those took a little second to get back right.
Yeah. Okay. So
because I'm not 22 no more. When it's like, all right.
Oh yeah, your bounce back game is not nearly as good as
22 years. 2 days later, I'm hooping again.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to say like 2 years ago, I was still feeling it like a month.
So if you can remember each of these times that you turned your ankle, like in what way did you turn your ankle each of these times? Like were you getting up off the bench? Like because then that's
getting
a
up
different
off
story.
The bench. That's hilarious.
Like I turned my ankle. But if you were like coming down off of a rebound or something like that, and then that's how it happened, then no, I don't.
Yeah, it's the jumping up and thinking I'm gonna go grab a rebound or something or things like that. Where the sprain. So you're also that.
Yeah, I'm also that because I I turned 31 last September. And I realized that I was at that point where it just wasn't happening for me no more. When I had to respond to a fight, right?
Oh, these little poo butts.
Yeah, they're doing their thing and get a call, and so I just in that motion of just taking off.
Oh no!
My legs cramped up on me. cramped up on me, and my leg said, "Nope, you ain't going nowhere."
He was like, "Hey, man,
you ain't going nowhere." And I went down. I took like 2 kids down with me.
Not took the kids down with you.
They had to come down with me because they was trying to get to it too.
You
I'm
a
like,
hater.
"No, y'all coming down with me," and I used them to get back up, and that's when I realized that 31.
Oh, then you had the nerve
birthday,
to use them to pick them back.
Yeah, I had
Wow.
to. Yeah, and so that's when I realized that 31. Okay, yeah, that's.
We starting to feel it.
Yeah.
All right, it seems like the truckwreck.com text line is pretty supportive. From the 469, that wear a brace. From the 682, that wrap your ankles for support when you play. It seems like this is the consensus. Keep playing, but now you got to do the old man stuff, right? Like you got to stretch before you get out here.
Got to be a little bit better now.
I really just hate wearing the ankle brace, but I think that's what I'm gonna have to do.
You got to stretch an extra 5 more minutes.
Start wearing the ankle brace, consistently.
Yeah, ensuring that you. Yeah, man, you starting to get there.
Yeah,
you don't like how they came up on you, did you? Don't like that, do you?
No, I do not. Swaggy Booties is right though, or maybe not right entirely. He said this: I should give it up and start rowing. Rowing is like the best full body workout that you can get. Again, it feels pretty boring for me.
Didn't think I was gonna get a rowing as a
rowing's great
exercise activity.
Rowing is incredible.
On my bingo card.
Have you seen them dudes that row crew?
Yeah, they look crazy. It looks crazy.
They be together, boy.
Yeah, muscles do look like they, real big out here.
All right.
I have to say this real quick. Larry, you a damn hater and you wrong.
Wow.
How you gonna use the kids to prop yourself back up?
They fine. They young.
Yeah, maybe all right. Yeah.
They good.
That sounds like an old daddy too.
They'll be good.
They'll be all right.
That's what they for.
I was saving them from getting involved in the situation.
There you go.
So,
don't rationalize it now.
Yeah.
All right.
That's right. From the 214, whenever you get a family and have to miss work because of a basketball injury, you'll learn it's not worth it and you find something else to do for cardio.
Sound like speaking from personal experience.
Yeah, that sounds like you just.
That's like a story.
You had to let
that.
the love go. That feels sorry. I feel sad.
I need more. On
more
that,
basketball?
No, on that
story.
More of the, yeah, I need to
more
know
what happened.
Specifically what happened.
What happened that made you give away your first love?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you've heard of this. The Marvin Gaye estate is suing
Ed Sheeran. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Over some intellectual property stuff, and I do have
shout out to Robin Thicke.
I have an exhibit. Yes, they already won against Robin Thicke.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually have an exhibit here, so you can hear for yourself. What we are talking about between the two songs. But the idea basically is that the Marvin Gaye estate is claiming that Ed Sheeran basically jacked Marvin Gaye. Take a listen here. Larry, you got this ready for me? This is cut 30 here. Exhibit A for the audience.
Baby, man, trying to hold back this feeling for so long. Heart could still fall less. Heart at 23. And if you feel like I feel, baby, and I'm thinking about how. Come on. Oh, come on. Woo. Let's get it.
All right, so what you hear there is 2015's this what is it? The Shape of You or The Sound of You? I can't remember. Sorry, Thinking Out Loud. That's not even the right song. Entirely different thing. And then obviously Let's Get It On by Marvin Gaye. It's basically in a court in Manhattan about copyright. And I'm here to tell you, the Marvin Gaye estate is in fact the villain of this story. This is nonsense.
Hell no.
Kevin Gray, this or that.
This is about to be the easiest layup that the Marvin Gaye estate has ever won in their lives. It sounded exactly like the Marvin Gaye song. Like before the other, the actual song itself played, I thought, oh, here comes, Let's Get It On. But it's like, oh, wait, so he literally just sampled this. So he never.
But it's not sample.
But he never. What do you mean it's not sample?
A sample is taking that work and you utilizing that audio again. It's not a sample. At best, it's an interpolation. And that's something that
Does that not sound exactly like?
Can I play it again?
Please do. Go for it if you need it.
Baby, man, trying to hold back.
It sounds like it goes straight into the song.
Exactly.
Now, one thing to also note, these two, the Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On in this audio is pitched to match. So they're not actually in the same pitch. In
So somebody
instance.
altered it to make it.
Yes, to be able to line these up. And yes, from the 469, artists sample from each other all the time, but in order to release those samples, you need to have those things cleared.
Cleared, yeah.
That being the case.
But even if they did slow it down, it's still like the likeness of it, right?
It's basically the same thing.
But what's happening here is the argument is the chord progressions. Like, this is basically off vibe, right? Like, the vibe is the same. Because you can't copyright chord progressions.
Right.
But basically what we're doing is the essence of that song, we hear it over here. So now you got to pay out as a lawsuit. But you say that they are not in the wrong here. The Marvin Gaye estate trying to go for this money.
That sounds like an easy layup to me. That sounds like they're going to win that hands down.
Yeah,
Larry?
I'm with KG. Yeah, it sounded, I mean, yeah, I get it that they changed the tone or the pitch or whatever it was, but to me, that's, I mean, you started with that, and then you just changed it to make it your own. You know what I mean?
Here's the bigger part for me.
Okay.
If it's anything eerily close or similar to what you are about to use that somebody else, had.
But that's the thing is,
get it clear. Just get it clear.
Do you realize how expansive music is? That like the idea that this gets close to something else that happens all the damn time.
I mean, well, I guess that's the price you got to pay, because that sounds dead on to Marvin Gaye's version. Like it does.
Y'all are killing music.
No, just do what you got to do to make sure that stuff is clear. That's all.
All right.
Robin Thicke's show found that out, didn't he?
Yeah, and that was the first. That was the first step in what I believe is.
I'm sure he would tell Mr. Sharon, "Hey, man, just."
But I feel like artists today, like they've got so much more available to them to be able to be more creative than what artists did from before.
Well, that also means that there's a lot more people that have put down work that you now have to watch as like landmines if you were going through KG's perspective of how you make music.
I mean, there's so many things now. Like now you just put it in an app, right? And it instantly recognizes.
And here comes Larry bringing the AI into it. We weren't even talking about no AI, Larry.
Oh boy, he wants to talk about what's frightening me these days. Yikes, that AI thing. Oh, here y'all go with y'all takes on Bruno Mars stealing everybody's style. Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh, that's a whole conversation.
That's not Bruno Mars. That's Donald Glover. Anyways.
Whoa! Ho, ho, ho.
Let's move it along one more time.
Whoa! I was not ready for that.
But it's not wrong though. Derivative is the word. Derivative. This was asked on Twitter. What's the dumbest thing you have ever done to make someone you were dating happy? And the best answer that I believe I saw was walking 18 hours one way. And I'm here to tell you, gentlemen, walking 18 hours one way is dumber than anything you've done for a significant other. Kevin, this or that?
Oh, yeah, this. Yeah, that's.
You don't have any? Do you have anything close?
Going to a car dealership and bringing cars one at a time to the person.
Oh, I forgot about this.
Well, I wasn't even. We weren't even technically in a relationship, but I was pursuing this person so much.
That's right.
That I was willing to go test drive cars for her, bring them to her job one at a time. I was a damn fool. Just blindly stupid in love. And then coming to find out she was dating a whole other dude at the same time.
No, baby.
Yeah, man.
Oh, wow. From the 817, spend my whole paycheck at Walmart. Oh, take them to Italy.
Wait,
oh,
what?
boy.
Whoa.
Oh, boy.
Whoa.
Oh, boy. Larry?
Whoa.
So whenever I was doing my reserve thing up in the Northeast Dallas area, and was with somebody when I was in Austin, I drove back and forth to Austin like every single night, and then just
every night.
Every night.
I thought you were gonna say like every week. I was like, that's not
that
that well.
It was for like 3 nights straight. That I was doing my thing during the day, and then at night I just did the 3 hours. Got to Austin 8, 9 o'clock, but then had to wake up by like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, just so I could make it back to Dallas. By the time I had to be where I was supposed to be, I did that for one weekend, and yeah.
Approximately. My man said he coming to get this.
Wait, hold on. Approximately what year was this? I'm trying to get a gauge on how much gas was.
It was like 2013.
Not terrible.
Yeah, it wasn't.
So 10 years ago.
And I had a fuel efficient car. It wasn't too bad. So,
Someone said propose, understood. From the 469, 18 hours one way. Bleep that. Yes, I had on your feet. Like, this ain't drive 18 hours. This is walk 18. Like, at what point in the walk do you have to be like, we sure?
Clearly none for that person.
18-hour walk of shame is
crazy. At one
crazy.
point, you get like halfway through, and you're like, "Well, I'm already at this point, right?" And you just either do the same amount of time walking back.
Well, might as well keep going. Wow,
crazy. Did you know it was 18 hours? I'm asking no one in particular at this point, obviously. How far do you have to go before you realize it? Like, did you know it was 18 hours to start, and that was a conscious decision, or did you start walking and then find out, oh, this is a lot longer than I thought it was?
You had to know it was 18 hours before you started. Had to have known.
That's crazy.
Had to have known.
Yes, 18 hours is a long walk. That's coming from someone who's run a marathon.
Good to know.
The things we do for love, or that other thing. But yes, that's how we do a little this or that.
From the 469, she took a bus from Austin to Dallas, had to take her back. She left her laptop here, drove back to Austin.
And then drove, oh my God.
Tripping.
What?
Tripping.
That's the 4-pack.
Tripping.
That's crazy.
It's the final call next on the Get Right.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we'll get you set for Stars Game 2 and a special Jane Slater edition of High Low at 7:30. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
What's up, Tolos? This is Bobby Belt. We're inching closer to the beginning of summer. That means pool season, and we all want to look our best, right? Well, I'm entering the summer with a lot of confidence thanks to the wonderful team of expert nutritionists at SOTA. That's SOTA. I've been on the program for 3 months now, and I've lost over 40 pounds. The improvements I've seen reach beyond my waistline. I've got more energy, my lifelong digestive issues have improved, and the achiness in my joints from excess weight has disappeared. SOTA has 7 beautiful in-office facilities around DFW. I go to the Hillcrest location in Dallas. The team there is so friendly, supportive, and a great source of accountability. And that's the great thing about SOTA. They make sure you're not tackling your weight loss on your own. Visit SOTA's website just like I did at sotaweightloss.com to read the over 7,000 client Google business reviews and study the over 850 stunning client before and after photos and experience videos. So join me, Bobby Belt, as I'm now fitting into a smaller belt. Visit sotaweightloss.com. SOTA Weight Loss is, say it with me now, state of the art.
Here's football legend Howie Long for Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear.
The world has gone hands-free, using the phone, turning on your lights, heck, even driving. However, if you want to put on a pair of sneakers, you still need to bend down and help your feet in. Until now. Introducing Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear. Let me tell you, these things are amazing. You don't need to lace up, and they're even better than your standard slip-on sneakers. This is next-level slip-in technology, where you don't need to reach down and help your heel in. You just step in, and off you go. It's that easy. So what's the secret? There's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide into place, and also keeps your feet secure in heavenly comfort, which means they stay on just like a pair of laced up sneakers. And you can even slip into them while you're sitting down. Make your life easier and go hands-free with Skechers' new hands-free slip-in footwear. You'll never have to struggle putting on your shoes again.
Get hands-free slip-ins for the whole family at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
There are 5 costly mistakes home sellers make in DFW. Mistake 1 is sponsored by Orchard, the modern, stress-free way to sell your home. Beware of low-ball home buying services. You may feel pressured to take thousands less than your home is worth to know it will sell quickly. Forget trade-offs. Orchard not only lists your home for top dollar, they'll even guarantee it sells with an impressive guaranteed backup offer. Get the price you deserve and know when your old home will sell. Get a free, no-obligation cash offer at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Fellow Texans, at Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm, we provide doctors, specialists, and diagnostic referrals with no upfront out-of-pocket expense to you. And if no recovery, there's no expense or fees. It's been that way since '83. Call 214-INJURED. Online, mullenandmullen.com. Call for a free consultation.
Jerry, is this schedule the most updated?
There's a wedding season rush at Dr. Iona's dental practice.
They're fully booked this week. We can try and squeeze you in next Tuesday.
She needs a dental hygienist to unveil fresh smiles.
How long has 3 been under the UV light?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. What, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's gonna fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
RJ Choppy here for Boomer Jacks. Who loves half-price wings at football? Yep. I do too. And at Boomer Jacks on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, the wing deals just got even better. Tuesdays, bone-in wings, half price. Wednesdays, boneless wings, my jam, half price. With half price wings on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, you got a perfect excuse for a mid-week wing break. And don't forget to add the ice-cold beer. Beer buckets starting at $15. Drink specials all day, every day, because it's always happy hour at Boomer Jacks. 17 locations. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being pitched that you need to buy a new air conditioner, pump the brakes and call the On-Time Experts for a free second opinion. Their technicians aren't allowed to sell, and that means they're focused on making your system work. So don't buy that new AC system before you have to. Call the On-Time Experts. 214-267-2007. 214-267-2007. TheOnTimeExperts.com. TheOnTimeExperts.com.
Hello, I'm David Figueroa, co-founder of Melinda's. We make 32 craft pepper sauces that are thicker, hotter, and better than ordinary hot sauces. We use fresh, plant-based ingredients that you can see and taste. One try, and you'll fall in love with Melinda's. Melinda's is proud to be the official hot sauce of the AT&T Byron Nelson. And right now, you can register to win 18th hole Champions Club tickets. For eligibility and to enter, visit melindas.com/enter. That's MELINDAS.com/enter.
If you turn it on and leave it on the fan, you know we're DFW sports leader on insight and original content all day long. No need to go back and search for it. We send it to you. Yeah. Sign up for our fan newsletter today at 1053thefan.com. Proudly presented by Bosch Power Tools.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Final time here on the Get Right on this Wednesday night. Really appreciate you joining us here on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Larry D. Flores, appreciate all his hard work as well. If you missed anything during our 4-hour show on the Get Right tonight, you can hit the rewind button on the Odyssey app, or you can go to 1053thefan.com and click on the Get Right podcast page where you can listen to any episode, any segment on demand, anytime for the Get Right. We will be back with you tomorrow. Rangers have the day off, which means you get 4 hours of the Get Right with myself and Reginald Atatula from 7 to 11 p.m.
So in the last segment, I was talking about, some of the dumb things that we've done in the name of love or dating or what have you.
It's the final call here on the Get Right before we get out of here.
And on the 682, they said they drove 3 hours out of their way to drop off a surprise gift at a girl's house that he was dating. Apparently he wasn't the only one because he found ex-boyfriend's truck outside her house. And they say homeboy's truck didn't run when he got out to his truck that night, though. Which I hope the statute of limitations has hit because, oof.
Well, then the joke's on him, right? Because then homeboy got to stay the night.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. Homeboy was staying the night regardless,
Yeah, he wasn't going nowhere that night. Yeah.
That's tough.
That's rough.
I hope that made you feel better, though. Like, that's the thing. Because otherwise, when you end up in those places, you the one that's going to have to carry that. You know what I mean? Because, they made their decision with that action. So you just over here having to process that. So I hope them tires or them side panels, hope that helped you get whatever relief you needed.
I hope they work out for you.
Yeah. That's tough. That is tough. And you would have never known if you hadn't tried to do something special. Ain't that about to be?
It's coming from Front Office Sports. ESPN has announced plans for the Minister of Defense.
Yes, 30 for 30.
A new 30 for 30 documentary on NFL Hall of Famer Reggie White. The project includes never-before-seen footage from an interview 2 months before his passing in 2004. Wow. Reggie White was so good.
I think this is what the 30 for 30s are great at. Especially for folks that in a younger generation, including me in this instance. folks that just don't have a full grasp of it, like, because you can go and you can check records, you can kind of see stories and magazines or whatever, but like documentaries are great at being able to paint a full picture, give you a feeling of what it was in the time and all that. And I think that this is where the 30 for 30s are great. It's just like figures that, you know, small or large, right, that you might not fully understand exactly what it was. Getting that perspective was great. Even like the Last Dance, which, I mean, obviously heavily produced, and, you know, you had a little bit of the way that it had a bent, you know what I mean? There was a little propaganda to it, but it's fine.
You want to talk about the MVP of COVID? For a sports fan.
That kept us, it's not just for everybody. Everybody was locked in, man. This is new stuff.
Wild.
It was appointment viewing in a time where there was just no appointment viewing.
Yes.
But it helped understand, especially like when we talk about all the folks having these greatest of all time debates. It helped some of the younger folks that did not get to experience the Michael Jordan thing in real time better understand, oh, no, this is what it meant in that real time. Now, the bad thing about that is that has spawned all these other multi-part documentaries that don't need to be multi-parts. But I think this is the beauty of it. And I look forward to very much to seeing like Reggie White fully put into context for everybody. Like, yo, you don't fully understand. This dude was like that.
Shout out to Fox Sports as they discovered that Super Bowl 57 was the most watched of all time after all, averaging, gentlemen, a whopping 115.1 million viewers. Nielsen is issuing the new record number after review revealed irregularities, which also means that Rihanna's Super Bowl halftime show, the most watched program in the history of television, an average of 121 million people watched Rihanna's halftime show at the Super Bowl.
And they were blessed.
And she revealed to the world that she was pregnant once again. That is nuts. 115 million people watching the Super Bowl.
It's an American institution. Oh my God.
You're
Sorry.
right.
Watching the Vegas Knights do things.
The MVP of COVID was Tiger King. It's a great call there. You still? How would you know? You hadn't even seen Tiger King yet.
Because clearly it wasn't that important.
You want to talk about an institution for during the time of COVID? Tiger King.
Tiger King did not hold us. Tiger King did not hold us down for, what was that, 5 weekends?
How would you know? You didn't watch it.
I had to live through it. I had to deal with y'all talking about it all the time.
For Larry D. Flores, appreciate all your hard work, sir, on this Wednesday night. My partner, Reginald Atatula. My name is Kevin Gray. This has been the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 7 p.m. Y'all be good.
Time to go ice the ankle. Y'all be easy. Peace!
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
Harry, is this schedule the most updated?
There's a wedding season rush at Dr. Iona's dental practice.
We're fully booked this week. We can try and squeeze you in next Tuesday.
She needs a dental hygienist to unveil fresh smiles.
How long has 3 been under the UV light?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. What, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's gonna fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Diamonds Direct invites you to join us as we celebrate all the moms in our lives. This Mother's Day, we're giving Mom more to say thank you for all she does. With every fashion jewelry purchase of $2,500 or more, we'll give Mom a free customizable diamond initial pendant valued at nearly $800. Shop now through May 14th to give Mom more this year. We've put together an exceptional collection of meaningful gifts for any budget. The perfect heirloom pieces to pass down to the next generation of moms. Birthstone rings, stackable rings, eternity bands, pearls, elegant diamond pendants, and of course, stunning diamond earrings. This year, she deserves a gift that keeps giving, and at Diamonds Direct, that's our specialty. Timeless gifts of jewelry she can enjoy and cherish for decades to come. And now's a great time to upgrade her diamond studs or pendant with Diamonds Direct's unmatched 110% upgrade. Come let the experts at Diamonds Direct help you find that remarkable gift that says, "Cheers, Mom, for all you do and for who you are." Diamonds Direct. Get locations and store hours at diamondsdirect.com.
When interest rates rise, it's not all bad. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, helping you understand why now is the time to purchase an annuity. Annuities are the only products that will guarantee you an income you can't outlive. It's those guarantees that are tied to Treasury rates. And as we know, those rates are at 40-year highs. If you're in or within 10 years of retirement, use this to your advantage. This is exactly why it's possible to receive up to a 25% upfront bonus for income, and why it is possible to receive up to 10% per year for income growth. It's because of the high interest rates. Don't let anyone tell you it's not true, but also don't wait. Interest rates and these guarantees will eventually come down. Call 469-579-3500, 469-579-3500, or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance
company. Guys, fellas, men, do you want a better sex life? Roman has genuine medication that helps you achieve and maintain what you need to perform. Roman has discreet wipes that help you last 4 times longer in bed. Roman has testosterone testing and treatment. Treating low testosterone can help revive your sex drive. So men, what are you waiting for? For a better sex life, go to ro.co/bettersex. Do it today and get 20% off. That's ro.co/bettersex.
Hello, I'm Eric Thomason, owner of Blue Nail Roofing. If your roof has not been inspected in the last 5 years, call us today. High winds and hail can cause damage that's difficult for the untrained eye to see. And it's important to get damage documented with your insurance company in order to get full coverage. Call us today for a free inspection of your property and learn about the Blue Nail Lifetime Workmanship Warranty on our new roofs. Go to BlueNailRoofing.com. That's BlueNailRoofing.com.
Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to the K&C Midnight Snacks on 105.3 The Fan.
Robertson shot blocked and a possible break. Here's Sam Steele in on Ottinger. Scores! Tied at 2 in game 1 here in Dallas.
Gross. The Minnesota Wild would obviously go on to win game 1 3-2 over the Stars in double overtime because Joey wasn't on the show. Doesn't
the Fort Worth Wild sound good though?
I could see that.
I think we should steal another Minnesota team. Let's just do that. After this series is over,
here for it.
Let's just steal another Minnesota team.
That would be
throw them in the West.
Awesome. Now, Joey, we have an important question for you right here.
Mm-hmm.
If the Stars win tonight, will you then be convinced that they win on days that you're here and try to get your schedule adjusted accordingly?
Absolutely, and we will talk to the big man about that.
I bet Gavin Spittle, if he believed that too, he would be like, for sure.
Oh, Spittle. Okay, all right.
You think he meant Jesus?
I thought, well, God. Yeah, that was my first thought was, wow. All right, we'll have that conversation.
And can do that too.
If he says it's clear, then let's rock.
All right. What are some of the, Joe, if you would like to start, since you did not get to talk hockey with us on Monday, what are some of the questions, or perhaps the biggest question you have for the Stars coming out of game 1? Mine, of course, is, hey, can you figure out how to score a 5-on-5 goal?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the obvious one is how are they going to get along without Pavelski? I mean, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, he's probably out the rest of the series. We'll be very fortunate if he comes back.
On a 2-minute penalty.
Yeah, we will be very fortunate if he comes back before that. So we'll see how the lines get juggled around. You're probably just going to put Sagan up with Robertson and Hintz, who had a little bit of time together earlier in the season. And then Kiwi Ransom might get put into the lineup and play on that fourth line. Riley Tufte just got recalled from the Texas Stars. That's a little bigger body. He's also from the state of Minnesota. So maybe Pete DeBoer's trying to... Yeah, it's a big guy. He played at University of Minnesota Duluth, won a couple national championships. Yeah, it's a big guy. So maybe if you want to put somebody like that in to add some size to your lineup, we'll see what Pete DeBoer's thinking. It's just going to be important for them to get off to a better start. They just struggle to find some energy and life in that first period. So if they're able to inject some life into their game, I think that would be good. The one thing that I took out of game 1-2, very positive, was they seemed to respond nicely once Pavelski went down. They were rattled there for about 5 to 10 minutes, which is understandable, but I think they really picked it up, and they were the better team for the majority of overtime. That's just how OT works. Sometimes a team gets a break, and they capitalize on it. So I think if they can respond and play like that, they'll be just fine.
And how do you think, and this is obviously open for everybody, is can Jason Robertson be the best player in this series?
Mm-hmm.
Like, will it, and I mean the best. Like, I'm still bitter about their rookie of the year from like a couple of years ago, but don't worry about that. But like, you saw him have a phenomenal season, one of the best seasons in Stars history, and that is not hyperbole. Second most points in Stars history, most since they moved the club to Dallas. Can Jason Robertson be the best player in this series? And I guess my follow-up question is, do you need him to be the absolute best player in this series to win it?
You do. Now, with the question mark on Pavelski right now, like that, with the line, you had the veteran there that could, really set things up, be the chip magnet for you too. I call it chips for the ricochets. But this is the moment, Kevin, where he has to grow up. And I say that they're doing everything they can to make sure you don't do anything. So what do you do next? Like, how do you respond whenever they've said, we're going to block every lane, we're going to be more physical with you during regular season, you're not getting that type of environment. We're doing everything we can to make sure you don't do anything in this game. We are focusing on you. So the grow up part is not just like, hey, I have to be more mature. This is like, I have to make sure that I have counters to everything that they're trying to do to me to stop me right now. So I don't know if he can. I've seen a dude that's been, electric during the regular season. He's a great player, but I need to see a little step in growth now. That's all
fair.
I need.
That's fair. I think he can, but I think you make a fair point.
Yeah, and the nice thing is you have so many veterans in that locker room. Even with losing a guy like Pavelski, we need a vintage Jamie Benn playoff game here tonight. Yeah, and I think you're going to see a concerted effort to be very physical in the first 10 minutes. I think there's going to be a lot of pucks put into corners, and they're going to start hammering bodies on the end wall and start to create some turnovers and force Minnesota to make some mistakes. They struggled to do that in game one. The Wild didn't create a lot of turnovers. They were pretty good at exiting their own zone, and part of that was there was a little latency in the Stars game, a little slow to some races that they got better with as the game moved along. But it's going to be important to get off to a hot start. The Stars are 27-3-3, I think, when they score first. So if they can put the puck in the back of the net right away and get Minnesota to play catch up, because Minnesota is not a high octane offense.
Yes.
So if you can get ahead of them and force them to play catch up, you'll be in good hands.
Now, y'all brought up Riley being recalled from Texas. And correct me if I'm wrong, did you seem to think that's an indicator about Pavelski's status for the whole series? If I told you, I thought maybe they're just looking for more size, and that doesn't automatically... I mean, I don't think Pavelski's playing tonight, but I'm saying, like, beyond tonight.
Yeah, I think it definitely is an indication that they needed to bring up another body, and he was probably just the best candidate because he does add some size, and he's a Minnesota guy. Maybe you can get him in there. I know that doesn't play into a lot at playoff time, but it probably does... a bit, because like I said, I thought his season's over. Pavelski, I really did. I mean, the way he got up, it would be a miracle if he came back. I would love it, obviously, but that was like, okay, he's done. How are we going to respond?
Potential impacts of Thomas Hartley and Wyatt Johnston.
Thomas Hartley, man, what a surprise he's been, actually. He has been extremely good. Doesn't seem like the moment's too big for him.
Nope.
He has been paired really nicely with Colin Miller. And, I think he's great. Wyatt Johnston looked really, really good, too. He had about a half dozen shots. I thought he was going to win it a couple times in OT because he got loose in that slot area and was able to get his wrist shot off, but Gustafson was good.
Haven't we felt that way since the very beginning? I know we're going way back to the beginning of the season, but we talked about his like pseudo tryout before they were like, hey, let's see if we're going to go ahead and couch you down there for a while. And he's like, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, he just continues to get better and better. And you can see the confidence. I mean, not afraid to stick handle through guys and get his toe drag shot off and things like that. Fortunately, even with the Pav injury, they'll be able to keep that line together with Dodonov, Ben, and Johnston, which has arguably been one of the more consistent lines for this Stars team down the stretch.
And Corey, I'm going to kick it to you first because this might be the biggest question going into Game 2 and beyond. Will the Stars do enough to help Jake Ottinger? This is the hill I choose to die on. If you have 45 saves in a game, you should win.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if they had a breakaway and you stopped it. Like, that'd be cool. Try and do that, Be better.
Oh, are you talking about the turnover?
I need him to be better,
are you blaming
dude.
him for that
I need him to be even better than that. No, not the overtime one. I'm talking about the second goal that
was bad. That was inability to clear the puck out, and that.
No, I guess my big frustration on that is, yes, when they are having struggles in the offensive zone, keeping the puck in the offensive zone when this is great opportunity to score, whether it be power play or whatever, and the puck just keeps slipping right by. Those things are frustrating to me because those things shouldn't be happening in that moment where they were controlling the third period. But yeah, man, I need more stops. At this point, you need to put up goose eggs every night.
Hey, if the other team doesn't score, you're probably going to win, Kevin.
Yeah,
that's true.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Joey.
You're definitely going to win
Finally.
in the playoffs.
Yeah, finally somebody agrees with me.
You go like 4 a.m., like somebody would eventually score.
Yes. Yeah, that's usually about the time.
Yeah, but when you guys talk Stars, don't they lose?
Okay.
We need to get you guys to stop.
Didn't need to bring that
That's
up,
why I'm
Derek.
trying not to.
I didn't want them talking about it, so I was trying to stop it right away.
We did get a little cocky on Monday when we talked
Stars
about
will
it
win.
because they had not only won 3 straight, they had dominated 3 straight
Hell
off
yeah.
of full Stars segments. And then yesterday, somebody's like, this is y'all's fault. You guys talked about it.
Yep.
You got arrogant, and you might be onto something.
And on that point, there is some good news. 6 out of the 8 road teams won in Game 1.
Colorado lost.
So how about that? So
Well,
we're not alone.
Stars will bounce back tonight.
Yes.
And they will. I got them winning 5-3.
Ooh, what about series now?
Yes, they win the series. It's going to go 7, though.
Okay. Corey?
This is a rival.
I said they win in 3.
Yeah,
So since
I
that's out the
voiced my
window now,
complaints to that at
they
the
win in their
time.
next 3. Does that work?
Oh, you're still not done. Then it's 3-1.
Well, after the 3 that they've won, again, Wilder like, man, we gave our best shot in the first game. We're done. We're retreating.
They're just going to seed Game 5,
Yeah.
much like they seeded their hockey team.
Yes,
to us.
exactly. They'll
Okay.
be like, yeah,
All right.
what's the point at this point?
Okay.
Is what they'll say.
Joey, tonight and then the series.
I think they do bounce back. I'll give a 3-1 victory for Dallas. I will say, at the moment Pavelski went down, I was like, this is over. They gave me a lot of hope when they played really well in the couple OT. I'll go Stars in 7. I think this was the most coin flip series of them all.
Okay.
These teams are like the Spider-Man meme, looking at each other.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
the same.
I will go 4-2 Stars tonight, and I'm going to stick with Stars in 6. I said Stars in 6 before, and I realized this was an inauspicious start, but I'm going to stick with that. And remember, the game tonight theoretically starts at 8:30, but be prepared for maybe 8:50. And
ESPN.
Here's my last question.
Okay.
It's playoff hockey. I don't really watch hockey at all.
Well, you should.
Okay. Will there be a chance for, let's say, somebody who really isn't that important to the Stars to go out there and try to intentionally hurt the player that hurt Pavelski?
Somebody did ask who's going to drop the gloves tonight and let them know.
But I don't want to drop the gloves. I want him to be skating off the ice and to try to kill him.
Oh, well.
That's
And you know what? Deal with it. That's
what I was waiting for.
That's sports.
Well, Domi tried.
If you break my second baseman's leg or something with a dirty slide into second, guess what? Your face is now available to hit.
I can see a fight. I don't think the way you described it, it's going to go down like that. I can have you watch the movie Goon with Sean William Scott, and that might fulfill some of what you're looking for.
Jamie Benn's going to do some type of intimidation factor. I would pick him.
He's done that to us.
I love think you would too. I love. Yeah, he has done that to us. But also, I love Domi like immediately getting into that the other night, like immediately saying you're not doing that to my guy and throwing. He got some good cuts in there too.
This is where the world of wrestling skews my perception of reality, because in my mind, Ty Domi just shows up next to him and they're like ready to rumble. And I know that's like not the way that's going to play out.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
The greatness of Clayton Kershaw next.
These are the KNC Midnight Snacks on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. You've heard me talking about the payroll tax refund for months. If you own a business, even if you've asked your CPA about this, you owe it to yourself to take another look. We provide a licensed and insured tax attorney who evaluates your company at my expense to determine eligibility. Businesses.